At the southern end of the field, we're getting set for event number 4. That's the boys high jump under 20 and 20 plus. The boys have made their way onto the field. They're going to begin warming up. We'll see them get a few test jumps before the competition begins. And we officially get started here at the 2026 Ariza National Championships. So action set to begin in just a few moments. We'll be back with you for the official opening of today's activities.
Good morning, wherever you are, and welcome to the Ariza National Championships 2026, live from the legendary Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's, Grenada. And this is where the fastest, the strongest, and the most determined athletes take center stage. Today, they'll be chasing records, chasing glory, looking for a place at the national carifter team, and representing the future of track and field in Grenada. And so we welcome one and all as Ariza National Championship remains the premier stage for athletic achievement in Grenada, where all the athletes come out to show off their best. As we welcome you, our online visitors, we have registered an unprecedented 27 clubs for the meet this year, and amongst them we have 2 new clubs. And to bring you the live commentary from the Kirani James Stadium is none other than Mr. Clyde John, Mr. Bernard Antoine, a fresh face to the scene, Miss Samantha Worm, and myself, Leslie Smith. As I say, good morning to Clyde John, and welcome to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Nice conditions for track and field. We were here last week. We're here again with Ariza in 2026. And what do you make of what you see so far?
Well, I am truly excited to be here to see, the talent that is on display, Leslie. It's been really a good build up to the national champs. There have been a number of meets, the Charlie George and so on. We've had the national relay meets, IMA relay meets last weekend, which really showcased some good up and coming athletes. Of course, I mean, you see the work that the clubs are doing. You mentioned 27 clubs, and you see them on display. So we're just here to, bring you the action as these clubs compete once again in national rivalry.
Well, 27 clubs, an unprecedented amount, and maybe about 800 athletes as well. Quite a number of events. We're getting ready for the high jump, the javelin, the shot put. We're going to see pole vault for the first time as well for the heptathletes later on today. And so we see innovation into the sport. We see new changes. And again, 2 new clubs. The 2 new clubs that we have on schedule here is a club named Girls Inc. and another club that goes by the name of Timing Track Club. These clubs are spread throughout the length and breadth of Grenada. And just to give you a rundown of the clubs that we have today, we have Ace Track Club out of St. Andrew, also Altitude Track Club out of St. Andrew. Bishop's College is here, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Classic Lighting Finish Line. 473 MVP is also here, sponsored by Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. Fusion Athletics, Girls Inc., one of the new clubs. The Grenada Boys Secondary School, Grenada Christian Academy. Hillsborough Secondary School, MacDonald College, Momentum Track and Field. Peak Performance, Presentation Brothers College. Rising Champs, Southern Pros, Sprinters Athletics Club. St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Timing Track Club, another of the new clubs. Top Flight Athletics. Track Blazers. Velocity Track Club. And we also have an unattached section here. So Clyde, 27 clubs. And the significance of this meet is that the athletes will be looking to make the carifter standards in most cases, and to seek qualification or representation on the national carifter team for carifter 2026.
Yeah, national championship is always that ground that is set for the athletes to really put their all into trying to get that qualification. Now, some clubs, they will tell you that, look, we've worked hard. Our main goal is to get the athletes to the carifter and maybe get them further beyond the carifter. But carifter is really the biggest meet within the Caribbean region. And I think everybody's looking forward to getting their athletes to that big stage.
Well, the stage is set for that here. Good conditions. We still could do some improvement maybe on the grass as we see it on screen now, but I can tell you the track is intact. The huddles are already laid out there. The high jumpers are already there. So too are the javelin throwers. And we're going to keep you up to date with what's happening in the field events. So we expect the boys high jump under 20 and 20 plus to be starting soon. The girls short put 20 and 20 plus. The girls long jump under 17. These are 3 of the events that we have upcoming shortly. And maybe we can just give you the lineup for the boys high jump on the 20 and the 20 plus. We have scheduled to participate Daniel Cruikshank from South City Rising Stars, Jamal Nichols, Joshua Telesford, one of the favorites, character athlete as well, Jomari Fletcher, Lyndon Archibald. He's also there. He competed last year in the heptathlon. Michael Gidhari, Jevod Nelson, Tariq McSween, Rosian Charles, Trevel Woodruff, Kenny Hosford, Zidane Rennie, Timothy Greenwich, another one to look out for. So too is DeAndre Smith. Xavier Knights is there, Dishon Jones, Aidan Daniel, Shimmer Fleming, and Jaden Lewis. So, John, quite a number of familiar names here. Maybe the top three here would be obviously Joshua Telesford, Timothy Greenwich, and DeAndre Smith.
Yeah, certainly three top names. You think about last season Ariza's national champ, Greenwich. You can recall Telesford. They went on to make Carifta. They went on to put in some good performances at the Carifta games, and so one expects that they will bring that sort of experience here today, and really maybe look to up their standard, up the 2.05 from Horsford last year. Maybe he could go on better. Maybe we get a 210 from him. Greenwich, he was at 2.03. And maybe we can see him go a little bit higher. So the stage is set. I think the athletes have been training. They've been putting in the work up to Thursday. I saw a few of them at the Tantine playing field, really putting in some effort and trying to perfect, that art. So it says that they should be ready to put on a show for us.
Well, the character standard for the under 20 boys is 2.05 meters. And over the years, we've not had many participants in the high jump in the under 20 boys category. But Joshua Telesford, who is maybe the top contender in this category, because I think Timothy and DeAndre may be over 20 now. So Joshua would have his eyes set on 2.05. Last time he was here last week, I think he did maybe, he completed at 2.0 meters. And so he still has a little to go with 2.05. But let's see what happens today. It's a different day, a different week, a different championship, and a different mindset for Joshua Telesford as well.
Yeah, certainly a bit more competition. He's jumping with some of the 20 plus, so that may just spur him on to really give us that big effort in terms of trying to show them that, hey, guys, you might be 20 plus, but I can handle myself in this event. So we're going to look forward to see how he progresses, and let's hope that he can actually get to that standard.
So everybody's getting themselves ready. We see some activity by the long jump, by the javelin as well, and of course by the high jump. We remind you that it's the Ariza National Championships, and we want to say a special good morning to the management staff and all of the members of the Ariza Credit Union. Indeed, we are grateful for the support that Ariza has provided over the years. Shot put is also in progress. And as I mentioned, we're going to try to get some updates for you on what is happening on all those events. We know there are many of you who are viewing whose interest is in the field events. And so we want to ensure that there's equal coverage of both the track and field events for those persons whose interests lie in the field events.
And the field, it's track and field. So we're going to, this year, we're really trying to make that concerted effort to ensure that persons are able to get, a sense of what is taking place on the field. It's important because these athletes, they really compete and compete hard in their events, just as how the track athletes will compete. So
John, what is the other good consideration is that we know this is national champs, Ariza national champs. And here is where national teams would be selected. But this has another dimension to it in terms of gauging and assessing and evaluating the performances of the schools as well, because we know the big one is Intercall 2026. And I'm sure the pundits are out there with their notepads and their pens and glued to the set here now, looking to see what emerges. So they got a good gauge last week, at the relay meets. And I'm sure this weekend would crystallize and would formalize a lot of the thoughts and analysis that they have been doing for Intercore 2026.
Yeah, certainly it will. I mean, it actually has that air of excitement when you think about the national championship. Because what I like about it is the fact that some of these athletes, they compete together for their club, but they have to compete in a manner that says, hey, I still have to represent my school, so I have to beat you even if we're at the same club. So there's always that sense of rivalry in and between the events among the athletes.
Absolutely so. So we'll be here to bring it to you live at Dr. Kiriani James Athletic Stadium, the Ariza National Championships 2026. And we encourage those of you who are within the vicinity of the National Stadium to come on down and be part of this electrifying atmosphere. We understand how much you appreciate the coverage that TNR Communication is bringing, the replays, the expert comments, and all that comes with it. But again, nothing beats, in my honest opinion, being here and to be jumping and shouting and blowing the horns and being part of that atmosphere here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, I quite agree with you, Leslie. Being part of the atmosphere is very, very important for me. You know, you get to see much more than what the cameras is bringing to you. At times, the camera might be just focusing on one event, but you can see the other events and you can see, you know, the spectacular performance that are taking place. So nothing beats, being here live. And so we want to encourage everyone to come down and let's set that atmosphere. Let's begin to create that atmosphere that we know athletics has here in Grenada.
Well, so is the javelin going on? That's the javelin throw under 17 boys. And we should see that Christian Thompson, Kimon Lewis, Aidan Francois, Xavier Thomas, Kyle Abraham, Keelan Clarence, Kazim Telesford, Kaylon Alexander, Dishon Smart, one to look out for, and I believe he has maybe the best gold medal potential for Grenada at Carifta. Time will tell. We will see what he does today. He broke the record at Intercall last year in the sub-junior category. Jacob Alexander is also there. Dante Oliver, another one to look out for. Cadel Gordon, Antonio Alexander, Giovanni Gibbs, Jaden Lewis, Kenroy Redhead, Lee Bishop, Ethan Bob, Diron Batiste, and Garner Phillip. These are the 20 competitors listed for the boys javelin throw in the under 17 category.
Yeah, it's good to see. You look at the Carifta standard, I think for the under 17 boys javelin, it's just about 45. I make it 45 plus. And you already have
Dishon Smart, who throws 63 meters this year already.
So that tells you certainly that once he keeps this sort of frame and he doesn't get injured, he's fully fit and ready, we can look forward to, I would make it a gold medal.
Just to put this into perspective, this event was won by Delron John last year of Ace Track Club, and he threw 50.38 meters. Already for the year, we've seen Dishon Smart throw in 63 meters plus. So, I mean, as I said, this is, in my opinion, Grenada's best chance of a gold medal at Carifta 2026.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there. 63 at the under 17. I make it, this is really huge. You have a number of athletes who are maybe close to professional and are not able to throw that distance as yet, so it tells you that this young man has a bit of quality about him. And what needs to happen now is that we need to, as a country, manage this young man, and maybe we can have our next Olympic medal coming from the field again. So we have, Leslie, quite a packed morning. We have the morning session and the afternoon session, and so a lot that persons can look forward to. I had an instance where I spoke to a young lady this morning, and she's at another event, but she's saying, "Hey, I'm breaking off. I can't stay. I have to get to the stadium." So I want to encourage persons. You don't want to miss this. I hope that maybe we can have a little rhythm section today.
Well, that would provide some added excitement here. But in line with what you were saying, I met some of my colleagues yesterday and say, Smith, I'm ready for tomorrow. I'm waiting, I'm ready. But these are some of the online viewers. But again, we encourage people to come on down and enjoy it here at the National Stadium. And those of you who can't, we know there are persons in the region and in the diaspora. There are persons in New York and all over the US and Canada and elsewhere who have been awaiting this moment for the Ariza National Championships 2026. And we are more than delighted to bring it to you today. So the javelin under 17 boys, as we see in the background, in the foreground, we have the shot put. And the shot put is for the 20 and 20 plus, under 20 and 20 plus. We should see there Teresa Joseph, Aishona Charles. Aishona Charles also competes in the Paralympics. Kemora Andrew, Carissa Felix, Keshona Rogers, Ayana Alexander, Elisha McDonald, Kenya Mitchell, Naomi Augustine, Kamaya Charles, and Shantenek Paul. These are the listed competitors for the shot put in the under 20 and the 20 plus category.
And the girls are having their warm-up throw at this point. So I just do believe the competition will start shortly among these girls. And it's good to see that Charles is being part of this event. We know her competing in the Paralympics. And so it's a good way to get her season, going. And let's hope that she can, continue to progress in her disciplines.
Well, last year this event was won by Xenia Collins of St. David's Trailblazers, 10.16 meters. Christina Bartholomew of SAS was second. But we see athletes getting ready here for the first event on the track. And the first event on the track based on the schedule we have here, it might just be a slight change in the schedule. It was supposed to be the decathlon 100 meters, but we're going to get back to you with exactly what's going to be happening on the track.
Yeah, certainly. A lot happening. We expect that today will be a day of lots of activities and a number of events scheduled for the morning period, which should end at about 2:50. So we have quite a number of events. And they're spread far and wide. So as soon as we get the schedule, we will let you know exactly what is taking place. These athletes here on your screen, they are getting ready for the hurdles event. And just maybe the hurdles, the heptathlon girls.
We see a couple athletes out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. So it's a 100-meter hurdle event, and that may just well be in the multi-events for the girls. So they're on the starters orders here. So recall 3 competitors from SAS, and that may very well be the 100-meter hurdles in the multi-events for the girls. So it looks like the heptathlon 100-meter hurdles. seems to be the 100-meter hurdles in the under 17 category. Jemiah Hazard, Trailblazers. She's in lane 3. In lane 4 is Zoraya Charles of SAS. Lane 5 is Brianna Oliver, also of SAS. Lane 6, which you see from finish line, General Smith. And in lane 7, we should see Destiny Harry, also from SAS. So it's actually event number 24 on the schedule, which is the 100-meter hurdles on the 17 category. And girls are getting themselves ready. In the under 17 girls category.
Well, you certainly have a name here that we need to look out for, Brianna Oliver. She's pretty fast over the 100 meters. And so to see her in the 100-meter hurdles, I think it's a good addition for her. Another area maybe she can get into the Carifta team going over these hurdles.
Yeah, Brianna Oliver was the standout athlete at SAS Sports in the junior category in the sprint events. And she's now competing here. So it's the girls 100-meter hurdles under 17. Hazard, Charles, Oliver, Smith, and Harry. They're on the starters' orders. It's a finals event. It's actually only one here. They're up and running. Going over the first hurdle here now. It's kind of early to call. It looks as though it is Janelle Smith of Classic Lighting finish line, but she has good competition on the inside. St. David's Trailblazers in the lead. In Jemiah Hazard. Jemiah Hazard wins this one for St. David's Trailblazers. John, maybe not the most elegant race, but nonetheless, the girls gave a good account of themselves.
Certainly gave a good account of themselves. We look at the event and the hurdles. Most of the hurdles are still up. So it tells you that they had some preparation coming into this event. And so all we can look forward to from here is to them getting better at the timing and the skill.
Well, St. David's Trailblazers maintaining the defense of this particular race. Janaya Hazard 16.97 seconds. General Smith was second in 17.20, and Brianna Oliver was third in 17.82. Last year it was Dishon Jones. Sorry, Shanti Augustine it was in the under 20. In the girls under 17 last year, it was... we're going to get back to you with who won it last year. But nonetheless, it's St. David's Trailblazers, Janaya Hazard, who won in 16.97 seconds as the under 17 boys get ready for the 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah, 16.97, not too bad a time. As we know, the hurdles event is not as popular at the national champs. It's gaining popularity over the years. We've seen a number of athletes, competing and really giving it a good effort. But I'm not certain that we have much persons, dedicated to coaching the high hurdles. And so it's something that, as I do believe time progresses, we will see a number of our athletes maybe transition into that event.
Well, the boys will be doing 110 meters. And we have two flights here. So in the first flight, we should see Cameron Bonaparte of South City Rising Stars, Tyler Davis of Hillsborough, Anthony Phillip of Fusion Athletics, Tevon Slater, South City Rising Stars, Trevor Hall from SAS, and Michael Simon also of SAS in flight 1 of 2.
It's going to be a bit competitive. Looking at the time that the athletes come in with, you have Philip, who will be in that first heat from Fusion Athletic. He has a timing of 15.36. And Slater, he has a timing of 6.47. The others, we don't have much timing for them. But certainly two names that you want to look out for. 16...
Well, I don't know if you remember this name, Clyde, but Trevor Hall of SAS, if you recall that under 17 boys 4x400 meters last week here at the Kiriani James Athletic Stadium, on the third leg, a comeback run. I'm not sure how good he is at the 110 meters hurdles, but he's also a high jumper, I know for sure. And you will have to combine both his athletic skills here on the track and his high jumping skills as well, and see what impression he can make in this one.
Yeah, I
So
quite
it's
agree.
110 hurdles for the under 17 boys, flight 1 of 2.
Yeah, while the hurdles is a bit more technical, but that ability to get up off the ground and have that power to go over the hurdles, I think this is something that he possesses. And so certainly someone you can look forward to.
Well, it's a very meticulous event in the sense that you have to really, really have the technique perfected. The athletes actually count the number of strides, consistent among the strides between each of the hurdles, and a slight miss in any one of them in terms of the leading or the trailing leg, if that changes, can really put the athletes off balance and affect their race performance. So it's an event that requires a lot of practice, a lot of training, a lot of perfection. And let's see what the under 17 boys can produce in a short while.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing those boys. The technique for the high hurdles is one that really encourages the athletes to keep as steady as possible. You can't be too aggressive. You cannot hold back as you begin to chip. And so you want to make sure that timing, the timing over the hurdles, the timing between the hurdles, everything has to be as meticulous as possible.
So we see Daniel Cruikshank of Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars about to attempt the high jump at 1.70 meters and has a failed attempt on this occasion. That's Daniel Cruikshank of South City Rising Stars.
And so that hurdles event is in the second round. The high jump is in the second round. 1.7. So, some of the athletes tend to pass at these heights, and while some use it as their warm up, to get to the higher heights.
See another athlete from the South City Rising Stars. Another failed attempt at 1.70.
Again, not clearing the bar efficiently. You need to get the entire body over, and then you try to kick the legs up using the Frostberry flop there.
As we see the boys getting themselves ready for the 110 meter hurdles in the under 17 category. This event was won by Dishon Jones of St. David's Catholic Secondary School last year in 17.04.
So we can look forward to seeing him in the under 20 boys. Let's hope as he moves up in category, he can still give you that good performance. The name I see in the second flight for the under 17 boys is that of Kidel Rennie.
That's an athlete from Ace Track Club here. We try to get you the names. Some of the athletes are not really wearing the numbers, makes it even more difficult for us. But that was Ace Track Club with an easy clearance at 1.75 now. So the buy is now up to 1.75. South City Rising Stars, another comfortable clearance as well. The athletes are getting themselves ready, Clyde, not to show what the hold-up is here. But it's flight 1 of 2 in the 110 meters hurdles under 17 category. And the hurdles may be an event that Grenada can show a lot more improvement in. I don't think it's taken very seriously at all age group levels. There are some schools that do it, but I think part of the issue may be also the availability of equipment in all of the parishes, and also the level of competence of the coaches to feel comfortable enough to train the athletes for the hurdles.
Yeah, it's an event that the coaches have to be really competent in. You at the IWF level 1, you have to teach the high hurdles in order to pass to get your level 1 certification.
Another clearance here by South City Rising Stars, 1.75 meters. So the boys seem to be ready now. The officials also seem to be ready. The 110 meter hurdles, flight 1 of 2, we should see Cameron Bonaparte in lane 2, Tyler Davis in 3, Anthony Phillip in 4, Tevon Slater in 5, Trevor Hall in 6, and Michael Simon in lane 7. There they are, up and running now. It's recall the start here. Let's see if there was any infringement from the starting point. 5 athletes, John. Early nerves, you may think.
Early nerves, you want to, when you're in that starting block, the need to be as steady as possible. The gun is quite time sensitive, and so any sort of movement, you tend to get, the gun picking it up very quickly. Let's look at it here.
The athlete in lane 3 seemed to have come out first. That's Tyler Davis. Was it lane 3? Lane 4, I beg your pardon. Anthony Phillip from Fusion Athletics. There's nobody in lane 3. The character standard for the 110 hurdles in the under 17 category is 14.50 seconds. Last year's winner was over 17 seconds. Let's see if these boys are much quicker than what we saw last year. Grenada has not been featured at character games in the under 17 hurdles. If I recall, I remember Shane Charles a few years ago was a great hurdler for Grenada, especially in the 400 meters. So we see a DQ here for Anthony Phillip of Fusion. And so he will no longer compete in this event. I'm not sure why he is called to be to the starters. Pretty unusual circumstance, John.
Yes, I think they can ask certain questions of the starters.
Maybe he wants to compete on the protest. That's allowed as well.
That's it.
So that seems to be the case here. He is going to run on the protest. That's Anthony Phillip. The video referees are here as well. They can lend some support, I believe, to the starters, just in case there are these situations that require video referee. And that's in addition to the track and field officiating that we've seen over the last few years. Cyril Cox and his team has been doing a tremendously outstanding job in reviewing every event and looking for discrepancies and infringements of the events.
So we're back to the high jump briefly. At 1.75.
Nice and easy clearance here from the athlete from SAS.
Wind pretty gusty out there.
Looks like Xavier Knights from SAS. Very windy, John. We can see the wind in the back. We can hear it on the ambience microphone as well. Pretty windy here. I'm sure that will have an impact, positive or negative, on the athletes as they compete. Even the high jumpers as well, the javelin throwers. You know, the wind here is pretty strong at this time of the year.
Yes, it certainly is.
That's Trevor Nelson of McDonald College, as we saw in the high jump. But the boys are back on the track. Another recall start. This time it does not seem to be the athlete's account. What looks like starters issue now. The officials are converging. Some instructions being dished out here. And I'm not sure what's happening, but the athlete in lane 4 who had the false as Anthony Phillip may have just been asked to remove from the starting lineup. That seems to be the case. So Anthony Phillip from Fusion Athletics has been removed. And so we have Cameron Bonaparte, Tyler Davis, who is also scratched, Tevin Slater, Tevon Hall, and Michael Simon in the first flight of 2 in the 110 meters hurdles under 17.
Yeah, a bit of disappointment there, but I think the replay would clearly show that there was a false start.
So let's hope we can get it going now. 110 meters hurdles under 17 boys. There seems to be an even start here now. There we go. And it is South City Rising Stars looking good here in Tevon Slater. Tevon Slater is actually in the lead. Tevon Slater of South City Rising Stars. Tevon Hall giving chase, but Slater Hall. And then I make it Michael Simon, or Slater, Michael Simon, and Tevin Hall maybe to pick up the third position.
Yeah, certainly a good run from Slater. He had the second fastest time coming in, which is 16.47.
Well, he actually ran 15.34. Michael Simon was second in 15.51, and Tevin Hall third in 15.55.
The favorite here should have been the from Fusion. He's out, so Slater stepping up and really doing a good job. As we look at the replay here, again, the technique not the best. The trail leg just seemed to be a bit high, but nonetheless, he's getting over the hurdles. Bit of a stumble, hitting quite a few of the hurdles, but job well done. He remained at the front, and so right there you see that 15.34 with a little work on the technique, he can become much better, much faster.
Absolutely. Maybe disappointment for Anthony Phillip. He had the fastest seeded time for this event, 15.36, which would have been just about what Tevon Slater ran today. We're getting ready for section 2 of 2 in the 110 meters hurdles under 17 boys. We should see here Akel Langain of Altitude Track Club in lane 3. In 4, Kidel Rennie, also of Altitude Track Club. Lane 5, Jadida Roberts of Fusion Athletics. And in lane 6, Eldon Cambridge of GBSS. The time to beat, 15.34. From what we understand, the top 3 finishers would make it onto the finals, and then the next 2 best times. So the 4th place in the 4th seat was 18.08. So from the looks of it, that looks like maybe an automatic non-qualification. But let's see what happens in the second flight.
So as we move along to the high jump once again, and bar is now at 1.80.
There they are on the starters' orders. Flight 2 of 2, and they're up and running. Only 3 competitors in this one. Wow. Not the most elegant and technique here, but it is Altitude in Kediel Rennie who goes down. GBSS in the lead now with Eldon Cambridge, and he seems to be running all by himself here. Eldon Cambridge of GBSS as the final 2 athletes come through now both having crashed into the hurdles. And we look to see the time of 17.55 by Cambridge. Much slower than the first batch. 20.85 for Jadiah Roberts.
Yeah,
And 21.04 for Rennie.
The start was not the fastest, and as we said earlier, you have to get the right momentum, the spacing between your hurdling. Everything has to coordinate, and once you miss one step, it tends to throw off everything else.
And I made the point, this is an event that needs a lot of practice, perfection, if you want to call it that. And if you're not that comfortable or not competent, you have those kinds of situations happening.
Looking at the way that these guys came over the hurdles, you notice that the tray leg was more in a vertical position than horizontal, and so these are some of the little things that needs to be worked on. You want to get that tray leg to be as horizontal to the hurdle as possible. Again, to avoid the fact that coming down, you can always clip it, as we saw from Rennie. So these are some of the little technical areas where they need to work, and certainly we may see these boys somewhere hurdling in the future.
So we're getting ready now for the under 20 boys 110 meters hurdles. We see 2 athletes on the track. We have here 5 athletes registering. So we have from Ace Track Club, Kyle Ned, and we also have, well, that can't be under 20, and we also have in lane 6, I think it is Dishon Jones in lane 7, Rishon Daniel of GBSS.
Yeah, so that's the boys under 20.
So we obviously would remember Kyle Ned. Kyle Ned has been here last year, and I think he was the winner in that category last year. In addition to that, a very familiar name when it comes to intercall for SAS. And so it was actually Kyle Ned who won last year, represented ACE in 14.63 seconds. And he's here to defend his championship.
Yeah, 14.37 is best time. Certainly going away and working on this and coming back to the national championships, he should be looking to maybe get closer to 12.
Well, let's see if Kyle has been training. I know he was overseas for some time and is back now. I'm not sure how race ready he is, but he's going in as the defending champion. It's still the preliminaries. They're on the starters hour. So it's Kyle Ned versus Rishon Daniel. They're up and running. Ned already in the lead and looking pretty good and decent. Technique very good. Kyle Ned from Ace Track Club. Looking very competent indeed, John. And he's going to win this heat very easily. And let's see what time you'd return. His personal best 14.37. But a good run by Kyle Ned. 14.32. So he's actually done better than his personal best of 14.37.
Yeah, this shows, you see the competence. You see someone who has gone away and has worked on his hurdling technique. I know that because when I look at him, I see how low he gets over the hurdle. The tray leg actually getting just a bit horizontal as we look at it there. Right here, you look at it, it's not going that high over the hurdle. It's just getting there, snapping that foot down and getting some good momentum, good rhythm into his hurdling. Ned, he looks polished.
This looks good. On the contrary, if you looked at his competitor in the race, he was basically hopping over the hurdles, but Kyle looking good to defend his championship here, his race later on this evening.
So now it's
the boys for the second flight are on the track now. We should see Markel Daniel of Track Blazers in lane 3, Josh Thomas of South City Rising Stars in 4, Cale Lewis of Track Blazers in 5, and Rick Cadet of Altitude Track Club in 6.
Yeah, names that we saw feature last year in this event.
Well, Cale Lewis placed second last year in the event in 15 seconds flat. So he saw what Kyle Ned did a while ago. But we can't rule out that Josh Thomas, who's an excellent sprinter, he's there. And let's see what this one would unfold, how it would unfold.
Yeah, certainly these names you know and you want to see how they go about. Have they done, the sort of work that is necessary to improve their timing in these events? And this is what it's all about, improvements. One would look forward to see what sort of time Kate Lewis returns in this event.
Well, we expect some improvement from last year. Last year he was at 15 seconds flat. We've seen a 14.32 by Kyle Ned. Rick Cadet of Altitude is one that we can also look out for.
The field suggests it's a good quality field. You want to ensure that these boys, really work at the skill and ensure that, they can put on a performance that says, hey, I'm ready to bring, Grenada into this event at a world level or a higher level.
So let you know that the high jump is still in progress. So too is the shot put and the javelin. The bar is now at 1.80 meters in the under 20 and 20 plus high jump. The athletes are now called to starting instructions. Again, remind you, we have here Daniel, Thomas, Lewis, Cadet. And they're up and running. In the lead, it looks as though is the athlete here, Cale Lewis from Track Blazers, but he has some issues there. So it is Josh in the lead. It is Josh Thomas from from South City Rising Stars, and Rick Cadet picking up the second position. But some issues in that event, Clyde. Let's see what time Josh ran. 15.30 for Josh. Cadet 15.97. And Mark Daniels 16.17. That's Markel Daniels 16.17. Disappointment for Cale Lewis, John?
Yeah, really, as we continue to say, the hurdles, they require certain specific skill set, and I don't think Lewis was comfortable enough. You notice that he grazed the first hurdle, and I think that sort of threw off his entire race, and so he opted not to finish.
Well, he should have finished because we only have 5 people competing so far, so he would have had a chance to the finals had he competed and redeemed himself, because we only have, from the 2 preliminaries, only 5 persons have registered times, and so he would have obviously gotten a position into the finals and had a comeback of some sort. But Kyle Ned would go into the finals as the obvious favorite at 14.32.
Yeah, so from my vantage point, what I noticed, Leslie, and if we can recall, Ned and Lewis, they will be over 20.
So what we gathering here from the officials is that one of the hurdles was too high, so maybe we would have a rerun of that race. We leave it up to the officials to make that determination, but what just coming to us indicates that apparently there was an issue with the setting up of the hurdles, and maybe that was the issue there for Cale.
Well, that's what I was just about to indicate to you. I noticed that it was a bit higher, and I'm thinking these boys will be of maybe the over 20, yeah, himself and Ned, because I think when I look at Ned's event, the hurdles seem to be the same height.
So it appears as though all of the hurdles for Cale was at a different height. So that being the case, the expectation is that we will get a rerun of this race. I think that's the fairest decision that can be made because that was an obvious disadvantage to him. And I'm sure good judgment will prevail by the officials in this regard.
Yeah, so we look and see what happens there.
So the hurdles continues. This time it looks as though it is in the under 17 category.
So quite a number of field events happening, Leslie.
That's the long jump. That's the girls' long jump on the 17. That is what is supposed to be happening in the long jump pit. So as we segue to the long jump, we try our best to give you coverage of all of the events that are happening at the same time. This is our first coverage of the long jump on the 17 girls. It's an athlete from Bishop's College.
And that's Kayla Allen from Bishop's College.
Ought to be a no jump here.
I think she was not satisfied with her jump, so she decided to walk back instead of go forward.
Kayla Allen. St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. That's Dominic Joseph. Fusion Athletics, I beg your pardon. Dominic Joseph of Fusion Athletics on the runway now for the under 17 girls long jump.
So she has a good jump.
We go back to the track now for the hurdles. Is the 100-meter hurdles under 20 girls. Saraya Phillip, good sprinter indeed for Classic Lighting finish line. She's in lane 2. Nakaya Roberts is also there in 3. Jadissa Mark of SAS in 4. Sapphire Ross of MVP in 5. Kate Fletcher also of SAS in 6. And Kamaya Alexander of Altitude Track Club is in 7. 100 meters hurdles under 20. So Kate Fletcher is not there for SAS, but her teammate Jadissa Mark is there. Saraya Phillip is one of the female athletes that have shown a lot of improvements from last year to this year. I've been tracking her from the Boca Secondary School. Today she is competing in the hurdles for Classic Lighting finish line.
We've seen her at the Boca Secondary. Her sports meet, she did pretty well. They did not do the hurdles event, but you saw her in terms of her sprint events and so on. She has certainly improved on her technique. She has improved on her timings, and so one can look forward to something good here once she gets over these hurdles.
So there they are on the starters orders. 100 meters hurdles under 20 girls. They're up and running. There they go over the first hurdle now. Soraya has a miss, but she continues. And it looks as though it's the athlete here from Classic Lighting, Boca secondary, but here comes Saz Jadissa Mark. Jadissa Mark dips for the tape here over her teammate from Altitude Track Club, Kamaya Alexander. But Jadissa Mark seems to be the winner of this final event. 17.87, Kamaya Alexander it was. Kamaya Alexander running out of lane 7, the winner in 17.87. Jadissa Mark was second in 17.91. And Nikaya Putin Roberts from South City Rising Stars was third in 18.15.
Yeah, again, not the cleanest in terms of technique from the under 20 girls. But certainly, if we're going to see the sort of improvement that we want to see, our coaches need to spend a bit more time, I think, working on that event.
Absolutely. As we continue here at the Ariza National Championships 2026. Again, one of the premier events for selecting athletes for the Carifta Games and for national events put on by the Grenada Athletics Association and proudly sponsored by Ariza Credit Union. I'm going to try to give you an update in the high jump in a moment, but I can tell you I see the likes of Joshua Teleso, the Ariza National Champs 2026. We continue with the long jump here. That's St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. Minel Lewis, it is from Convent, Grenville. With that attempt. As I say, welcome to Bernard Antoine, who has joined us here in the comments position. Bernard, you've seen some of the hurdle events, you've seen some of the field events. Your perspective on what you've seen so far?
Well, it's a good day for track, that's for sure. Except with the wind, it's almost like a mini hurricane at some times. So certainly the sprint events will be affected by the wind. But in terms of the performances, with respect to the hurdles, the technique seems to be wanting in just about every hurdle event so far. And there was a lot of clattering of hurdles. So one to think that a bit of work needs to be done to go back into the back room and get the techniques correct. But for those who have mastered the technique, the results would have shown.
So except on a part, I think for Kyle Ned, who really looked crisp over the hurdles.
Certainly a class above the rest, quite easily a class above the rest. In fact, he was hurdling, whereas most of the other competitors, they were jumping over the hurdles, which is a significant disadvantage.
Quite a number of competitors in the shot put, Bernard, as well. That's supposed to be the girls' shot put under 20 and the 20 plus. We have listed here Tarisha Joseph of Time and Track, one of the new clubs out of St. David's, I think they are from. And then we also have Aishona Charles, Paralympian, Kemero Andrew, Carissa Felix, Keshana Rogers, Ayana Alexander, Elisha McDonald, Camilla Mitchell, Naomi Augustine, Kamaya Charles, and Shantanek Paul. These are the listed competitors for the girls' shot put on the 20 and 20 plus.
So once again, let me say thank you for.
Well, we've just heard 64.2 meters by Dishon Smart in the under 17 javelin.
64.2
and I was making the
meters.
comment earlier on, this is Grenada's best gold medal opportunity at Carifta. He broke the record at Intercol last year. He had a 63-meter throw earlier this year. He came in as a favorite, and Dishon Smart continues to do well here at Ariza National Champs 2026, Bernard.
And
64 meters?
64 meters. What one can say is that he has been like this right throughout this year. He has been consistent. He has been doing well. And yes, we do expect this young man to do rather well at the Carifta Games.
Well, Dishon came in with a lot of pedigree and a lot of confidence. He has a personal best of 63.56 meters. He just went past that.
64.20 meters is nothing to shrug about. This is a real good throwing from the young man here.
On the runway now is GBSS. And that's just about the 40-meter mark, Bernard.
Just there, about like 36 meters. We get official reading shortly. But it's a good day for track and field. And you are in for a treat, whether you are here in person or you are viewing this on your screen. We have some 31 events today. 25 on the track and 6 on the field.
That's the favorite in the under 20 boys high jump, Joshua Telesford, Carifta bronze medalist in the under 17 category.
Yes, Smitty, and he has been one of the consistent performer 2026, and he continues here.
Already broke the record at the Presentation Brothers College Sports in 2026. We saw him last week as well, and he's now attempting 1.90 meters.
Carifta standard is 2.0.
An easy clearance here, a little tip on the bar, but I'm sure Joshua would not be too perturbed by that. Prospect as well. Let's see if he can make the Carifta standard 2.05. Next on the track will be the Decathlon Boys 100-meter dash open. And in the decathlon, as we look to the second athlete from Fusion in the high jump here. A failed attempt here by, it looks like Trevor Woodruff. Yes, indeed, Trevor Woodruff of the Fusion Athletics Club. A failed attempt at 1.90. In the Decathlon Boys high jump, 100 meters. We'll come back to that as we see an athlete of SAS about to attempt 1.90 meters. Xavier Knights of SAS. Sorry, that's not Knights.
Once we await some action on the track, what we can give you is the results of the under 20 shot put girls.
It was actually Zid and Rennie of SAS that attempted a while ago the 1.90 meters. The boys here for the Decathlon 100 meters open. And we will see the likes of Kazim Lewis, Javoni Nichols, Kirani Rollins, Tafari Williams, and Kishon Kalist. So in 3, it's Kazim Lewis. 4 is scratched. 5 is Kirani Rollins. Tafari Williams is in 6, and Kishon Kalist is in 7. Recall start here. Is it? Seems to be a mix-up here between the athletes. Some are running, some have stood up.
Yeah, I think they are going to call this one back.
This seems to be a recall start. I'm not sure what happened. I heard one gun. Maybe the whistle went as well. But the athlete in lane 6, that is Tafari Williams, he stood up quite early and did not continue running. And the others went along. We would see what happens here. We may have the benefit of the replay as well, but it seems to be that one will be recalled.
So very quickly, let me just give you the results of the under 20 girls shot put. In 3rd position, Kimaya Charles, Happy Secondary School, 8.75 meters. Shantex Paul from St. Andrews Secondary School, 8.94. And Naomi Augustine winning this one from St. David's Track Blazers, 11.98 meters. That's a shot put for girls under 20.
As we look back here to the decathlon 100 meters, it may have been an early takeoff by the athlete from SAS in lane 7.
Yeah, just a quick correction to that. Kamaya Charles, she's from the Hillsborough, sister Isles, yeah, represented in the third position in the girls under 20 shot put with 8.75 meters. That's Kamaya Charles from Hillsborough Secondary School. Very difficult to tell. Oh, false started here.
So what is going to happen? There's going to be a continuation of the events, and the athletes that you see on screen will be competing in the octathlon boys 100 meters on the 17. So they will be competing in 8 events. The decathlons or the decathletes will be in 10 events, and these boys in the under 17 category will be competing in 8 events.
Yes, it's these multi event really for the bravest and the strongest.
Well, there are only 3 competitors in the octathlon. As we go back to the high jump, Fusion, a good clearance by Fusion here. That's Giovanni. Oh, that's Trivial Woodruff again in the high jump. As we go back to the octathlon boys 100 meters under 17. Only 2 competitors here. That's Kidon Hile and Javid Noel. Kidon Hile of SAS, Javid Noel of MVP. They're going to have another attempt at the 100 meters under 17 octathlon, and there they go this time. It's Hile of SAS and Noel of MVP, but Noel of MVP is in the lead. It's Noel of MVP who's going to win this one and get some valuable points in the octathlon boys 100 meters. Bernard?
That's the witness at the conclusion of that octathlon boys at 100 meters. With a common points to make the character standard, you would have to score 4,800 points. 4,800 points. It's a multi-event, and we have some 8 disciplines that will be contested over 2 days at 400 meters, shot put, javelin, 100 meters, long jump, 110 meters hurdles, which you just saw, and the high jump. So it's a full day, 2 days for these young men.
11.45 by Javid Noel in the octathlon boys 100 meters under 17. Fail attempt here by finish line in the high jump.
On the screen now, it's another competitor. Javelin, we had such a wonderful throw earlier, 64.20 meters. And that was Dishon Smart.
On the track now, the decathlon boys 100 meters. That's the recall event. Kazim Lewis, Kirani Rollins, Tafari Williams. But Rollins wins this one. That's Tafari Rollins of SAS. And Rollins is actually of Hillsborough Secondary School, 11.46. And Kishon Callis of SAS was second, 11.76. Tafari Williams was actually third in 11.78. So, again, Carriacou not just here to compete, but winning this event as the Decathlon Boys 100 meters valuable points. Kirani Rollins of Hillsborough Secondary School, 11.46 seconds.
That was a good run there by Rollins. And his technique seems to be on point here, if one can use that word.
Back to the javelin now. Pretty decent throw here, just above the, just maybe about the 45-meter mark, thereabout. That's the leader here in the javelin, Dishon Smart of SAS. What a big throw that is, Bernard. Outside of the shot here. We look to see if he would advance from his 64-meter previous throw. But a huge throw indeed by Dishon Smart of SAS.
Yes, and again, Smart continues to impress. The interesting thing about Smart is that he has been consistent. It's the consistency with this young man. Keeps throwing right throughout the year. The javelin on the 20 boys, the Carifta standard is 62 meters, and he would have eclipsed that standard quite easily.
So he has improved on his throw. He's now at 65.1 meters. His previous throw was 64.2. 65.1. I think a clear message is sent here by Dishon Smart.
I think that throw would have resonated right across the Caribbean in terms of Carifta a little later in the year. At 65.10 meters. That's a remarkable throw by young Smart there.
Obviously, the standard performance for the day so far.
Outstanding performance, Smart. Easily. So that was we have just seen the completion of the 110 meters hurdles on the 17 boys. We have seen the completion of the 110 meters on the 20 boys, and as well as the octathlon boys. That's for boys. Now males, they've seen a completion of the hurdles event there also.
It's the Ariza National Champs 2026 right here at Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The high jump bar is now at 1.95.
That's the under 20 boys.
Joshua Telesford is going to attempt 1.95. And Joshua has just cleared 1.95 meters.
1.95 meters. That's another consistent performer. The Carifta standard in this event is 2.05 meters. So he's just thereabout. He continues to impress.
So, Bernard, I want us to welcome to the comments position too. We have maybe a first timer on the TNR communications team. And not just a first timer, but I'm sure the viewers will be pleased to hear a pleasant female voice as well. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome Mrs. Samantha Worm. Many of you may know her very well within the media. Samantha, welcome to the broadcast of TNR Communications.
Thank you very much. It is really a pleasure to be here. I'm stepping my feet into something relatively new, but I'm excited. I'm excited to be here watching from the back, exactly how things unfold. And looking from since this morning, and I just wanted to step back a bit to the hurdles. And it was interesting to watch how, the form of these athletes and how we can identify that it's an area that needs to be worked on. And I hurry to say that I looked at some of the regional meets, and I noticed that in some schools they start hurdling from really, really small. So maybe an introduction to that could help us develop as we grow further and develop that sport. And as it comes to our javelin thrower, Bernard, what I love about it is that he's so young, he's green, so there's so much room for him to grow. Imagine if he's producing this now, and as he gets better, what's going to happen to him? So that is exciting to see. And again, I'm happy to be here, just experiencing all of this with you guys. And I know I'm in good hands, so I'm not worried at all.
Well, Samantha, last week you were jumping on the stands. Today you're in the commentary and broadcast
Yes.
position.
Yep.
I'm sure media is no strange thing for you.
Of
But
course not.
looking back at Dishon Smart, maybe it's another Anderson Peters in the making.
Just maybe, and maybe he's going to even surpass his performance.
So the next event on the track is the girls 400-meter dash in the under 15 category. Gavia Walker of Sassid Lane 1. Brielle Nelson of Convent in 2, that's Convent Grenville. Amira Cato of McDonald College in 3. Anaya Chetram is in 4. Shanik Thomas of Runners is in 5. Kaya Harris of Fusion in 6. And Renika Cyrus of South City Rising Stars is supposed to be in 7. So only athletes up to lane 4, up to lane 5 we have. And they're up and running. Walker in 1, Nelson in 2, Cato in 3, Chetram in 4. It's the girls 400-meter dash under 15. Heat 1. There they go. Garia Walker already baking up the stagger on the other 3 competitors. She runs out of lane 1. I think she was actually the winner of this event last year. She was second in SAS Sports. We saw her running also last week. But Garia Walker of SAS gone out in a flash, leaving a trail of dust behind her, rounding the turn here now with 120 meters to go. It's Gavia Walker of SAS with just about 80 meters to go. She has a commanding lead on this one, and she can actually shut it down now, just running for a good lane into the finals. This is only heat 1, but Gavia Walker giving a very good account of herself and showing good form indeed.
It's good run there by Walker. She has been a consistent performer again for the year. It's no surprise the performances to date. The persons who are showing up, they have been doing that right throughout the year. And so Walker winning there in heat number 1 of 4 heats. In this girls 400 meters under 15. The 400 meters, Samantha, has become synonymous with Grenada on the track.
Yeah.
So one would expect next Karani James or female version in Karani James.
It would be nice to see a female version, wouldn't it? And we have, when I was growing up, the 400 meters seemed like a very long race. Now it's a sprint. It's run around and get there as quickly as you can. But you know what I admire? I admire the fact that we have taken it as our event and we are working to making it even better.
We see a quick snap there because the long jump continues. And as the long jump under 17 girls, we have some 20 athletes listed in this one competing. And we will keep you up to date as the results come to our end.
It seems like we're going to get a bit of rain. If you look across,
So
I
we're
hope
also
it's not.
getting set for flight 2 in the 400 meters under 15. And we should see Sophia Collins, Shaquanda Paul, Gabrielle Davis, Kenisha Kalis, Kaylee George, and Donika Stanley. But who we have on the track, we have in lane 1, Sophia Collins. In lane 2, Shaquanda Paul. Lane 3, Gabrielle Davis. Lane 4, Kenisha Kalis. These are the competitors for heat 2 of 4.
The running should come from lane 4 in Caliste. She has come in here with a registered time of 1 minute 03.85 seconds. So let's see how she do.
There they go, up and running. Heat 2 of 4 in the 400-meter dash under 15 girls. And there they go down the back straight for this event. Sprinters Athletics Club in the black and green. We also see there Track Blazers, Shaquanda Paul looking good, nicely positioned. But Kamisha Kalis of Sprinters and Shaquanda Paul, the two leaders of this event. Shaquanda Paul is actually in the lead now. Track Blazers as they go into the home straight now with their eyes on the finish line, looking for a good time, looking for a good lane into the finals. Shaquanda Paul, St. David's Track Blazers over Kamisha Kalis, but Shaquanda Paul would win this one comfortably, and Kalis will take up the second position as they run for a good time into the finals.
In the end, quite an easy win there. Running out of lane 2. That's Shaquanda Paul. St. David's Track Blazers. Rather easy control run in the end. And in second position, Kalish was some 10, 15 meters behind in second place. 1 minute 01.68 seconds. 1 minute 01.68 seconds is your winning time for Paul. In second position is Khalees in 1 minute 03.77 seconds. And bringing up the third position is Sophia Collins in 1 minute 06.14.
As we look back here, we see Shaquanda Paul really establishing a commanding lead in this 400-meter event for the under 15 girls, heat 2 of 4.
And if you notice, Smitty, the last 20 or 30 meters, she had something to spare. There was absolutely no competition around it, the 30 meters to go. So in a sense, she eased up.
Well, a competition will come in the finals in the likes of Fagavia Walker, who we saw in the first of the 4 heats. So we see now the next flight for the 400-meter girls under 15. We will see Dominic Joseph from Fusion Athletics. We would also see Tishanti Gibbs of Sprinters, Kelina Modest of SAS, Jodelia Edwards of Grenada Christian Academy, Emma Frederick, a familiar name for us here from McDonald College, Jada Calder of St. Joseph's Convent would be the other competitor there.
Seated athlete here, sitting with a time represented here, Tashanti Gibbs, Sprinters, and she will be running of lane 2. She came in with a time for the year, the best time for the year of 1 minute 03.92 seconds.
Well, I have seen Dominique Joseph participate in her school event, and she too looks quite impressive for her event. So let's see what she brings to the table today. Let's not rule her out.
So this one looks as it's going to be a competitive preliminary. The likes, as you mentioned, are Dominic Joseph, Tishanti Gibbs, who has a superior time over Emma Frederick. But Emma Frederick has been here last year.
Emma Frederick is a known name, and there's a reason why she's a known name. But coming into this event here, she has the best time of 1 minute 06 seconds flat for the year. Maybe she is choosing to bring out her best at these nationals here.
Well, the heavens have opened up, it seems, Bernard. Or is it going to? Over the Granitang Hills look very, very cloudy.
It's opened already.
And the rain has begun to fall here. We see the officials taking cover. We see some of the equipment being secured. But the athletes are on the track nonetheless. Let's hope that the rain is not going to affect us too severely. We've seen international meets actually being contested in the
In
rain.
heavy rain.
They say the only sport that rain stops is
It's
cricket. And absolutely, we're not playing cricket here today.
Certainly. In fact, it's more like a drizzle. It's more like a drizzle. And we seem to have a faulty gun here.
I am liking the idea that there's so many of these competitors lined up for this event. We have 4 heats, so this is promising.
Yes, we have seen a trend in recent times.
So they're up and running here now. It's Joseph, Gibbs, Modest, Edwards, Frederick, and Calder. It's too early to determine who's making up the stagger, but Grenada Christian Academy, Jadilia Edwards has certainly made up the stagger on Emma Frederick of McDonald College. It is Jadilia Edwards of the Grenada Christian Academy. They go stride for stride, going down the back straight. McDonald College, Emma is making a move now over Jadilia Edwards. So maintaining a composure nice is Emma Frederick of McDonald College. She's actually in the lead and moving away from the others. On the inside from Fusion, Dominic Joseph is also making a move, but it seems as though it's the athlete in lane 3 who is Kelena Modest of SAS, who is trying to challenge Emma Frederick, but Emma Frederick is well composed at the lead. Emma Frederick of McDonald College, we mentioned the name in the prelude to this event, and living up to expectation. Kelena Modest of SAS would pick up the second spot. 1 minute, 0.35 seconds for Frederick. Very impressive time amongst them so far. And Kelena Modest, 1 minute, 2.79 seconds. So this was obviously the fastest of the 3
This was the
heats so
fastest,
far.
And we predicted this.
Certainly, with the name recognition, to live up to a name recognition there, and surpass a season's best quite easily. So it's 1 minute is 0.35 seconds.
As we see the shot here, it's not a pretty picture of the Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. A lot of rain clouds in the distance. The rain is actually here already. The wind has certainly picked up as well, as we can see the palm trees by the medal presentation area really swaying in one direction. It's gonna have some effect of some sort for the athletes, but as we say, the show would continue. It's track and field. It's the Ariza National Championships 2026.
Yeah, it's still early in the day. We're actually going through preliminary events, and then later, of course, the action is going to heat up as the finals get on the way. So those of you at home, if you think that you're having a treat just looking at it on your television screen, we can assure you that it's going to get much better if you just take that chance and come down to the Kirani James National Stadium. It is not something that you want to miss. You want to be in it as it happens.
So it's 31 events overall, and we have only just started. So yes, there is really a lot still in store for the day. We are having competition in the under 9 category, under 15, under 17, under 20 in the open, and 20 plus. So it will be a very, very, very keenly contested 2 days. Today Saturday and tomorrow Sunday.
And like Bernard, as we said earlier, we have 2 new teams participating this year. We have Girls Inc. This is their first year in competition. They are based in the parish of St. Andrew, and they have coaches Letitia Collimo and Jamila Billy. Of course, Letitia is no stranger to sports. She is someone who has represented our country already, and maybe continues. I don't know at what level, but she's definitely not a stranger to the sporting arena. And then, of course, we have Timing Track Club. They too, their first year in competition, and they are based in the parish of St. David, and they're being coached by Loxley Benjamin. So I like the idea that we have a lot of clubs coming up. It means that we are harnessing our skills, our potential, and this means a lot for Grenada.
Absolutely so, Samantha. And you just mentioned two new clubs, but there are also some relatively new clubs on the scene. Top Flight, for example, out of the St. John's area. We also have, I think,
Sprinters is also
Sprinters, which
new.
is caused by Short Pre. And we also have club out of the St. Mark's area. I'm just trying to remember the name now. Momentum Track and
That's
Field
it.
Club. Yeah, it's a relatively new club as well. But the
And
good thing for me is that the nucleus of where most of the track and field athletes are coming from are developing many clubs. St. George's has already gone clear with several clubs, but now we see three clubs out of St. Andrews. So there is ACE, there is Altitude, and now we have Girls Inc. And St. David's over the years have had just the single St. David's Track Blazers. We now see a new club, that's the Timing Track Club out of St. David's as well. St. Patrick, we're not sure what's happening there. McDonald College is basically holding the rein for them. But maybe in the years to come, we may see a club or two coming out of St. Patrick. Football is a different story in St. Patrick's. In the GFA, St. Patrick's maybe have the most teams per capita. But we look to see a club out of St. Patrick. What we're going to do now, we're going to head on down to Sherry Noel, who has an athlete that she would provide some information and interview now. So Sherry, it's over to you down track side.
Thank you, Leslie. Leslie, we're here with Deshaun. Deshaun is one of the field athletes first to make the character standard. He threw a distance of 65.07 in the javelin on the 17 boys. Deshaun, in 2025, you created a stir at the Intercall Games. You didn't make it onto the character. You were sub-junior then, and you came here today and you just proved yourself. Tell us what went into today's throw.
Well, I was training very, very hard for this. Last year, threw 58. This year, I come to make a big difference and chose 65, 07 on my last throw. Yeah.
What will be the next step? You have made the standard. 58, you threw 65. What would you say you have to go and work on now to ensure that you can perfect that?
I'm gonna work very hard. Just get the record. The record I'm going for. After record, which is 68. Yeah, I'm going for the record.
And you think you have enough time to do that?
Yeah.
You are trained by whom?
Night Simon.
Well, thank you so much. That was Deshaun. We say congratulations to him. He made the character standard here at the under 17 boys javelin with a distance of 65.07. It's back to you, Leslie.
Okay, thank you, Sherry, for that interview and for speaking with Deshaun Smart, the winner of the javelin throw and the first athlete to actually make the Carifta standard and maybe a medal potential as well for Grenada at Carifta 2026.
Certainly agree with you there. In fact, that throw, even the character better in the character standard for the under 20, and he's an under 17 athlete there with 65.10 meters.
Actually, that's 65.07. So it's even better than you have. It's 65.07. And like I said, he's throwing at under 20 and he's still so young. So that's promising for us.
Well, the heavens have really opened up now, Bernard and Samantha. It's raining cats and dogs, as we say. And so the events have been held up for a bit. The athletes and officials have actually scattered for cover, so to speak. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break. We're going to hear from Ariza, from the commercial from the Ariza. And as soon as the track and field resumes here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, we're going to bring it to you wherever you are. So until then, we say stick with us. As soon as we resume, we will continue the coverage right here in St. George's. Welcome back to the Kiriani James Athletic Stadium. The action continues here with the 400 meters dash on the 15, the final of the 4 preliminaries, and we have Kedaya Sylvester, Lily Rose Jones, Jolina Panchu, Rena Hosford, Nakwana Ned, and Lemaya Francis. These are the competitors in this event. So looking good is the athlete here from, looks like St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. And that's Lily Rose Jones. Lily Rose Jones of SJC Grenville in the lead at the moment, running out of lane 4. And on her outside is Jelena Panchu of Classic Lighting. As Rose is tiring up now, and Jelena Panchu comes through nicely. Also on the inside from Fusion is the corner Ned, but it is Jelena Panchu who would win this one and qualify it into the final. On the outside in lane 7, it looks as though from sprinters Rena Hosford picking up the second position.
And that's the results there for heat number 4 of 4, the 400 meters girls on the 15.
Well, Jelena Pancho did 1 minute 0.909 seconds. Hosford in second. She did 1 minute 9.72 seconds.
Heat number 4 was the slowest of the 4 heats.
And Lily Rose Jones did 1 minute 9.98 seconds.
So the only guarantee is you got to win to get into the finals, and then it's the next 4 best times.
So Jelena Pancho punching her way into the finals from the Classic Light in Boca Secondary School. So Bernard, the fastest time we saw here could have been Emma Frederick out of McDonald College.
Oh, it was. By and large, the first 3 times, the first 2 positions in heat number 3.
We didn't quite get the time for Gavia Walker. She had a good run too in heat 1.
She did.
But she has made her way into the finals as well.
Yes, so it's the winner of each heat, all 4 heats, and then the next 4 best times to get you into the finals. Up next on the track, though, is the boys 400 meters under 15. We have 3 heats, and they are readying themselves. It's from what we would have seen right throughout the season. The Red Runner would come in heat with number 1, and Tyrese Brave Boy. He has been doing quite well for the season thus far. So, and he's down to run in heat number 1.
Well, Therese Brave Boy, from the time he was in the private primary school, he was doing well. He has done very well for Presentation Brothers College this year in the 800 meters. 400 is not his favorite event. He likes more the 800 meters. But let's see what Tyrese Brave Boy would do here. He
A rather impressive season's best of 55.96 seconds. He's coming to this one. And Audrey Coutin from the Grenada Boys Secondary School to 58.30 seconds. Next best time in this heat number 1.
Well, some distance away from the Carifta standard, which is 49 seconds flat. So the boys would really have to put out their very best in the finals later on to challenge the qualifying mark here.
Most definitely. And as we alluded to earlier, there are 3 heats, and it's the top 2 finishers in each heat, automatic qualifiers, and then the next 2 best times.
But just to put things in perspective, these are the boys in the under 15 category. So they'll be basically the sub-juniors at the secondary school level. We still have the juniors who would also be under 17. But they're getting ready now. So we have Brave Boy, Charles, St. Louis, Coutin, McSween, Garnes, and Lambert. They're up and running. Evenly matched at the moment. But we see already from GBSS, that's Andrew Coutin making up the stagger on the outside. But looking good. We have to look for Therese Brave Boy. He runs out of lane 1. for Fusion Athletics, but it is SAS up front in Tishon Lambert, and on his inside from McDonald College's Kashim Ganes. But we see already Brave Boy making some good runs on the inside, but Tishon Lambert of SAS still holds a lead over Kashim Ganes of McDonald College. They go around the turn here now to get into the home straight. Brave Boy struggling on the inside. It is Tishon Lambert of SAS who is in the lead. Brave Boy making a run back. The 800 is his favorite event, but Tishon Lambert has a comfortable lead over the rest of the field. McDonald College is second, GBSS in third. Lambert wins very easy indeed. And McDonald College in Ganes picks up the second position. Kutain of GBSS the third. 53.33 for Lambert.
53.33.
And 55.85 for Ganes. Kutain in third, 56.28. Therese Brave Boy managing only a fourth position here, 57.23. Giovanni Charles of Altitude, 61.13. The top 5 finishers as we look back here to the conclusion of Heat 1 of 3.
It's a pretty good run. In lane number 1, we could start from Brave Boy there, but on the outside, in lane number 7, quite easily in the end, it was Lambert. Lambert, in fact, he eased up with about 20 meters to go. There were no competition in sight. So good run there from Lambert from SAS. 53.33 seconds. It's commendable time with boys under 15.
So what is very important here, I'm sure the persons who are tracking secondary school sports would always be looking for the matchups.
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. Definitely. But it was quite evident that Lambert had something for the finals. It's 35 meters. There were absolutely no competition.
We're getting ready for heat number 2. And in this heat, you want to look out for athletes such as Ethan Gunpot, another prominent athlete coming in from the private primary school section. And he too has continued to lay his dominance in athletics. So we want to look out for him. He's coming in with a time of 56.50. And then we also have DeAndre Wind, and we have other athletes lined up. So we have 8 athletes to participate. Let's see them as they take their position on the track for heat number 2.
Well, Samantha, I'm happy you mentioned Ethan Gunpot. I saw him at private primary schools last year, and I was so impressed with this young man running 58 seconds from the primary school, and I saw him maybe as the next guy to look out for in the 400 meters for Grenada in the future.
Yeah, and
interesting to note too, he's also a national swimmer.
Yes.
And so he's a very much all-around athlete. And swimming, we know what swimming does for the athlete in terms of their preparations.
And I mean, not to sound his trumpet or anything like that, what we do know about Ethan is that he's quite disciplined. He's quite a disciplined young man. So let's see what's in the lineup for him. But of course, it's anyone's race, and you got to earn your spot. So let's see if Mr. Gunpot has something in the tank, and let's see what we can get from him in this heat.
It's in lanes 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Well, Dishon Oliver of SAS is also there too. So too is Job Samuel. These are some of the athletes to look out for. But they're up and running now. The second preliminary in the boys 400-meter dash under 15. And it's early to call, but Dishon Oliver already making up the stagger on Levi Rocher of GBSS on his right. And also looking good is the athlete from Fusion, that's Ethan Gunpot. But it is Dishon Oliver who is in the lead here now. With about 200 meters to go, Dishon Oliver of SAS is in the lead. And the others are not really putting in a big challenge at the moment. Dishon Oliver running for the victory and for a place into the finals. He seems to be looking for a good lane as well because he's not easing up at all. And he can actually shut it down now and just coast home. But Dishon Oliver, an impressive run indeed. Bernard and Samantha. Dishon
quite a spirited run.
Dishon Oliver.
Dishon Oliver, quite a spirited run there. He held it right to the very end.
53.98 for Oliver. Much very close to what we saw from his teammate from SAS Lambert in 53.33. And so 53.98 is right there. Levi Rocher of GBSS was second in 59.09. And Ethan Gunpart, who we favored, was at 59.61 to pick up the third position.
Yeah, so it is the first two automatic qualifiers. So coming out of this heat, it would be Oliver, as Dishon Oliver, and Levi Richer from the GBSS 59.09.
But what is interesting here is that the top two winners in the two heats that we've seen was so far ahead of the other competitors. We're looking at 53.3 as opposed to 55.8, and then 53.9 as opposed to 59 again. So it's a lot of daylight and a lot of real estate between the top finishers and the rest of the field.
Absolutely, and the ease with which Lambert would have run in the first heat, we saw that replicated somewhat with Oliver in heat number 2.
And like we said earlier, this games kind of gives a prelude into what's to come. So I know many persons are looking on, holding their breath, saying, "Oh my God, it's gonna be big," but definitely, the competition is heating up.
So heat number 3 is up next. Yes, we see there are 3 athletes on the track. Heat number 3. Yeah, 3 athletes on the track so far. 4.
I see the likes of Akel Briggs. He runs out of lane number 2.
In lane 3, we have J.J. Williams of Time In Track. Time In is one of the new clubs out of St. David's. Lishon Kalis of SAS is expected to be in lane 4. Kyle McQueen, McDonald College, in 5. In 6, Aiden Klein of Sprinters. Yes, he's there. And lane 7, we have Alonzo Mitchell of Track Blazers. Lane 8, we expect to see Zealand Charles of Top Flight. That lane seems to be scratched at the moment. Well, they're on the starters orders now. In lane 2, Akel Briggs, South City Rising Stars. J.J. Williams, Lishon Kalis, McQueen, Klein, and Mitchell. Looking for a position into the finals. The final flight in the 400 meters under 15 boys. There they go and running. Sprinters Track Club making up the stagger. That's Aidan Klein over Alonzo Mitchell of Track Blazers. But also looking good on the inside is the athlete out there from South City Rising Stars, Akel Briggs. But it is Sprinters who is up front. Aidan Klein of Sprinters came in with a time of 1 minute 0.86 seconds. But on the inside and looking good now is Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. That's
Akel Briggs.
Akel Briggs. Akel Briggs moves into the lead as they run the turn and head into the home straight. It is Akel Briggs of South City Rising Stars. Pumping those arms nicely, Akel Briggs. Again, the winners go automatically into the final. He can afford to turn it off now, but I'm sure he's looking for a good lane into the finals. Akel Briggs of South City Rising Stars, the winner of this heat.
Yeah, by some 35 meters. Easy winner there. Once again, we would have seen the same.
I don't know about you guys, but I looked at this young man's form and I thought he ran well.
Yes, he did.
His arms were moving. He
There he
seemed,
is.
his
Absolutely
form
correct.
is really nice to look at, and that's good.
Well, he came in with a season best of 57.5, and he has just done better than that at 56.89. Aidan Klein was second in 1 minute 0.41, and Alonzo Mitchell third from Track Blazers, 1 minute 1.29. The top 3 finishers in the final heat in the boys 400 meter dash under 15.
I believe this was the slower, apart from the top place finisher, all the others seem to be a little slower than those in the other heats.
Well, this is the slowest heat of all 3. And yet again, we see the winner.
Still way ahead.
Easily the winner.
So what I can tell you is that last year this event was won by Cache Steven in 53.81, but already we see two athletes doing sub
Lower than
54,
that.
53.33 and 53.98. So we expect a better time than we saw last year in this 400 meters under 15 later on this evening.
Yeah.
And maybe the rains would have calmed things down and less humid.
And the wind have subsided as well too.
But up next on the track, we have the girls 400 meters under 17. Girls 400 meters under 17. We have two heats and qualify for the finals, the top three positions and the next two best times. So heat number one up next, the girls 400 meters under 17.
The Carifta standard 56.50. And we will see Maya Stanislas of Convent Grenville in lane 2, Ariana James of Fusion in lane 3, Sarah Sandy of Classic Lighting Finish Line in 4, Sierra Augustine in 5, Jada Gemina Sandiford, Peak Performance, she's in 6, Kamaya Lewis, South City Rising Stars in 7, Michaela Williams of SAS should be in 1. So they're up and running, and it's the first of two heats in the under 17 girls 400 meters from the Grenada Christian Academy. Ciara Augustine is looking good. She's out in a flash. That's her in the blue top there. That's Ciara Augustine of the Grenada Christian Academy. And on the outside, she has from Peak Performance, Jada Sandiford.
But don't
And,
forget Ariana James.
Ariana James from Fusion is also looking good in lane 3. She moves into the lead now. She has Convent Grenville on her inside. That's Maya Stanislas. But Ariana James looking very comfortable here. They're going to have a sprint to the finish line, the two of them. Ariana James challenged by Mia Stanislas from Convent Grenville. But Ariana James holding her own and holding her form to run away with this first heat in the girls under 17 400 meters.
Another easy win for the winner. Ariana James, your first position.
And she's definitely no stranger to the 400-meter run. If you were at the SJC Sports, she was there, and I believe she was a member of that team that anchored them to gold in last intercall. So she's still there on the track. She's still very, very, very present and holding her own.
Samantha, I looked at the SJC Sports online, and I can tell it was not the track events that caught my attention. But I'm sure I want to pay respect to the likes of Annie Logie and others who did exceptionally well, and that those 400-meter athletes that they have at the convent. So Ariana James, 1 minute, 1.71 seconds. Maya Stanislas, she was second in 1 minute, 7.47 seconds. The top two finishers.
And we're coming up with the other prelims in this event.
So the second preliminaries will feature Olivia Latouche of South City Rising Stars, Montisha Saint Bernard of Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars as well, Donaya Alexander of Grenada Christian Academy, Karina Lashington of Convent Grenville, Makaya Frederick of Momentum Track Club, Michaela Abraham of Convent, and Kenzie Mudu of SAS out there in lane 8.
So it's heat number 2 of the girls, 400 meters under 17.
They're up and running here. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger. And from the Grenada Christian Academy, looking good from the Grenada Christian Academy is Dwayne Alexander. From sprinters and also looking good, also from from Momentum Track Club, that's Makaya Frederick. Makaya Frederick in the lead from Momentum Track Club over Dwayne Alexander of the Grenada Christian Academy. And out there in lane 1 from Classic Lighting is Olivia Latouche, really eating up some ground there. But that does not look like Olivia
That's
Latouche to
Annalisa
me. That
Brown.
looks like
Annalisa Brown.
Annalisa Brown. So we have a mix-up here on the schedule, but that's absolutely Annalisa Brown here. Character athlete Annalisa Brown wins this one comfortably indeed.
You know, before the race even started, I could have sworn that I saw her silhouette on the screen, and I said, and I referred to my list and I said, okay, Sam, you got it wrong. But that definitely was Annalisa Brown bringing it home on this heat.
Annalisa Brown, 57.87 seconds. Makaya Frederick was second from Momentum with 58.2. The top 2 finishers. Third was Karina Lashington, 1 minute 3.59 seconds.
Top 3.
So the top 3 are automatic qualifiers into the finals.
Lester and Bernard, I wonder if you remember some of these athletes when they just broke on the scene. And it's good to see them, you're seeing their growth. I mean, I remember the first time I heard of and saw young Miss Brown, and it's good to see how she's grown coming into these events and as she continues in her track career.
Well, she was originally well known for the 1,500 meters and the 3,000 meters. That's where
Yes.
she really made her mark and put her name on the athletic circuit. But now we see her
In the shorter
doing the
distances,
400
yeah.
meters and even the relay, the 100 meter relays as well.
I did you say the 400? I wondered if I saw her in the 100 meter at her sports.
She did, including
And-
Annie Logie. Annie Logie ran from 100 all the way up to 1,500. So it's good that they're developing the sprinting abilities
Yeah.
that will help them on the home straight in the longer distances.
Well, the next event on the track is the boys 400 meters under 17. There are 2 heats. There are 2 heats or 2 sections in this one. And it's the top 3 finishers in each heat, then the next 2 best times.
Well, the character standard here for the 400 meters in the under 17 category, just to remind you, is at 49 seconds flat. And so we will see here Malric Rubing from McDonald College, Kashe Stephen, the defending champion, Ethan Edwards, Kelson Francis, Davil Andrew, Janik Felix, and Kadel Batiste. I just want to say something about Janik Felix. I think everybody in Grenada now knows a young man by the name of Philip Mitchell, who is one of the strong competitors for Kashe Stephen. But Janik Felix actually defeated him at SAS Sports 2026. A virtual
okay.
unknown. He participated last year. Janik Felix was not really recognized because he has shown so much improvement over the year. So let's look out for him in lane 6.
He's on a big stage now. Time to prove himself is right here. His place in the finals is on the line in this heat. The top 3 finishers. Boys 400 meters under 17.
It's a good matchup between himself and Kashe Stephen, who is running out of lane 2. Not very often we see a false start in a 400 meters. It's becoming more common these days, Bernard.
It has become quite common. In fact, it's an indication, I would think, that this has become a naked sprint.
Yes, and I said that earlier. It's no longer a long distance event. It's quick.
I just want us to maybe look at Kashe Stephen and his performances
look.
this year so far. As we look back here to see who might be the culprit.
I think it's lane 4.
Yes, it looks like lane 4,
yeah, it
and
is
that
lane
would be
4.
Kelson Francis
Easily.
of Classic Lighting finish line. But I was making the point about Kashe Stephen. You know, last year he was that impressive. He had a bad start in the 100 meters at Intercall, placed second, came back to win the 200 and 400. But this year we've not seen that level of dominance.
It's a graduation.
Could it be that he has moved up
Well,
category?
they have all moved up as
I
first year
know,
juniors, so to
but
speak.
you know,
But
second year juniors are still there.
there we see it. Kelson Francis of Classic Lighting finish line.
It must be disappointing.
Been
you
disqualified.
know.
Yeah, first year junior, it's a really tough.
Yeah, it
It's a
is.
tough run.
I agree, but if you look at it, is the same first year juniors that are actually dominating the junior scene.
All right.
So let's see what happens here. They're going to have another go at it, the 400 meters in the under 17 category. And they have a good start this time. So we have Ruben, Stephen, Edwards, Andrew, Felix, and Batiste. Kasha Stephen already making up the stagger on Ethan Edwards of Track Blazers. Then we have Janik Felix up front, but Kasha Stephen is moving nicely down the back straight and gaining some ground on Janik Felix. Kasha Stephen in the lead at this point in time as they're about to approach the bend. Kasha Stephen from South City Rising Stars on the inside and looking good. He's running for a place into the finals and a good lane as well. Kasha Stephen it is. Felix looking to his left and see Kasha Stephen going, moves into another gear. But Kasha Stephen is there. They're going to run to the finish line as though it's a final. We see Felix pulling up. He seems to be injured. Kasha wins comfortably in the end. We look to see what time he has returned. But Janik Felix not looking good as he crosses the finish line.
I think he was so determined to win that race that he dug maybe a little too deep. But
50
nonetheless, he got across the finish line.
50.98 for Kasha Stephen, just outside of the Carifta standard. But it is still early days. He still has the finals and other events coming up. So 50.98. Janik Felix was second in 53.82. Ethan Edwards of St. David's Track Blazers third in 55.62. But a good run by Kasha Stephen to return 50.98.
Well, Smith, we're still going to wait to see if he's going to live up to his form.
Yeah, I thought it was a rather good control run.
I thought so too.
He didn't ease up, but he ran right through, and that's a good thing to keep your momentum going. And his main competitor there, with about 30 meters to the end,
Kind of gave up.
seems to have gotten twitched. And let's hope the young man hasn't damaged himself. He did qualify into the finals with 53.82.
It would be good to see them going at it in the final this afternoon. I think this is going to be one of the finals to look at. If you're looking at for entertainment purposes, this might be a good one to watch.
Absolutely. Felix grabbing onto the hamstring. That's not a good sign at all, Bernard.
It's never a good sign. Usually you are told that if you feel something in the hamstring, you stop immediately. But he wanted to qualify into the finals, and he did so, albeit a rather slower time than Kasha Stevens, 50.98. But let's hope the young man hasn't done any damage to himself.
You get some time to rest it off, I hope. Let's see how that goes.
Well, we still have the second preliminary for the 400 meters under 17. We're going to see some fast athletes there as well. We have the likes of Shavon Warren, Tristan Andrew, Zorel Fleming, Alian James, Michael Aberdeen, Rolani Bascom, and Giovanni Green.
Well, in the interim, you're not missing anything on the track. The rain has revisited us. It's a bit heavier than it was earlier, but it looks like it looked like it's going to pass not too long. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hopefully it doesn't stay with us for any length of time.
You remember that race in the World Championships with the Botswanan relay team, and they ran in pouring rain. I mean, it didn't stop it at all. You know, the tracks was flooded, and they ran a sweltering race. So I don't know if we have it in us in Grenada to do that, but that was done then. So let's see.
So you're not missing anything on the track. It's raining, and we say the only thing rain stops is cricket, and we're not playing cricket today. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to speak to one of the officials from the Ariza Credit Union, and then when the action resumes on the track, we're going to be here to bring it live for you. So stay with us. Don't go away. We'll be right back with more live track and field action in the Ariza National Champs 2026. So, viewers, we welcome you back to the Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. You're not missing anything on the track. And, excuse me, what we're going to do now, we're going to speak with one of the officials from the Ariza Credit Union, Miss Josephine
George.
Miss Josephine George, and she's from the marketing department of Ariza.
Yes.
And so I say good afternoon to you and welcome to TNR Communication.
Good
This is actually your
afternoon, Mrs.
event,
Smith.
the Ariza National Champs, and how delighted we are
Is-
to have Ariza as the title sponsor. It must be a proud moment for you guys at Ariza. But tell us, how long has Ariza been doing this, and what is the sort of value proposition that you get from doing this corporate responsibility?
well over a decade. Um, you talk about the value, but I think it's more so what we can offer our young people, and by so doing, our nation. If you consider the value of sport, you really can't measure it. It's immeasurable to me and to us. You just spoke a name. You said Dr. Kirani James, and all kudos to him, well deserved. But his legs took him that far. Yes, we know that he also had academic pursuits. He did well in college, but it was his legs. It was about his athletic exploits. And so that's what took him there. And he too is a product of national champs. So that speaks for itself. If we look at Kirani and Anderson and Lyndon, I don't wish to leave anybody out. I don't know all of the names, but I'm mentioning those three because they are our Olympic medalists and they all passed through the system. So, in speaking about them, I would go on to speak about Anderson because he stands out to me for a reason. Last year, he participated, and I'm told he's here again this year, which is something commendable. He isn't too big to participate, and there's enough competition for him. It's the start of his season, and it's good to have him. And it says that this is worth their while. It's meaningful enough. So we get from this what the youngsters get from it, what Grenada gets from it. Grenada benefits, and we benefit.
Well, the Ariza National Championship is one of the premier athletic events on the calendar, especially for the selection of the Carifta team and for other national teams. But you've mentioned some very outstanding names, but there's also the youngsters who might be in their first national championship. What does that mean for them as well?
Well, it gives them the forum that they need. It gives them the platform from which to leap. And we want them to take a quantum leap. Some of the very little ones, I was saying in an interview recently that we need the support of the patrons, the parents, the village. It takes a village to raise a child. So, yes, it may be that it's somebody's biological child, but their friends and their family members and their neighbors who can come out to support this little one. We should not wait until they get on the big stage. So years down the road, we're rooting for Jane Doe, John Doe. What happened before? So some people may fall off the radar because not everybody has the support at home. So if they don't have it from the club and they don't have it from the neighbor and they don't have it from the church, and they don't have it from the school, then what happens to those who need that little extra push? It's people like us who would do that, who would come out and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the little boy last year. He ran on the 9 and got a standing ovation. I expect to see him. I expect to see him going further and further, but my expectations are limited to what his environment and him as a person and what he sees him, so where he sees himself going and his ability to push through, because there's a lot of pushing through to do. You have academics, you have to measure, you have to weigh and balance, It's quite a balancing act. But when they do it, the whole of Grenada is proud. So at some point, we expect these who are here for the first time, and let me take the opportunity to wish them well. We expect to see them going further and further. And I look forward to character because this crop, there are a crop of athletes out of this 800 that will participate in character. We're thankful as well that character is going to be local. It means that more of our athletes will be able to participate because we don't have the burden of the additional expenses, travel and accommodation will be less costly. So at least we have more homes. So I am hopeful that we have more qualifying. So if they would give their best, like I just saw Cache run 50.98, which is good at his age. I didn't see him so much as a 400 runner. I see him as a one. So I was just passing downstairs because I was doing something with the branding and saw him and said, "What's the race?" And he said, "The 4." And I said, "Cash," I have to say, I said, "Cash, take it easy because we want you to be healthy for the 1." But this happened with Kirani as well. He did the 4, the 2, the 1. He just did them all. And Ethan, I remember last year as well, when Ethan ran the 1, he was so put out. The 2, he was quite put out about it. And then he excelled at the 1. So I guess they're still coming into themselves. So we're happy. We're proud that we can give them this avenue through which they can pursue their academic, their athletic exploits, and let's see where their feet and their hands, and so we'll take them.
So what stands out to me here now, Josephine, is that you're not just only a corporate sponsor, but you actually follow the athletes and you're familiar with what they're doing. And this is a good sign. So you're not just throwing them out there with whatever corporate contributions you're making. But I want to make the point that Ariza has been doing this for over a decade. And I was having a chat with our producer this morning, and I was saying that a lot of people enjoy the broadcast online, and so they're not coming to the stadium. Has Ariza been thinking about some innovative things that can be done to lure or to those people who are just on that borderline, whether or not they should come, whether they should stay at home, to pull them into the stadium? Maybe it's a question you can't answer now, but something that Ariza should consider. How do we get the people who are in River Road and Bolio and St. Paul's to come to the stadium rather than stay at home and enjoy what we're providing for them?
We did have a discussion about that, and credit goes to the GAA for reducing the cost, the entrance fee, because that was what some people complained that was a deterrent, because remember, it's supposed to be a family event. So they want some folk wanted a family package. Now there isn't a family package, but you have the under 12 and under, that's $10. And then you have that reduction from what may have been 30 for the finish line, and so you just have one pavilion and it's $20. So reducing the cost, the entrance fee, is a starter. There will be further discussion though about this, but you see, there is this day and age of technology. So it's if you don't bring it live, you also deprive the people in the diaspora. Remember, the scouts don't only come here, they look on. So you will have scouts from universities who are looking at these youngsters. They don't have to come. They can look from any part, any continent, and decide, I have my eyes on this one. I think I have my eyes on that one. We know how that goes. So you can't, it's a tough one. But we're not talking about the scouts now. We're talking about the fact that people will stay home and enjoy the games. And yes, it's a discussion that we must have, but you must, in a day and age of technology, if you want to give these youngsters exposure, you have to have the streaming because, as I said, it's part of what's going to take them further. But we will have the discussion on what can be done locally to draw mom and pops out of home and down to the stadium, because the atmosphere here is very different from you sitting at home.
Absolutely. So, but I can tell you, some people at home are making as much noise as people at the stadium.
Oh yeah, I've been guilty of that myself. Okay,
So
I've done
Ariza,
that.
Ariza, Josephine have been with this games for over 10 years.
Mhm.
We're looking towards the future now. Is there a commitment from Ariza that they're going to stick with these games in the future, and they're going to see how they can enhance what is happening here, as this is one of the most or one of the premier track and field events at the national level?
Well, we at Ariza, we try to enhance everything that we put our hands to as the moment goes. So there are always minds at work at how best to see how best you can do what you do, make your good better and your better best. But once this is over, obviously we'll have a discussion with the Grenada Athletics Association, take from this the good, the bad, and the ugly, and see how best we can go forward. That would make us all happy, as much as that is possible, and still provide for our athletes, because these are our young people who are our future. We have to invest in them in whichever way we can. And so this is what we're doing. But like I say, the discussion is not one, it's not just an in-house discussion. It will be held with the Grenada Athletic Association, and we see where it goes from there.
Well, you're not missing anything on the track for the viewers. We're still about to resume after we had a downpour of rain, and we have with us Miss Josephine George from the Ariza Credit Union, the title sponsors of this year's meet, and it's always important to hear from the title sponsors from Ariza. And you're a financial institution. And of course, people believe there's a perception that there is a lot of money in these institutions. And so maybe we can look at some financial incentives to get people down to the stadium.
Well, if you have financial institution, we would hope, that there is money.
Well, Ariza may be one of the bigger financial credit unions
Yes.
as well on the island. But I'm sure you have some exciting packages that the viewers who are listening might be interested in, that you may care to share about. If not,
We do
you can
have
encourage them to
exciting
come in and have a
packages,
chat with you
and
as well.
we do also, because this you would mostly find students here from 11 to 18, secondary school students. Parents, students talk to us about the Excel program. It really does reward excellence. So it's not just about this, the habit, encouraging the children to save. Yes, it's that too. And that's a very big part of it, because if you learn to save at a very early age, if that becomes a habit, you're going to find that it augurs well for you down the road. And Excel rewards, as I said, excellence. So the children excel in track and field too, And at the end of the term, when they bring in their reports, they are rewarded for their excellence.
So we're going to continue, Josephine, but we
I
want to
see
go
the race is
trackside
about to
now
start.
for the 400 meters dash on the 17, the second of the two preliminaries, and we have scheduled to run here in lane 3, Zurel Fleming; in lane 4, Alion James; Michael Aberdeen in 5, Rolani Bascom in 6, Giovanni Green in 7, Shavan Warren should be in lane 1, and Tristan Andrew in lane 2. So Giovanni Green is one of the names that we know out of the Boca Secondary School. Today he's running for the Classic Lighting finish line, another product of the private primary schools as well. And Giovanni Green comes in with an impressive time of 52.78. And that's the fastest time of the preliminaries, the guys in this particular heat. We also have Relani Bascom from Velocity at 53 seconds flat, and Alian James of South City Rising Stars at 56.13. But let's see how this one unfolds. The 400 meters under 17, heat 2 of 2. They're up and running. Giovanni Green in lane 7 for Classic Lighting finish line. There he goes up front at the top of the screen here. And looking good is the athlete in the middle of the track from McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen, making up the stagger on Rolani Bascom of Velocity. But Giovanni Green in the lead at the moment from Classic Lighting finish line. As they come around the turn to head into the home straight, they're running for a position into the finals. This is heat 2 of 2 in the 400 meters on the 17 boys. But on his inside now is Bascom of Velocity Track Club. Bascom moves into the lead now. Bascom, a very measured approach to this race and would qualify automatically. Giovanni Green will settle for second. McDonald College in Michael Aberdeen will take up the third spot. 52.3 for Bascom. Much slower than Cache. Giovanni Green at 53.39. And Michael Aberdeen 54.94. The top three finishers. So the top three finishers would automatically qualify, and then the next two best times would join them into the finals later on this evening. There we have the results there. Josephine, another good race. Maybe
Yes.
I will offer you the opportunity to comment. You saw Cache Stephen
Oh,
earlier
no.
on.
No, that's another. You're putting me in a bind here. I'm not a good sports
Right, but let's go back to
I haven't
we are
tried
speaking
it.
about the finances from Ariza and some of the products that they offer. Just maybe for a quick mention of one or two.
Yeah, so we were speaking about the Excel account for students, secondary school students. Really, that's what it's designed for. So one, it cultivates the habit of saving, and it rewards excellence, so that at the end of the term, they would bring in their reports, and those who have with an A average will receive. We will credit their accounts. Now, it also goes for your sports and skilled children, so no one is left out. So let's say you're consistent on the track and field, we're going to reward that as well, because not everyone is an academic, is academically inclined. Yeah, so you wouldn't necessarily be excellent. You may be average, and that's okay too. But where you excel may be on the track and field, and so we look out for you as well. And to also say that our education savings plan, which is designed for everybody, but when we think education, we mostly think children, right? That interest rate has gone up. It's one of the highest interest rates on the market. It's 4%. And so we encourage the parents to just open an education savings account for their children. You just
So
bring
we
their
got-
birth certificate. Go ahead.
We're gonna come back to you, Josephine, but we go track side now. We have the 400 meters under 20. Annie Logie is in 2, Peaches Panchu in 3, Brendiana James in 4, Saraya Phillip in 6, Josh in Fortune in 5, and Shabina Lewis is supposed to be out there in 7. But she's not here. Annie Logie, well noted for her long distance races, but we saw her this year at the SJC Sports running from the 100 meters all the way up to 1500 meters. Peaches Panchu no longer on the secondary school circuit and running for Altitude Track Club now. She would have competed for McDonald College before. Brandiana James of Convent Grenville is also there. They're up and running. And let's see what happens here from this one. South City Rising Stars is there with Saraya Phillip. Saraya Phillip is one that has improved tremendously from last year to this year. A student at the Boca Secondary School. But I can already see Annie Logie from Classic Lighting Finish Line making up the stagger nicely and catching up on Peaches Panchu as they go around the bend here at the 200-meter mark. Annie Logie from Finish Line moves into the lead now. We're going to see her in the 100 meters. We're going to see her in the 1500 meters maybe too. But it is Annie Logie of Classic Lighting Finish Line over Peaches Panchu. As we look at the three athletes competing here for a position in the finals, Annie Logie looks very comfortable indeed. And she crosses the finish line now to secure her position into the final. Peaches Panchu will take up the second position. 59.09 for Annie Logie. And she came in with the fastest time in all of the qualifiers. Peaches Panchu, 1 minute 0.78 seconds. And Saraya Phillip, 1 minute 2.51 seconds. So Josephine, before you leave, are there any final things you'd want to tell us about the Ariza National Champs 2026, or what can we expect from Ariza today and moving forward.
Can I say that I was looking out for Annie Logie?
You were looking out for her?
I was.
Right.
Okay. SJC.
You're
I'm an SJC girl. But actually, it's not just for that reason. She's been so impressive. So it's been good to see her. I'm glad she's in good health and good form. I like what I see of her form. So it's good to see her looking fit as a fiddle. I think character would look bright for her. I'm preempting it, right?
Well, Annie Logie is that good. She's been impressive this year.
She
She
has
has
been.
really challenged a lot of the competitors in the 8 and 1500 meters. And these are her real best events. But yet still we see her with maybe the best seeded time
Surprising, yes.
in the 400.
Yes, it's like Cachet in the 4 and Andy in the 4. What are they doing today? It's a special day, right?
Well, Cachet is actually the defending champion in the under 15 400 meters at national champs, which he won last year. And so he's expected again to.
Yeah, I saw him last year. I looked at him last year as well, but I was just saying to him, I like him in the 1. Here we go.
So this is the second in the 400 meters under 20. Sorry, under 17. No, that's the under 20 girls that are on screen here now. So we have Anisha Hosford, Kayla Olive of McDonald College. She's out there. Anisha Hosford of Top Flight. These are the two competitors in this heat. The second of the two heats. So McDonald College's Kayla Olive. She leads over Anisha Hosford of Top Flight. They're running for a place into the finals. It must be automatic now, considering that there were only 4 of them in the first preliminary. But from McDonald College, Kayla Olive, she's going to secure a place into the finals now. And then also would be Anisha Hosford of Top Flight. So Kayla Olive, 1 minute, 1.37 seconds. And Hosford, 1 minute, 4.54 seconds. Yes, Josephine, so I was asking you for some final words before we thank you so much and
Yeah.
continue
Just
to
to say again-
congratulate Ariza for the outstanding
Just to say
contribution.
again that it's wonderful to see the athletes out and about and doing their thing, doing their best. Obviously, we wish them well, and we wish them an injury-free meet and season, because it's the season and going into character, and we're happy to be able to partner with the GAA to bring this event in particular, being the qualifier for character. We can't underscore the importance of it. And so we're just thankful to be able to partner with them once again to give these youngsters the platform that they need, the avenue through which we expect them to grow and develop.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you to Ariza, and we thank you for dropping by.
You're very welcome.
Maybe
And I
we
did
can-
just drop by and you arrested me, I must say, okay? But that kind of arrest is okay too.
Okay, thank you again.
So have a
Josephine, and
great event, guys.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So the next event on the track would be the 400 meters in the under 20 category, the second of 3 preliminaries. And to bring you the coverage would be Clyde John, and he'll be joined by Samantha Worm as we continue with this live broadcast here from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's Ariza National Champs 2026. Lots more to come from us.
For the next event on the track, which will be the boys on the 2400.
And this will be one of 3 events.
As As we see another false start here. So the athletes will have to reset themselves. Oh, we will keep you updated as to what is happening, but we can tell you, you can look forward to, as we look at it again, lane 7, that seems to be Ethan Ogis. He seemed to have been the person guilty of starting a little too early. So we have the likes of Kamal Joseph from the Salt City Rising Stars. He will be in there.
Familiar name that we know, right?
Very much familiar. Keon Jakasal is also in that event from PBC. Nazim Philip, Grenada Christian Academy. Tevez Lewis, also in that event. Tevez Lewis from Ace Track Club. You can look forward to Velocity Track Club, Ruben La Batista.
Of course, well, Ethan has just found his way away from the lineup. You know, it is really nerve-wracking. I cannot imagine what the tension is like on the track. So I guess it's a learning, a lesson to get it together.
Yeah, it's certainly heart-wrenching when
Yes.
you know you have prepared for an entire year for an event.
And
to
this
have
is
to
the
be,
big league. This is, you know, there's a lot at stake, you know. So my heart goes out to him. I hope he gets a tap on the shoulder and better luck next time.
Yeah, certainly that's what he has to go home with today.
In our frame, we see Telesford. He's getting ready to take his chances at the high jump. A little later, we'll keep you posted. I guess he wants piece of the action as well. So he's making sure he sees it all.
Well, what I do know about that high jump event is that Nichols in the top floor, Jamal Nichols, he has decided to discontinue because of the conditions within the high jump area. He wants to ensure that he continues his season, so he's not taking chances. So in a while, I guess we're going to see the continuation of that high jump event. But in the meantime, we're getting set. We're getting ready for the under 20 boys 400 meters.
Heat 1.
And that is, heat 1. So again, you need to keep your eyes peeled. Lewis of Ace, Joseph of South City Rising Stars, Philip, GCA. Noted names for 400 meter running here in Grenada. Here they go, they're off. Let's see who will make up the early stagger, who will get into the running pretty early. Out front, it seems to be Batista there. Batista, he's out front still.
But Joseph is.
Here comes Joseph just making his move now as Batista pulls up. Joseph now taking command of this one. Joseph looking smooth. Really good running there. Tevez Lewis is there from Ace Track Club, but out front it's Kamal Joseph. A figure that we know he has been around this 400 meters for quite a while. And he continues to live on to his reputation. He's going to take this one. We're going to see the time shortly. Seems to be a stroll in the park, Samantha.
Oh, yes, definitely. A stroll in the park for him indeed. This is the 400 meter under 20. Of course, character standards is 55 seconds flat.
So right away, Kamal Joseph, 49.48 seconds, winning this one pretty comfortably. Tevez Lewis, 54.10 for second position. And Nazim Philip in third, 57.21 seconds. So a good strong run there from Kamal Joseph. So he takes the first of 3.
For the boys to qualify for character, they would have to run 47.80. So he's just went over, but of course, we'll wait to see what he brings in the final. We're on to heat 2 of the boys under 20 400 meter dash.
So heat 2.
Here we would see the likes of Cornell Pear, another name. It's become almost like a household name. Let's see them as they take their positions on the track. I see Cornell there already. He's running out of lane 6. Out of lane 5, we have Tash Thomas. And out of lane 3, we have Shamu Andrew. And I believe we have an athlete out of lane 1. Tevez Newton.
So Newton from St. David Trackblazers. And he's there. Top Flight Academy. That's Shamu. He's in the middle of the lane, and most 400 athletes would tell you that they
That's their
prefer
preferred spot.
lane 3,
Yeah.
4,
Mhm.
5.
But we're seeing big things happen out of lane 8. I remind you of the Olympics. You know, nobody thought that that young man would have won out of lane 8, and he definitely did it. So, I mean, the preference is the middle of the track, but anything can happen from any point of the track.
So we getting set. Newton, Murray, Shamu, Jaldu, and Thomas Pay is also there.
Pierre has also been an athlete that's been relatively consistent from since way back in his primary school days, and he's still at it.
Yeah, we saw him over the past few weeks. He's been running pretty consistent. He was at the relay meets. He ran a really good leg for his team.
He did. I remember seeing that. He also did the invitational up at SAS. You know, that little banter between SAS and GBSS, and of course he was there. So
the time to beat is
49.48.
49.48.
With character standard being somewhere in the region of 47.
As they get on the way now, they're going to get onto their marks. I really hope these athletes will push themselves, not just to qualify for Carifta, but to try and get beyond the Caribbean circuit. Here they go, clean break. Let's see. How does these 4 competitors stack up? Early runnings seems to be Murray. He's there, but look at Newton. Newton of Trackblazers. He's making up some ground. Pair looking good out front. South City Rising Stars. Looks comfortable. He has the outer lane, so he will
have to work a little harder.
Look at him as he stacks up now. Here comes Newton in the middle of the field. Pair pushing, and he's going to take the automatic spot. We look forward to the time that he ran. Just seemed to have walked a bit, Pair, to ensure that he got the first position.
He's actually coming in with his time faster than Kamal Joseph. He's at 49 49.37, and early in the first heat, Joseph would have ran 49.48.
Yeah, good finish for him as we look at it here on the replay. I think he tried to ensure that he doesn't put out too much in this
Exactly.
early rounds. So it's Cornell pair, 49.37. Shamu Andrew, Top Flight Athletics, he 49.67. And Taj Thomas, 50.13. Tifers Newton also completing 50.34. So
I believe he will have to wait to be see if he gets a chance as a fastest finisher.
yeah, we'll have that wait. So we get ready for the final heat in the 400 meters. Certainly some names, again, that we will be very familiar with. You have
See the
Keelan
likes
Moses.
of and Yeshua Douglas.
All right.
I think he too was part of the last Carifta team that we had.
Yes, Douglas has been around. You also have Daniel Douglas. And Tariq Thomas, McDonald College. I think McDonald College featuring here.
I was about to say the same thing. You know, I'm seeing them in almost every event, both male and female. I think that's quite commendable.
Yeah, again, you want to ensure that you sharpen the skills. Look at where you stack up.
Exactly.
Interpol is on its way. It's just a matter of a few weeks away. And so you take every opportunity as a coach to ensure that, you know, your athlete is prepared for that top competition.
Yeah. But I'm seeing them. They are definitely making their presence felt here today. So kudos to Team McDonald College.
We want to give a big shout out to the St. Patrick's Base fans. If you're not at the stadium here, you must be following your McDonald College. So we give you a big shout out. So we get ready for the third heat in the 400 meter qualifiers. And let's see, early runnings. Coming, everybody still pretty steady. No one really going out hard. So we look in the middle of the track. Look at Daniel, he's making a move. Altitude Track Club. Yeah. Moses looking to catch up on the inside. Trailblazers in Keelan Moses. And keep your eyes there on Daniel. It's Moses and Daniel head to head. Who wants it more?
I believe it is.
It's pretty tight. We'll await the. It is
Daniel.
Daniel.
I believe it was Daniel.
49.17. So again, you see them. They've run a bit faster in this heat.
I believe we could safely say that this is an event to look forward to this evening.
It's certainly, you look at the top qualifiers.
Definitely.
Those who have won the heat, it's right there, 49.
Yeah. 49,
just under 50 seconds.
Again, Yeshua will have to wait to see if he becomes one of the fastest qualifiers. But I believe that this will be one of those events to look forward to this evening. Again, if you're not at the National Stadium, pack a bag, put on a nice sneakers, make sure you're comfortable, and come on down. It's filling slowly, but surely, but it's filling.
Yes, I think the weather conditions have kept some persons away. We know that the rain is falling almost island-wide, and so persons are taking their time leaving home, but we want to ensure that we're letting you know there's sunshine here.
Yeah, And there's nothing an umbrella cannot fix. So if you're coming down to the stadium, make sure you have your umbrella because you don't want to miss any of this action down here today.
Well, the high jump on the 20 boys, they will continue. On the 20 and 20 plus, they will continue in just a few moments. So once we get the resumption, we'll try to bring you some updates.
And just a reminder that they're trying to get to curve the standard of 2.05 meters. So I think we have 3 competitors in the lineup. So fingers crossed, we'll get one of our athletes qualifying, or 2, or maybe all 3 to qualify for our high jump. So that is coming up momentarily.
Yeah, certainly it will be. It will be important for us to have these 3 athletes feature in the Carifta Games.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Could you imagine our flags flying for that event? Oh my goodness.
And I don't want to make it sound like if the Carifta Games is anyway far from Grenada, it's going to be right here. So you can imagine.
What is it, in our neck of the woods? Well, in our woods.
So you can imagine the support that having 3 of these athletes will give us. So you're not missing anything as yet. We still.
Well, I don't know if they're not missing anything. They've missed all the niceness that has happened thus far. The outstanding performance by the javelin thrower. If you were not here, you missed that. So don't miss any more.
And so that's the first
all right,
attempt.
That's the first attempt.
And
he looks hungry for it, don't you think?
Yes.
That's nice.
Joshua has been really pushing himself to jump over 2 meters this season.
Yes.
And so this is a good competition. I think persons who are high jump fans, they will be looking forward to this. Telesford, Greenage, I mean, this battle has gone on for some time.
Mm-hmm.
And so we look forward to see what these boys can bring. Let's hope that the competition can bring out the best in each of them.
And I like the support they get from the other competitors on the field, and even those in the stands. They're making sure that they cheer them on.
Greenage, his approach, and not getting the sort of height that he wants.
You think you could jump over a high jump bar?
Well, I
under the right circumstances, maybe.
I have no choice. I have to. As a coach, you have to at least be able to demonstrate to your athletes what you need.
So you don't think that there are some coaches who cannot do it, but they could say how to do it?
Well, that's part of it. You have to know once you know the theory of it, you could survive.
Okay.
What you do is that you get someone else to demonstrate.
I get you.
But I try to do it myself so that they get the understanding and see the old fella in action, you know?
It must be quite entertaining. He didn't think he was ready.
Yes, so that's Shamar Fleming there, finish line. Shamar has done some good jumping so far for the season.
And I guess he continues to produce, so fingers are crossed for him.
Quite tall, does look powerfully built. And he almost had it there. And so it tells you that maybe just a little more effort.
And he says it, he says just a little more. So the field is still leveled. All 3 of the jumpers have failed on their first attempt. I think they have 2 more each.
So they are going to take a moment and just recalibrate, check over the steps, ensure that you have to visualize exactly what you want to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So So it's going to be Joshua Telesford. And if you look at your background there, you will notice that the boys are lining up for the discus. So a lot of action happening here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in this, the Ariza National Championships. So Telesford just looking for the support, zoning in, getting ready. Here he is, his approach, and he's almost there. Again, just needing the body to get over.
I wonder what he's telling himself. He's like, looks like he's having a whole conversation.
So we're onto the track. It's the start of the 100.
On the 9.
100 meters on the 9 girls. So that's the 80 meter on the 9 girls that have just gone off there.
I believe that was taken by Sarai Dillion of MVP.
Yes, good.
Yes.
Strong run there by Dillion. Nyla Roberts, South City Rising Stars in second. Aria Edwards in third. Tanya Bain and Kaylee Thomas. These are the
know
competitors.
that little name, Sarai Dillion. She just came out of St. George's Brand Sports. She goes to St. Louis RC, I believe.
So that was the first of 2 preliminaries in the 80 meter on the 9 girls. So congratulations to Soraya Dillion. So we're heading back to the high jump. So momentarily we'll go back to the track. But let's see Fleming as he attempts his final jump. And he's over. He's cleared.
A proud moment. He shows off his number.
So we go back to the track. But congratulations to Shamar. He's been working hard at that 2 meters clearance. And so here we go. Heat 2. It seems to be MVP, Ronaya Lord, taking control of this one. But here comes Joseph in the middle of the field. She's in lane 6.
Yes. Southern Pros.
And so it's Mia Joseph of Southern Pros. Yeah, that's Mia Joseph right there on your screen. You can look forward to seeing her at the National Primary School Games. And she will be representing St. David's. As we look at this race again, she was always there, picking up just the right momentum at the right time to rush past Renaya Lord. And so 13.35 for Mia Joseph. So Southern Pros will be happy.
That was a really good run. You know, it almost seemed like if the other 2 athletes were taking it already and she just decided, no, it's not going to happen that way. I'm going to take it.
And there goes Fleming again.
But that's just a repeat.
All right. So we get ready on the 9 boys. And there seems to be a false start there. So in the high jump, the bar will go up to 2.05 meters. So we get a start again. Nelson Wilson Louison is in this one. He's representing MVP. He's in lane 1. Nathaniel Cox, South City Rising Stars, in the middle of the track is Tyler Bain. He's in lane 4. But here comes Noah Charles of MVP. So it's going to be tight between Charles and Bain. Again, the competition between these youngsters just setting the stage for next week's
Yes.
National Primary School Games.
And you can imagine how excited I am.
As we look at it here, Bain looking to stamp his authority, but Charles not having any of it. It's brought him right to the line. And we will await the official results. And this is still qualifying, so these athletes have to go again in the finals. Yeah, quite clearly Bain will take this one. Sprinters Athletic, Tyler Bain.
We're going to heat 2 of the boys 80 meter under 9.
So in this one, we have the likes of Michael Sears, Massimo Langain, 12:03, Tyler Bain. $12.05 for Charles. So heat 2 promises to be a good one. You have Sprinters Athletic represented there in
Are you looking
Michael
at
Isaiah
Damari Paul?
Sears. Damari Paul, Sprinters Athletic, he's also there.
He has a time of 11.97 seconds.
Yeah, coming in with certainly the fastest time that we have on paper here.
Well, Noah came in with an 11.92. And he was in the previous heat.
So let's see how they go. They're set and they're off. Here they go. It is in lane 6. Lane 6, that's the Murray Paul, Sprinters Athletic. Sprinters Athletic is running away from everyone else. So Sprinters 1, Sprinters 2. Certainly Paul coming in with the fastest time and showing
And
why he has
living
the
up to
fastest
it,
time.
exactly.
So 11.54.
So he's lower this time as he came in with 11.97.
Michael says he had 12.58 coming into the event. He ran 12.78, so not lowering his time by any standards. But it's a good run for him.
I must indeed say that Damari has, he runs well. His hands are moving, and if you compare him to Michael Sayers, who also did, he claimed the 3rd position, but if you look at his form, it's slightly different.
It certainly is this slightly different. Again, it's on the 9s, so they
Yeah.
have a long way to go in terms of really, getting the coordination right, getting everything right, and you can see the form being perfected. So we look forward to these athletes as they get older.
I like to say that they are still in the zone of look at the competitor run. So they're still looking at each other as they're running.
Yes, something that is synonymous with athletes of that age. When you look at the psychology, what the psychology says, it's the age where my friend and I, so you have to expect these things.
Some of them, I just see the young lady waving for somebody in the stands. They're calling her name, and she's definitely waving.
Yeah, she has her support here.
What do we say? She has she posse. They're down in the stands.
So it's the under 11 girls, 100 meters. We have 3 heats in this one. So lane 2, that would be Shadija Marcel. She's in 2. Maya Thomas is in lane 4. Lane 5 will be Althea Carrance, and lane 6, Chelsea Thomas of the St. David's Trailblazers. So we're looking forward to see these athletes. These are, again, all our competitors that will be featuring, and it's good to see them at the national championship. So before they get to primary school games, they get to see who their competitors are.
Yeah, and taste a bit of what it is.
Here we go. Clean start. It seems to be with the early runnings, the middle of the field, and lane number 4. That seems to be Kamaya Thomas. But here comes Chelsea Thomas of St. David's Trailblazers. Thomas taking command of this one. And Chelsea Thomas over Kimaya Thomas. And Thomas is running well here. But it's Chelsea who will take the first heat. 14.97 seconds.
I mean, look at her. And this is, she's running from Trailblazers, so she's coming from St. David.
Yeah.
She is on a mission. Nobody's catching her. Nobody's passing her. She's definitely running with a purpose.
Well, she's been one of the outstanding under 11s at the St. David's Branch Sports. And of course, she is a student of mine.
I sense a spirit of pride.
Definitely a proud moment. She's been running well. She's been at the Charlie George. She's been at the Neville Green. So she's been running here at the different meets, and she's been doing well. And so it's good to see that they can keep, that sort of form.
She's no stranger to competition at all.
No stranger to competition. And again, you have to commend the Grenada Athletics Association for having these meets that help to, just bring out some of our younger athletes.
Yeah, most definitely.
So we're getting ready for Heat 2 as the start. Here we go in the middle of the track. It seems to be that athlete there, Sydney Joseph. But look at Tia Livingston as Joseph now take command. And she's going to cross the line first. Tia Joseph.
Sydney Joseph.
Sydney Joseph, sorry.
Tia Livingston. I know they're going too fast for you, so you can't keep up.
Well, they are both from South City Rising Stars, and so you look at them there. It is lane 5, actually. That's Amaya McIntyre taking that one. Really good. You can see the determination on her face.
Definitely.
She wasn't up to the front. Didn't
At
really
the
get the start. But she was... But she was able to get the win. Amaya McIntyre, 14.76. South City Rising Stars. Amaya McIntyre, that's your winner. So we're getting ready for the next heat, but the high jump is still ongoing. It's Fleming. Fletcher finish line. And here he goes. And he's almost gotten it. It's a close one. But he certainly
I like the sportsman, the showmanship. He took a bow.
Yeah, congratulations to him. He's the winner in this one. So under 11 girls, here we go. And it's a pretty quick race. Let's see who's the leader here. It is lane 5. Tania Gibbs Latouche, Sprinters Athletics. She came in with 14.75, the fastest time in this prelims. And so she has certainly lived up. She took first position. And so she has lowered her best, 14.72 for the first position. Faye Augustine of Altitude Track Academy coming in second position there. A good run from her. But Latouche showing that she has the quality. Again, another name that we have known around the athletics circuit, the under 11 girls, the primary school age.
There is a team I'm not seeing here today, and that is South St. George Government. They would have been very prominent on last week's meet, and I'm not seeing them here today. I guess they would have taken the decision to settle down for the real showdown next week. I don't know.
What you find is that a
A
number
lot
of them,
the athletes are also in
right?
clubs.
So they would be representing the track, the South City Rising Stars, and you know a lot of the clubs. So they represent the school when they have to, and
their clubs when
they have to.
Yeah.
So it's the Ariza National Champs. We're getting ready for the boys 100 meter under 11.
And in this, we have 3 prelims. So this is heat 1 of 3 preliminaries.
And so we have in this heat number 1, Smart, Batiste, Roberts, Bain, Johnson, Lewis, Redhead, and Joseph. Here we go. Full field, clean start. Let's see who's going to get into the running first. It seems to be in the middle of the track. Seems to be Bain. Keep your eyes on the outside, because Lionel Joseph of Southern Pros may have just come in and done something wonderful.
And Bain takes it.
KL Bain. He gets this one, rising champ, KL Bain. That's the winner. He takes it over Lionel Joseph of Southern Pros. Yeah, as we look at the finish there. Certainly a good run there. KL Bain, 12.22 seconds, taking this win. 14.22 Bain.
That was a very, very, very close run. If you don't have a trained eye, you're not going to see it.
14.22 and 14.23.
Yeah.
That's how close it was.
Yeah, there it is.
So we're going to get ready for the second heat. In this, the under 11 boys. Again, another full field. Can look forward to Avery Marriott. He's a South City Rising Stars in 1. So quite a few names as we see the start. Here we go. And it seems to be Marriott with the early running in lane 2. Keep your eyes on the outside. Out there in lane 8. That's Kelly Howell, Fusion Athletic. But I do believe that Marriott has done enough. Avery Marriott, South City Rising Stars. And so that's certainly a good run for Marriott. Again, spare thought for Howell, who really, at the start, he was not featured, but he was able to power his way through. And so he crossed the line in a time of 14.04. Again, it's good to see that these athletes come in and the competition tends to just bring the best out of them.
And we're getting ready for Heat 3, the final prelims in this event.
So here we go. That's the start. Let's see with the early runnings. Who is it? It's pretty tight. It's pretty close there. I say Davis Trackblazers, but keep your eyes on lane 8 or lane 7. That is lane 7 coming in there rather quickly,
James Joseph.
and that's James Joseph of Altitude. So we're gonna wait to see.
And look at that. I mean, if you work hard, why not dance?
All right, so here we go. Here's your winner. It's Amari Rennie of Peak Performance Track Club, 14.15, and he's showing the muscle there. Amir Rennie. Sometimes we tend to miss it, but a good run there by Amir.
Oh, but we didn't miss his win, of course.
Of course, you can't miss a celebration like that.
No.
Yeah, we didn't hear that. So we're getting the athletes coming to us quick and fast. Getting ready for the under 13 girls. So we're getting ready for Heat 1 of 4. And this, the under 13 girls. Now, this is a category that seems to bring a lot of excitement at the primary school games, because these are the persons who would normally transition into the secondary school. And you see them as the sub-juniors quite early at the intercall.
Absolutely, and in fact, many of our present top athletes in the secondary schools, this is where you look for them.
So we're getting ready for the start. Here we go. It's the first of 4. Still quite tight. MVP is there in Tavia Modeste. But keep your eyes on lane 2. It could be Krishlo. So we're going down to Sherry.
So I'm here with Shimar Fleming. Shimar Fleming had an excellent day at the high jump pit. You crossed the 2 meters. You've actually aged out of Carifta, but you kept going. You said you wanted to make it on to another very important sports meet that's coming up later on this year. Speak to us about your jumps today and what is your ultimate goal?
My jumps today was very amazing, staying off from high jump for 2 years, my PB was 1.7, and being able to jump 2 meters, 2.05 meters is a big achievement. And, I couldn't have done it without Jesus Christ, my personal Lord and Savior. I've been praying, I've been working hard, training morning, training afternoon, I've been putting in the work, and it's because of God. So my jumps today was very amazing. We had a little hiccup with the weather, with the rain, but nevertheless, I was able to stay composed. I was able to, stay warm and to, just go after my goal. My jump today, my plan or my dream today was to jump 2.15. I did not jump 2.15, but I PB'd significantly, and that is a big achievement. That is a very big achievement.
You said you crossing the 2.0 meter bars put you in a position for a scholarship because you're going after a scholarship. Share that information with us.
Yes, so I'm going after a scholarship. I'm only 20, and the next plan is to go D1 or D2. If I jumped the 2.05, that would have been a D2 qualifying mark already. But I'm open to any scholarships. I'm very open, with God by my side, I know it's going to happen. I will keep training, I will keep working hard, and the next step is to make it for the U23 team. The NACA games or the Pan American games. So that's the plan, that's the goal, and I know I will accomplish it.
Thank you very much and congratulations. That was Shimara Fleming. I now hand you back over to the commentary team that includes Leslie, Samantha, and John.
All right, so thank you very much there, Sherry, speaking to former student of the Boca Secondary and now teacher at the Boca Secondary, Shamar Fleming. And certainly he's on his way to achieving the goals that he has set himself. So you just had a look at the girls 100 under 13, heat 2. And so congratulations to Zaria Barrett of MVP. She took this one in a time of 14.06 seconds.
Yeah, she seems to have this control right from the start onto the end. She led all the way. Not very much of a competition after the first two. It's a good 5-8 meters to the finish line. It's the girls 100 meters to get into the finals. You have to win this. It's the first in each of these 4 heats, and then the next 4 best times. And so your winner there. And the heat number 3.
Here we go. It's South City Rising Stars. That's Amika Lewis taking charge of this one over Sprinters Athletic. That's Kelsey Walcott.
Oh, she shut it down. She shut it down with some 25 meters to go. Very easy. Very, very easy win there for Carissa Sinclair of South City Rising Stars. Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars.
Yeah, she looks very strong, very powerful there. And very controlled run.
Very easy, nice, long, looping strides. 13.94 seconds. That's what it was. She came in here with a time, best time of 13.93. And she just about equaled that, but she has a lot in the tank. It is quite evident. With 35 meters to go, she was done with that. Up next is the final heat in this girls 100 meters under 13. Heat 4. It's Samara Alexander. She would be in lane 1, and in 2, Sandy. 3, Tevisha Joseph, and 4, Elias Samuel. In lane 5, Zion Williams, and in lane 6, Jewel Maureen. Remember, it's a winner. You got to win to be assured of a place into the finals later on today.
Well, what I can tell you is that we have some seat times for these athletes. 3 of these athletes we have seat times for, and quite impressively, 2 of them have a seat time of 13.98, while the other in Maureen, she has 15.8. So you can keep your eyes on Williams and Samuel. I think they will bring some competition to the final heat.
Yes, one can expect this. So we expect the running, or based on what we have here, with the seated times, to come from 4, 5, and 6. But you cannot discount any of these young ladies here. So girls, 100 meters under 15. They're on the status orders. And they're off.
So here they go. Let's see. The running we expect to come from the middle of the track. Lane 4. It's lane 4. That's Samuel powering her way through. As I said, she came in with 13.98. And she shows that she does have the power. She's looking up at the board just to ensure that she gets abreast of her timing. A good strong run from her. Just accelerating there, just leaving the others. So, a good strong run, 13.89 seconds.
She would have done better than what she came into here. And The last two heats, it's the fastest of the last three heats. Fastest of the last three heats, 13.89 seconds. But in heat number 3, it was quite evident that Sinclair had a lot more.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. Sinclair looked rather comfortable. So we're going to get into the boys on the 13s. And again, we have 4 heats. So we're going to bring you heat 1 of 4.
And it's the winner again gets you into the final. Automatic qualification, you got to win. And then the next 4 best times. And lane number 1 is Jadiel Andrew from Sprinters. Keyshawn Cobb, he will be from in lane number 2, Southern Pros. 3, Richards, that's Michael Richards, Rising Champs. It's a fairly new club. Trackblazers, and Ronan Lessie is in lane number 4. And here we have, let's see if this is a false start or a faulty start. We will know momentarily from the officials there. In lane number 5 is Gion Samuel, Classic Lightning. And lane number 6 is Xavi Jeffrey. In lane 7, Tion Charles.
So we're going to momentarily get a verdict from the starters. But clearly, lane 3, you can see he looks a bit disappointed. He knows the infringement.
So lane 6 is a scratch.
Yes, Xavi Jeffrey not starting in this one. But we await the officials as they determine what happens.
Certainly nervous time for these young men. Any 100 meter usually brings out all the nerves. And this one is no different.
Michael Richards there just waiting and hoping that he will get a reprieve. He will not be penalized.
You ever see the time of one athlete? He's in lane number 1, 13.32. Let's see what the verdict is for this young man. It's quite obvious. He's the one who was out of the block first. See if he's going to get a reprieve. We have had some false starts for today. And surprisingly enough, even in the 400 meters, we had 2 false starts in the 400 meters disqualifications.
Yeah, and you get that when the athletes know each other, and so they know what they have to do. They have to, so you can try to preempt a little bit.
Yeah, that's Michael Richards there, quite clearly out of the blocks. It's awaiting the verdict of the officials. You're witnessing the Ariza National Champs 2026 at the Karani James Athletic Stadium here in St. George. Yes. We are almost at halfway in the program here today with 31 events that was down at the start. We started just around 11 a.m. this morning. We're just about halfway in these 31 events. Some exciting field events. They went straight into finals with events on the track. We are doing a series of preliminary races. Oh, so there was also some movements there from lane number 7. And that's Tion Charles from McDonald College. There's a disqualification. 2 athletes has been disqualified. Lane number 3 and lane number 7. So Michael Richards from Rising Champs and Tion Charles from McDonald College. They have both been disqualified for false start. So we're going to try this second time in the asking. The young man settled down. You are witnessing the start of the 100 meters under 13 for boys. Heat number 1 of 4. The winner gets a ticket straight into the finals later on today. And it's the next 4 best times.
So from 6, we're down to 4. So momentarily, we are going to see the start of that first heat. This the under 13 boys, 100 meters. Here they go, clean start. Let's see who has the running early. It seems to be Jadel Andrew of Sprinters Athletic. He's running away with this one. Leslie will come in second. Andrew came in with a time of 13.32, and he has just lowered his time to 12.81. So good improvements there for Jadel Andrew.
You can see here, it's nice upright stand. There's a rawness about his running there. There's not much of a form in terms of the hands, but he has some raw speed, and that was exhibited there quite easily. 13.27 is the second place finisher in Ronan Lessie, and Keishon Cobb in third position, 13.36. So the winner, Jadel Andrew, he goes straight into the finals.
Yeah, good run there from Andrews. Getting ready for heat number 2. We have 7 athletes slated to start this one. All 7 seem to be present. Can look forward to Mervyn Roberts of Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. He's in lane 1. Kadon McIntosh of McDonald College. He will be in lane 2. Kimal Hall, Sprinters Athletic. He's in lane 3. Dion Forrester, Velocity Track Club. He's in 4. Karen Hostin, Classic Lighting Finish Line. He's in 5. Jehu Roberts, Fusion Athletic. He's in 6. And in lane 7, Jonathan Caliste of Altitude Track Academy.
Yes, in this second heat, if you don't win, the time that you are competing against is 13.36. All 4 athletes from the first heat would have find themselves on the board waiting to see if they can get into the finals. But certainly the winner in Andrews is straight into the finals. So the other 3 athletes who were in heat number 1, they're on the bubble, so to speak, and they are guaranteed is the winner in heat number 2.
So they're getting set. Here they go. Let's see early runnings. This one could be tight. It seems to be McDonald College there in Kadon McIntosh hosting a finish line. Ran a pretty good race. Going to be important to see the time, 13.11 for McIntosh. So he's already in. 13.34 for hosting. So he seemed to have sneaked himself in so far. 13.34, 13.76 for Kimal Hall in third.
13.76. That's not going to get you into the finals today. It's 2 relatively fast heat. Heat number 1 certainly was superior in terms of time. 12.81 is the winner there in Andrews. Had a good spirited run in heat number 2. 13.11 McIntosh. Let's see what heat number 3 brings. In lane number 1, that's Tyrone Alexis from Rising Champs. Christian Alexander in lane number 2. He's from McDonald College. Southern Pros in East Ron Purcell. In lane number 4, Kai Phillip from St. David's Track Blazers. Velocity, Eric Antoine in lane number 5. So lane number 4 is a scratch. So there's no Kai Phillip. And lane number 5 is Eric Antoine from Velocity. Javid Nelson, Altitude Track Club. And in lane number 7, Cameron Horsford. South City Rising Stars. See the time here, 13.90 seconds in lane number 6. That is Javid Nelson. He will be looking to better this to get into the finals if he doesn't win.
Here we go, clean start. Let's see who will start the running. It's lane number 3. Keep your eyes on him. Lane 1 is also putting a bit of pressure here, but here comes South City Rising Stars, lane 7. Cameron Hosford.
It's as cool as you can get it with dark shades and all.
As we look at the replay here, it's good even running from all the boys in this seat, but here comes Hosford. He's really motoring at this stage.
Certainly one of the more competitive races that we would have seen so far in these 100 meters. Let's see who's the winner here. Oh, it seems to be lane 7. Like just a knee.
It does look like Hosford. Cameron Hosford taking the win in this one. We're just with the times.
The official results is going to pop up on the screen shortly. It's really the torso in terms of which crosses first, not necessarily the knee as I indicated earlier. There has to be some part of the torso.
Yeah, Hosford came in with a time of 14.83.
So they're still sorting out the times. It was that close. And already the competitors in heat number 4, they're already on the track. There's only 4 of them facing the starters in heat number 4. They're already on the track, but the officials are still sorting out the winner of heat number 3. It was as close as you can get. Photo finish, maybe?
I do believe they will need a photo finish here.
There we go. It seems to be lane number 3.
Yeah, it could be lane 3. It's really down to the photo finish. And the scenario where one is leaning forward, one is leaning back.
It brings a little more excitement into this. It would tell us that later in the evening, when these finals takes place, it's going to be quite competitive. And here we get another look. And a good, nice lean from lane number 3. Classic type of lean, actually, at the finish line. And just, I suspect, as he was taught, is what you would see the coaching manuals. Certainly, you try to get your torso across the finish line, and he would have exhibited that there. Was it enough? Time would tell. And in the meantime, the young men waiting the start of their heat. That is number 4. It's certainly giving the officials something to think about, having a second and a third look. It's a good indication where we have seen separation in these sprints of separation is as narrow as it gets. It may be just one of those that would have just passed. It's 13.97. The winning position is Hosford, 13.94. So that the lean right at the end, well, not a lean, certainly part of his torso. He was running from lane 7, 13.97. That's the winning time. Yeah. Second place finisher in 13.98. It's just on the outside looking in. That's Purcell.
So we're getting ready for the final heat. Heat 4 of 4. 4 competitors in this one.
Heat 4 of 4.
It's going to be important to see the time. You have Joshua Redhead coming in with 13.97.
You'd have to do better than that, and if he doesn't win.
Let's see what happens. We need to. Joshua is looking good in lane 3. And keep your eyes on Joshua Felix, Track Blazers. Redhead taking this one. Doesn't seem to be as fast as the other heats. And so Redhead automatically in.
Came in with a good seeding time of 13.97, and he would have done 14.19. It looked slow, and in fact, it was slow. He's the only one that would qualify into the finals from this heat number 4. Up next is the under 15 girls, the 100 meters under 15 girls. We have 4 heats in this one, and again, you got to finish in the first position to get into the finals, and it will be the next 4 best times.
So again, we have a large contingent of under 15s making up this pool. It's the girls 100, and early you can look at Jelena Panchu, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary. She'll be in lane 2. Connor Marie Monroe, a Fusion Athletic. She comes in with a time of 12.80. She's in lane 3.
Much talked about athlete and the local circuit here, Monroe.
Summer at Alexander. You will see her for Timing Track Club. That's one of the new clubs that is here. Brielle Nelson, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. She'll be in 5. Amira Cato, McDonald College, in 6. Shanique Thomas, Rising Champs. She's in 7. And Latoya Bowen, Southern Pros.
Bowen come here with some good pedigree.
Let's see. Here they go. Who will make the early running? It seems to be McDonald College and Amira Cato. But look at lane number 3, Fusion Athletic.
Lane number 3.
Connor Marie Monroe.
She came in as a big name in this event, and she certainly delivered. A time of 13.21, much slower than what she had for the year. 13.21, 13.22. Oh, it's Cato that. Cato was a winner here in 13.21. Monroe in 13.22.
Yeah, good run there. You can see Cato just looking across to ensure that she had the win. A good job, well done.
It's another close one.
Again, it's only the preliminary, so you don't want to expend too much energy.
But you want to win.
But you want to win.
It's the only thing that guarantees you straight passage into the finals. You got to win. So the first place finisher here in 13.2.
13.21.
21 and 13.22 second position. Heat number 2, that's up next.
Well, we're getting ready for Heat 2. Heat 2 will feature Deidre Williams of St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. She's in lane 1. Raina Hosford, Sprinters Athletics. She's in lane 2. Jemiah John, Top Flight Athletics. She's in lane 3. Adrianelle Grappi, Track Blazers. She will be in 4. Shakida Orr of Timing Track Club. She will be in lane 5. Denise Mitchell, St. Andrews. And now make it St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And Maya Chetram should be in lane 6, in lane 7, but we're not seeing her there. So it's
Chetram is in lane number 7. She's lining up. There's no sight of her just yet. But lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, they're all occupied. They seeded athlete in this heat here with a time of 12.80 seconds. That's in lane number 2. Rena Hosford from Sprinters.
Well, again, you have to keep your eyes on the track. Denise Mitchell of St. Andrews Anglican, she's been running some good times. Hosford has been running some good times.
And so is Grappy.
Grappy certainly has been running some good
has.
times. Here we go. Clean break. Early run-ins. Let's see. It seems to be Hosford out early. Hosford seems to be leading this one. Here comes the charge from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. But it's Hosford.
Oh. Geez.
Hosford Sprinters Athletics.
Certainly live up to the billing here. She was out like a bullet. Her start left almost everybody on the block. She was out just like a bullet. 12.80 is what she came. Here she is here. But she has total control over this race right here. And just at the halfway point. And leading by what? 4 meters or so. And at the end, she was caught a little bit, pulled back a little bit at the name number. That is Denise Mitchell. Pulled back just a little bit. 13.05 is the winning time. Slightly less than the 12.80 that she came into, but a good time nonetheless. 13.05, the top billing of the 2 heats so far. 13.05. What a good run that is, actually. 13.12 in Denise Mitchell in second position. Again, far superior time, 13.12. Even in second position was better than the winning time in the heat number 1.
Yeah, and that was a pretty quick one. So good, strong run there from Hosford. So we're getting ready for heat 3 or 4.
This is shaping up really nicely, actually. Very nicely. This is going to be a cracker come later in the evening. These young ladies are equipping themselves quite well here.
So again, you can look forward to full field here. We have 7 athletes competing. Lane 1, Leah Rose Charles.
Much talked about. Let's see what she can deliver today.
St. Joseph Convent. Haley Terrell, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Again, another name that you will be very familiar with in the athletic circuit.
Yes.
Renaya Cyrus, South City Rising Stars. She is in the 3, Ashel Romaine.
She has been running quite well this year. That is Romaine from McDonald College.
Zoria Hannibal of Trackblazers, again, has been running pretty well. Teresa Moore, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary.
Oh, I think this is going to be a very close one. They see the time coming here to beat is 12.82 in this heat. And that's Leah Rose Charles, which she delivered on the big stage.
Koya Noel, MVP, she's also been running well.
This is a stacked field. This year is heat number 3. This is stacked from start to finish. You got to win to be guaranteed an automatic place into the finals, and then it's the next 4 best times. So you run as hard as you can and put up the best time that you can to show yourself of a place into these finals later on this evening.
Well, I'm anticipating, Bernard, this race will be the fastest of the lot as we see Terrell taking control of this one over Charles. It's Haley Terrell. She looks smooth. She looks comfortable. Haley Terrell, Leah Rose Charles will get the second, but I'm telling you, it's going to be a quick one.
She's a cut above the rest in this one. That is a remarkable race. That's Terrell Haley Terrell from St. Andrews Secondary Schools. Sass is doing a huge job here.
Well, look at this.
12.17. And I'm telling you, it looked like 12.17, and it was 12.17, a class above the rest. In fact, this is a really competitive time. What is the asking time for these under 17s at Carifta? This is a remarkable time from this young lady here. 12.17. Good form. Here we go. Look at this. She held it together. And even turning back and see where the second place finisher was, she still finished at 12.17. Even with a turn back.
Yeah, she qualifies. 12.20 is qualifying.
And this is an under 15 athlete here. She has made the Carifta standard for the under 17.
Yes, she certainly has the qualifying time
Oh,
12.17.
well, she didn't just make the time, John. Let's see what the win is like. Oh, the win is just a little bit too much. It's 2.3 meters per second. So it's just a little bit above what it's supposed to be legitimate. But even with just above, and you do a time of 12.7, this is something to write home about.
Well, this is only the preliminaries, Bernard, so hopefully the finals we may just see something more. So we're getting ready for the final heat, heat 4.
Heat number 4, 4 of 4. The 100 meters girls under 15. We have a lineup here in lane number 1. Rianne Nelson from McDonald College. Micaiah Baines Smith. She's in lane number 2 from Peak Performance. In lane number 3, Ava Plenty from South City Rising Stars. That's Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars. Karana Phillip from Altitude Track Club. In lane number 5, Tamara Nelson. She's there. Nelson is there. Tamara Newton from St. David's Track Blazers. In lane number 6, Brianna Hosford, another popular name, Brianna Hosford. She's there. Ariane Francis from Velocity Track Club in lane number 7. In lane number 8, Tristana Charles. Full field.
So coming into this one, Tamara Newton, she has a time of 12.83.
She would have to run her 12.83 to get into these finals.
So on the starters orders,
so we do have a non-starter. We have a non-starter in lane number 3. That's plenty.
It will be important to see the times that this heat will bring you.
A non-starter in lane number 2, sorry. That's Micaiah Bain Sam. Micaiah Bain Sam, Peak Performance. So it's lane 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Girls 100 meters under 15. Heat number 4 of 4.
Here we go, clean break. Let's see. Newton in the middle of the track looking to set her dominance. Newton looking good, looking strong. She seems poised to take this one. Tamara Newton. Second position will go to Ava Plenty of South City Rising Stars.
Oh, in the end, Newton from St. David's Track
Newton,
Blazers.
12.54 seconds.
12.54. She did better than what she came into here, and she did it quite easily. There's a lot in the tank here.
Certainly, Newton looking pretty refined there from St. David Track Blazers. Ava Plenty of South City Rising Stars, 13.51. So she will take 13.51, will take the second position here. She will have to wait to see. She just may be able to sneak in there as one of the faster qualifiers. So we're gonna bring you a short interview. So I'm gonna turn you over to Samantha, and she's gonna take charge of this interview.
Mute mine.
So it's the under 15 boys, event number 41.
Afternoon, everyone. And with me today, I have Tabitha Francis from the St. David Track Blazers. And of course, she has made character standards in the under 17 girls shot put, throwing a distance of 12.01. And of course, the standard was 12.0. Let's bear a bit with her. She's a bit nervous. She said to me, "Oh my God, I can't do it." But I want her to know. Well, we're gonna come back a bit. We're just watching a race go off. Right, so we're back. Tabitha, so you have won the event. You have made character standard. Tell me how do you feel about that?
It honestly feels great. It's something I've been preparing for a very long time. And I said I would do it, and I did.
I like that. I like the fact that you told yourself that you wanted to do this and you've come out and you've done it. Talk to me about the preparation towards this event. What did you do that was different above the rest to make you stand out to achieve this goal today?
Well, I've trained consistently, because I've always wanted to make the character team and represent my country. And yeah.
So moving on from here, you are going to go on the big stage of character. What's the goal in mind? Is it that I am going to win this? I am going to bring that medal home for my country? What's the mindset now? Now that you've made it to getting to character, what next?
Yes, I do have the goal in mind. I'm very confident that I would make it to the top three. And yeah, I'm going to make my country proud.
I have one last question for you. What inspired you? Do you have anyone that inspires you to get this far?
Yes, I do. I have my family. My family motivates me, keeps me positive, and yeah, all I'm doing is to make them proud.
Well, thank you very much, Tabitha, and congratulations. And we look forward to getting and hearing big things
Thank you.
from you. So, congratulations again.
Thanks.
We turn our attention back to the tracks as we get ready to witness more athletics events on the tracks.
The boys 100-meter dash in the under 15 category. We have Kyle Johnson, Alex Alexander, Akel Briggs, Dishon Oliver, Shavon Warren. These are some of the competitors here. So Warren is not there. We have Dishon Oliver in 6, Akel Briggs in 4, Alex Alexander in 2, and Kyle Johnson in 1. And there they go. 100-meter dash under 15 boys. In the middle of the track, it looks like Alec Briggs, but here comes Sass on the outside. Dishon Oliver of Sass courses it down to the finish line, just conserving a bit here. A very conservative run by Dishon Oliver of Sass in 11.58. Akel Briggs of South City Rising Stars 11.92. And Alex Alexander of GBSS 12.55. If we look back, we see here Oliver really shutting it down very early and still doing an 11.58.
Exactly, I noticed that he shut down really early and was able to still run under 12 seconds.
So a message has been sent out here by Dishon Oliver. I'm conserving for the finals, and I've still been able to do a 11.58 under 15 boys.
We're going to get ready to head on to heat 3 of that event, and we're looking at the boys 100-meter dash under 15.
So this heat we will see Trishon Amada of Runners Club, DeAndre Wint of South City Rising Stars, Christian Collins and David Strack Blazers. That's your athlete there on screen. Caden Williams would be in lane 4. In lane 5, we will see Adriel Phillips of Top Flight. In lane 6, Tishon Lambert of SAS. Lane 7, we have Shamari Thomas. These are the competitors for the second of the heats in the boys 100-meter dash on the 15. .12.06, the season best for Christian Collins of St. David's Track Blazers. The athlete there from SAS, Tishon Lambert. He's running out of lane 6. Top flight has Adriel Phillip. He's in lane 5. A little bit of shaking there, but there they go. The second of the heats for the under 15 meters, but St. David's Track Blazers, Christian Collins over Tishon Lambert of SAS. A strong run, 11.82 seconds for Christian Collins. A little bit slower than what we saw from Oliver from SAS.
But they were good, strong runs.
Tishon Lambert was 11.96, and from top flight Adriel Phillips, 12.23 seconds. So the finals is looking nicely poised with these athletes. Dishon Oliver look impressive.
I mean, I said so earlier, these athletes are bringing their A game this afternoon.
Wonderful indeed. We still have another flight to go in the boys 400 meters under 15, the fourth of 4 flights. And we will see Devion Jones, Jaquan Knight, Lishan Kalis, Kashim Ganes, Jonathan Labari, Kamal Gordon, and Tyler Bernard.
And we have 2 athletes coming in with the same time for this event, 12.28. Both of them, that is Jaquan Knight. He comes in with a time of 12.28. And Jonathan Labari also comes in with a time of 12.28.
There we go. We see the attitude here as well, the headband, the measure of concentration. A man on a mission, it seems. That's the athlete there from Fusion, Jonathan Labari. And he comes in with some bragging rights as well. Let's see if he can live up to expectations in this, the fourth of the 4 preliminaries. And just by his looks alone, if you are a coward, you might just quiver on the starting line looking at Jonathan Labari. So there they are. We have Jones, Knights, Kalis, Ganis, Labari, Gordon, the competitors. Jacob Knight is not there in lane 2. There they are. 100 meters under 15, the final heat. Looks like though there are some issues there in lane 1 and 3. These 2 athletes obviously out before the gun went off. The judges or the starters would deliberate on that, but we can imagine what's happening out there, Samantha, with these athletes.
Yeah, we can try to put ourselves in their position to see how they're feeling. You know, I think they know when it's them, but they have to wait until that official decision is made and handed down.
Well, these are the under 15 boys. Obviously, it's not their first occasion. So we see 2 disqualifications here in lanes 1 and 3. And that is Devion Jones in 1 and Lishon Kalist of SAS in lane 3. So Devion Jones of Southern Pro and Lishon Kalis, 2 athletes DQ'd here for jumping the gun, as we say, false starting. And so now we're left in lane 4 with Kashim Ganes of McDonald College. In 5, Jonathan Labari of Fusion. In 6, Kamal Gordon of timing, and in lane 7, Tyler Bernard. They're up and running now. Let's see what Jonathan Labarry has in him. He has good competition from McDonald College on his left. McDonald College on the left seems to be a little ahead. Is it going to be Labarry or College? It's very close to call, but I can tell you Keishon Garnis of McDonald College gave a very, very good account of himself here, and we have to go to the photo finish for this one as we look back here, Samantha.
Yeah, this one was, we have to wait to see what the official results are. And it seems as if they would have given it to Jonathan Labarry with a time of 12.42. Kashim Ganis takes the second position with a time of 12.43. And Tyler Bernard comes in with 12.58. Kamal Gordon takes the fourth position with 12.72 seconds.
Well, the torso had to come into effect there. The photo finish as well. And in the end, it was Jonathan Labarry who had all of the attitude and so at the beginning of the race.
He knew that he was going to go in. He was bringing his A game on this, and he delivered.
Well, on the way to the finals, Jonathan Labarry and Kashim Garnis, they're going to have another go at it later on this evening. And time is going to tell who the eventual winner would be in the 100 meters for the under 15 boys. The under 17 girls are on the track as well and getting ready for their 100-meter event. We should see Janaya Telesford of South City Rising Stars in lane 1, Brianna Oliver of SAS in lane 2, Jada Gill of St. Joseph Convent, St. George. She is scheduled to be in lane, but she's not going to be here. Jada is not here. In lane 4, we'll see Karina Lashington of Convent Grenville. From finish line, we have Michaelia Patrick in 5. In 6, we have Karenzel Agard of St. David's Track Blazers in that position. And out there in lane 7, we have Rihanna Thomas of Peak Performance. Rihanna Thomas is one to look out for, I can tell you, from Peak Performance. And also we have to look at Brianna Oliver. She was a standard athlete from SAS Sports in that category. Let's see who wants to qualify out of this group. There they go. They're up and running. It's early to call, but Brianna Oliver in lane 2 is looking good. So too is Rihanna Thomas in lane 7, but Brianna Oliver seems to have a slender lead here from the angle. It's going to be a close one, but it looks as though it's Rihanna Thomas from Peak Performance. Again, we have to go back to the replay to see the eventual winner. It's indeed Rihanna Thomas, 12.55. Brianna Oliver, 12.76. And Michaela Patrick, 12.96.
She ran a very good race, a very strong race, straight line, heading to the finish line. She did well.
Well, she campaigns for the Anglican High School, and she would have the likes of a Kylie Williams with her for a good relay combination. Brianna Oliver had to settle for second here. The two of them would go through to the finals. I think based on the qualifying times, there are only 3 flights in this category. And so we look to see the times of the other competitors. The second heat would feature Kevian Joseph, Tishana Bascom. I say good afternoon to Jerry Bascom. Kaya Swan, Minna Lewis, Tia Andrews, Michaela Williams, and Sanaya St. Louis. These are the athletes registered in the second of the 3 heats in the girls under 17 100 meters.
Again, the sun has come out nicely here this afternoon at the Carnegie International Stadium. So don't forget to make your way down as we get ready to witness heats 2 of 3 in the girls 100 meter under 17 dash.
Well, Tishana Bascom comes in with a season best of 12.53. And she's one of the favorites here. Let's see how that pans out here. She would have to deal with Kaya Swan, Minna Lewis, Tia Andrews, Michaela Williams of the Grenada Christian Academy. They're on the starters orders. And they're up and running. Second of 3, it's girls under 17 100 meters. Bascom looks good coming out there in lane 3. Tishana Bascom delivering when it matters and running away into the finals. A good run indeed from Tishana Bascom.
She did well. She like you said, she ran away with this. There was no one behind her, no one to catch up with her. She ran away with this.
Well, I'm sure her dad, Jerry Bascom, will be very pleased with what he's seen here and would be glued to the set later on in the finals. But Tishana Bascom, a class above the rest in this one. That 12.18 is comparative to what we saw from Haley Tyrrell earlier on.
Yes, it was. It is.
And Haley Tyrrell was in the under 15 category. Tishana is in the under 17 category. And that may just well be a character standard being met there as well for
Yes.
Tishana Bascom.
The character standard being 12.20.
So another one qualifies for character. Congratulations to Tishana Bascom. We didn't pick up the wind speed on it, but nonetheless, a 12.18 is enough. The wind speed was 2.0, so it's just about, it has to be less than 2.0, but I'm sure she would earn herself into the character team with that performance. We still have the finals, so we're not sure what's going to happen. The expectation is that she would do a better time in the finals, and so a good message been sent out there by Tishana Bascom. We're getting ready for the final of the 3 heats in the under 17, and we will see in lane 2 Kiara John from South City Rising Stars. Jamila Martin of MVP is in 3. Maya Stanislas of Convent Grenville in 4. Rishana Charles, she's in 5 from Grenada Christian Academy. Sophia Stephen of Classic Light and Finish Line in 6. And Diana Gilbert is in 7. There they go. Final heat in the 100 meters under 17. Who's wanted? Grenada Christian Academy is looking good there in the middle of the pack. It is Rishana Charles who dips for the tape now and wins comfortably in the end to book her way into the finals. 12.84, Samantha. Just about competitive with the others and a spot into the finals for sure.
And most definitely, she has earned her spot in the final. Of course, Sophia Stevens would have taken the second position with 13.07, and Jamila Martin, the third position, with 13.46. That brought us to the end of the girls 100 meter under 17. That was the third of 3 preliminaries. And I think we head on to the boys in this category in a bit. But before we do that, I think we have some results for you. We have results from the discus under 20 and under 20 plus. Oswald Charles, 49.10, Karim Telesford 42.08, and Stephen Strawn 41.84. The standard, of course, being 50 meters. So none of these 3 athletes, although placing first, second, and third, would have made it to the character standard. But there you go, your results.
Well, Oswald Charles 49.1, just under the standard of 50. So he has some time to improve on that. We're getting ready for a big one here now, the under 17 boys, and keep your eyes on the track because I'm going to tell you it's going to be Amir Ellis out of Top Flight, Caleb Campbell from Velocity, Keon George Altitude, Kendon Worm, Grenada Boys Secondary, Philip Mitchell in lane 5 from SAS, Xavier Thomas from Fusion, and Nathaniel Alfred. This is an intercall matchup here between Nathaniel Alfred of the GBSS running for South City here and Philip Mitchell. We have not seen both Mitchell and Alfred so far for the day. They did not compete in the 400 meters. And that's a little prelude to the finals here right away because Alfred got the better of Cache earlier on in the season and is one of the favorites for this event. So too is Philip Mitchell, who has been very impressive. He ran an 11 flat on the grass in SAS Sports. He did a 10.9 earlier on, I think, at the Charlie George Classics. But Nathaniel Alfred, who was formerly of the just pardon me, I was just trying to remember the school in Tempe that he used to go to, the SGI.
Okay.
He's now with the GBSS, and it's an interesting matchup here between Philip in lane 5 and Alfred in lane 6. Race is recalled. There seemed to have been an issue there.
This one is nerve-wracking.
Both both Alfred and Philip Mitchell have gone sub 11, this season. And they're running for a position in the finals, but they're also running for some bragging rights, I would think, as well. And for you, the viewers, I'm sure you're just as keen to see how they match up next to each other to do your own assessments and analysis going into the finals later on this evening.
So Xavier Thomas of Fusion Athletics, who was running out of lane 6, has been disqualified from the race, and it's going to bring your field down to 5 athletes.
A little bit of disappointment there for Xavier Thomas of Fusion Athletics. That's the rules of the games. That's what we play by. They've been called to start one more time. We have Ellis, Campbell, George, Mitchell, Alfred. Nice clean start this time. Let's see who comes out early here. It's going to be the two athletes closest to us on screen here, but Alfred looks to be ahead of Philip. But here comes Philip. Alfred ahead of Philip. It's Alfred. Nathaniel Alfred wins this one over Philip Mitchell. And it's a 10.97 for Nathaniel Alfred, 11.05 for Philip Mitchell, and Caleb Campbell, 11.58. So a very impressive run from Nathaniel Alfred.
Very, very, very impressive. It almost seemed like if the race was between these two. There were other athletes in the race, but these two were going head to head. And I guess it came down to who wanted it more. And definitely Nathaniel Alfred stamped his authority on this one.
Well, this is the second time he has defeated Philip Mitchell for the season. And the showdown would continue later on this afternoon and into the season as well. A lot more track and field events for these athletes. But Nathaniel Alfred having the advantage over Philip Mitchell for the season so far.
We're heading on to event heat number 2 of this preliminaries. Again, we want to remind you that you're watching the boys 100 meter under 17. And in heat number 2, we could find the likes of Jaden Andrew, Janari James, and of course, Janari is coming from Grenada Boys Secondary. Antonel Daniel, Kadel Batiste will run out of lane 4, Josh Brathwaite out of lane 5, Giovanni Green lane 6, and Damarian Gabriel lane 7. So we're waiting for the athletes to take their position on the track. Giovanni Green comes in at a time of 11.25 seconds, and Damarian Gabriel comes in at a time of 11.60 seconds.
So there they are for the second of 3 preliminaries in the boys under 17 100 meter dash. It's going to be a cracker for finals later on.
The time they're running again, so the time they're running to beat is 10.97. Smith, do you think this heat has the potential to bring that kind of time?
I don't think so at all.
Let's wait and see.
There they are. They're up and running now. Let's see who comes out. Giovanni Green is a favorite in this one here. Let's see where he is in this race. Giovanni Green from Classic Lighting in lane 6 wins it very easily in the end. And we're going to give you the time. He has to go after 10.97 as the fastest time in the first heat. Giovanni Green, 10.88. So actually he ran faster than Alfred. And Marian Gabriel was second in 11.42.
So he did. We wondered if he was able to, if somebody was able to do it in this lineup, and he proved that he was able to do it, getting a time of 10.88 to win the second heat. Damarian Gabriel, of course, 11.42.
Giovanni Green of the Boca Secondary School, a personal best for him of 10.88. He came in with a seeded time of 11.15, and 10.88 would be a personal best for Giovanni Green. So the finals is nicely poised at the moment. We still have one more preliminary to go. And I can tell you, those fans of Cache Stevens, he's not listed in the third preliminary. So obviously there is some strategic move here by the GBSS to run him in the 400 meters and to run Nathaniel Alfred in the 100 meters. I guess they're really testing the waters for Intercore.
We have to wait and see, just like everyone else with bated breath. We have to wait to see exactly what is the strategy that they're looking to employ for Intercall 2026.
Well, I can tell you that run by Giovanni Green would surprise a lot of people. We know he's a quality athlete, but at 10.88, I don't think anybody expected that. Maybe besides his coach, who knows him better.
I'm just going to ask that. Are you really surprised? I mean, if you're hearing the buzz on the street, you know, it's been saying that look out for him. But yeah, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting a 10.88.
The third hit would feature Kelson Francis of Classic Lighting. Finish line, we would also see Samson Phillip from Track Blazers, Marquis Callis from Velocity, Javille Briggs from South City, and they're up and running here. There they go. Let's see who comes out first here, who comes out early, but it looks like Track Blazers and Samson Phillip. Samson Phillip of Track Blazers wins this one, and to his right, Marquis Callis of Velocity will pick up the second position. 11.2 for Samson Phillip, Castle 11.3, and Michael Abedin of McDonald College 11.43.
I am speechless.
Dante Oliver picked up the fourth position for SAS, but St. David's Track Blazers 11.2, nothing close to the 10.8 and the 10.9 that we saw.
Or even in the 11.05 that we also saw in Heat 1.
From Philip Mitchell. But he would earn himself a spot into the finals nonetheless. He placed first in this heat. As we look back here, rolling out of lane 2, it was Samson Phillip, St. David's Track Blazers. Must be satisfied with winning this race.
And of course, earning his spot. He worked for it and he earned his spot. Now, let's see how much he can deliver when it comes to the final this evening.
We would have loved to see a Cache in one of the preliminaries.
Oh, yes.
To match up with Nathaniel Alfred, Philip Mitchell, and of course, the leader now, Giovanni Green.
That would have given people a heart attack. But you know what? Maybe they know we couldn't take it, but that would have been a really nice matchup.
The next event on the track would be the girls 100-meter dash on the 20 and the 20 plus. And we expect to see Kadona Rogers of Grenada Christian Academy, Angelique Mitchell of Peak Performance, Derek Felix is not there. She was supposed to be in lane 3. Shade John, the obvious favorite here from Track Blazers, and Shania Thomas from Ace in lane 1. In lane 5, I beg your pardon. Look out for Shade John here. She was the winner last year, also at Intercall Games. Not the best of stars, but she's into her drive mode now. Shade John, she can actually turn it off now. And that's the kind of distance she has put between herself and the rest of the field. A very impressive run for Shade John, St. David's Track Blazers.
She shut down the track really early. She didn't start off in the best, but she definitely polished her game, and made it to the very end, way ahead of her competitors.
Well, 12.17 for Shade John. Angelique Mitchell of Peak Performance was second in 13.43, and Shania Thomas of Ace out of the Grenada Christian Academy, 13.61. There are going to be 2 other preliminaries in this category as we look back here to see the form of Shade John. A very, very comfortable win indeed. Obvious favorite going into the finals, and she delivered a great performance indeed.
In Heat 2 of this event, we would see Caroline Phillip from Track Blazers. She's running out of lane 1. We'll see Rosemary Thomas out of lane 2, Velocity Track Club. Kashanti Mitchell of Classic Lightning. She'll be out in lane 3. And then, of course, we're going to see Summer Batiste of South City Rising Stars. She'll be in lane 4. Samara Noel of St. Joseph's Convent out of lane 5. And Christina Charles of Altitude Track Club running out of lane 6. Christina Charles, that's a common name, a famous name that we know. And I use the word famous because in Grenada, she's famous to us. So let's see what she delivers in Heat 2 of the girls' 100-meter.
Well, Christina Charles is a carriacou gold medalist, but not on the track. She's more known for long jump and triple jump, but she's the standout athlete from SAS as well. She was, I think, second or third at Intercol last year in the 100 meters. And let's see what we get from Christina Charles in lane 6. They're up and running. And St. David's Track Blazers in Curdy and Phillip looking good. Curdy and Phillip, but Christiana Charles moves into the lead now and wins comfortably in the end. Christiana Charles of Altitude Track Club, Altitude Track Academy. That's your winner there for this preliminary. And she ran a 12.35, a comfortable win for her indeed.
12.35, that's a bit lower than what she came in with. She came in with a 12.45. So she shaved off a bit on the time that she came in with today.
Well, Summer Batiste of South City Rising Stars, 12.57. And Curdy and Phillip of St. David's Track Blazers, 12.76. So Christiana Charles just outside of what we saw from Shade John. But Shade John had a very comfortable win of 12.17, I think it was. And so it's a close one between Shade John and Christiana Charles already from what we've seen in the preliminary. Heat 3 would feature Ayla Alexander of MVP. She's in lane 1. We should be seeing in lane 3 Carriacou Gelino of Peak Performance. In 4, Amaya Chandler, one name to look out for from Finish Line. Serena Charles is scheduled here for lane 5 from the St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. In 6, we have Kayla Christopher of St. David's Track Blazers. And Michaela Joseph, who was scheduled here, she would not be in lane 2. So we have the 5 competitors. Amaya Chandler running out of lane 4. Looks like a false start indeed, and they recalled. Seems as though we're going to have another disqualification.
From our end, it looks... We're going to await the final judgment, but it looks like Kayla Christopher out of lane 6, who would have been the one just ahead of the gun. But let's wait to see what these deliberations bring back.
The eagerness to get into the finals may just have an effect on the athletes. The officials confer and they're going to make a decision now. The red card comes out. Let's see which lane she's heading to. Seems to be the athlete in lane 6 indeed, Kayla Christopher of St. David's Track Blazers. A bit of disappointment there for her. She must have prepared well for this event. And the coaches will offer some comfort to her indeed, as we sympathize with Kayla Christopher from the St. David's Track Blazers. So we're down to 4 competitors now. They're up and running this time. And let's see what happens here. It looks as though the athlete out there, lane 3, Carriacou Gelino of Peak Performance. Yes, it's Gelino from Peak Performance. Chandler would have to settle for the 2nd position. And bad miss here for Kayla Christopher. But it was Gelino from Peak Performance. in 12.82 and Chandler in 13.13. Ayla Alexander from MVP 13.65. But Samantha, as we look back here, a strong run from Cariona Gelino.
Yeah, she did a good run, but of course, even though she did a good run, she's definitely it's slower than the previous heat. Well, 12.35 before that. So 12.82 is slower, but let's see what, of course, this afternoon brings. And of course, we saw the disqualification of Kayla Christopher. It might have been a good chance for her had she stayed in the race.
So that will be the end of the preliminaries in the girls 100-meter dash for the under 20 and 20 plus. We're getting set for the big men in the business, the under 20s and 20 plus. We have 3 preliminaries as well for that one. And I can tell you for that category, the Carifta standard is 10.60 seconds, a fast 10.6 indeed. But throughout the season, we've seen a number of athletes go beyond 10.6. And we're going to feature some of them in the preliminaries coming up.
Smith, we have some big names coming up in this 100-meter under 20 boys. We have the likes of Ethan Sam, who will take the track in one of our heats. We have Nathaniel Douglas. We also have Neon Stanislaus, Ian George, Delron John. So we have quite a few.
There's a name that you
big
left out.
Names. I left out a name.
Deron Sincere of Altitude Track Club.
Kanik Nixon is also there. So we have quite a bit of names to look for in the upcoming event.
We're going to take you through that one by one, 3 preliminaries. The first one will feature Clifton Romain from Velocity Track Club. Ethan Sam is going to be there in lane 2. We see him on the track for 473 MVP. Karine Sampson, Top Flight. Max Richards from Classic. He's there too from South City Rising Stars. Christian Joseph from Ace. Tariq McSween from Track Blazers. Nathaniel Douglas from Fusion. And Kenton Polimo is also scheduled here in lane 8. He's not there at the moment. But these are the competitors in the first of 3 flights in the under 20 boys 100-meter dash.
This race, this section of race is usually very, 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 very fast.
Well, these are the big men here, the fastest in the under 20 category. And they've been called to the starters orders now. So we have some impressive times. Romain comes in with 11.2. Ethan Sam, a season best of 10.4. Karim Sampson, 11.2. They're up and running. There they go. We're looking for Ethan Sam or they in lane 2. Let's see what happens here in this preliminary. Ethan Sam in the lead indeed. Ethan Sam going to win this one over Track Blazers, Tariq McSween. But a run in the park here, so to speak, for Ethan Sam. Very comfortable indeed.
Very comfortable race indeed. Let's wait to see what time he clocked.
10.62 seconds for Ethan Sam. An impressive run from Tariq McSween from St. David's Track Blazers of 10.71. But looking back here, Ethan Sam, as cool as he can be here, crossing the finish line at 10.62. Nathaniel Douglas from Fusion was at 10.92. So the top 3 finishers well within the sub-11
category.
Time.
Yeah. We're heading on to heat number 2. Remember, we have 3 preliminaries. In heat number 2, you would see Jamal Kador, Neon Stanislaus, Narion Jeremiah, Kazim Dubaset, Cassie, Moody, Johnson Lewison, Delron John, and Randy Jones.
Well, some more big name here. Look out for Neon Stanislaus, student at the TAM CC, but was very impressive last year at these games. He actually made the Carifta standard last time. Narian Jeremiah, Kasim Dubiset is another one to look out for. Kasai Modest, Johnson Louison, Delron John, who would have won this at the sub-junior category a few years ago, was also on the character team for the javelin. Not at his best this year as a first year in the under 20 category. Randy Jones is also there from Altitude Track Club. This is an athlete that we have to look out for. We have not seen him this year so far, but I remember him last year. Randy Jones, I think he's out of Carriacou, but now goes to SAS. I stand to be corrected here. He looked very impressive last year. I didn't call in the preliminaries. Has some injury. I think that's his first running for the year. Randy Jones, formerly of Bishop's College. He comes in with a time of 10.93, but Neon Stanislaus for Fusion 10.49. People of Parklet must be looking on here for Neon Stanislaus. That's where he's from.
Of course,
10.88, Kazim Dubisset. A lot of pedigree in this race.
we don't see the likes of Delron John. He should have been in lane number 7, but he is not there. It would have been nice to see him in this.
So too is lane 5, Scratch. That's Kasai Modest. Well, they're on the mark. They're up and running now. Let's see who. He looks good. Stanislaus in lane 2 is looking good. Neon Stanislaus in lane 2. Stanislaus it is. He shuts it down now. A comfortable win for him. 10.41 on the flash time. Let's see what adjustment we do. 10.45 the adjusted time. The fastest so far, and he really shut it down with 10 meters to go.
Exactly. Could you imagine if he continued?
But look at the wind reading here. A positive 4.3. It's almost a hurricane pushing him to the finish line. So Neon Stanislaus 10.45. Johnson Louison, Trailblazers 10.72. Randy Jones, Altitude 10.73. And Dubisset 10.75. All sub-11s, the top 4.
Impressive. That was an impressive heat.
Well, I'm telling you, Stanislaus is looking good. He actually shut down. He's looking over his right shoulder for what reason, I don't know. But he shut it down very early. And he's sending a clear message to the fans. Ethan Sam, here I come.
I don't know if I can take it.
Well, we have some gunners also in the third heat.
Exactly.
We will see the likes of October Abbey from Velocity. He's supposed to be in 1. Ian George, a favorite. He has been running the fastest times for the year. He has defeated Ethan Sam earlier on in the season. He comes in with 10.61. Jaden Pear is supposed to be in lane 3 from South City Rising Stars. Kanik Nixon, a name that we know from over the years, did not do too well last year as the first time in that category. Let's see what he has in store this year. He's in lane 4 with the red headband. Omar Franklin, McDonald College, is supposed to be in lane 5. He's there. Christogen Henry, MVP, is scheduled for 7. And all there in lane 8. Diron Sincere. So it's a showdown already between Diron Sincere and Ian George. They have been the 2 fastest over the season so far, except for what we've seen from Stanislaus earlier on. It's going to be a prelude to the finals one more time between Ian George. That's Ian George there for you. Student of the St. John's Christian Secondary School.
And he's taking a deep breath. He's taking it all in, making sure he has enough air to bring him to the finish line.
Diron Sincere, running for Altitude Track Club, student at the Boca Secondary School. So we're looking at lanes 2 and lane 8. Lanes 2 and 8. They're up and running. There they go. Ian George. Diron Sincere, but Ian George seems to be ahead. He's looking across his right shoulder. He cannot see competition. Nixon is there for second. A disappointing run maybe from Diron Sincere, but a very comfortable run for Ian George and Nixon. 10.65 for Ian George. Kanik Nixon 10.73 and Diron Sincere 10.89. Some good runs indeed. Omar Franklin 11.62. But we look back here, Ian George looking really comfortable all the time, glancing over his right shoulder, looking for Nixon, looking for Diron Sincere. Sincere not having the best of starts and a good 10.89 nonetheless.
What I have noticed is that the competitors in this field know who their competition is. So they know what they have to put in to get across the finish line. I can tell you this, the final is going to be a scorcher. It is going to be very hot.
Absolutely so. Interestingly, the perennial powerhouses in schools, the GBSS and the SASs are not really featured in this 100 meters in this category. But it's good to see Ian George, Diron Sincere, Kanik Nixon, who are still on the school circuit. But Neon Stanislaus looked really good.
Very impressive.
So we're getting set for event number 46.
Coming up next would be the 100-meter dash for the 20-plus boys. Devontae Joseph, Joshua Richard, Aviel Williams Jr., Kevin Martin, and Shem Julian. These are the athletes we expect to see on the track. There are going to be two preliminaries for this event. Devontae Joseph, he runs for Ace today. Joshua Richard, Track Blazers, Aviel Jr., Classic Lighting Finish Line. Kevin Martin, Velocity Track Club. And Shem Julian, South City Rising Stars.
Listen, Kevin Martin comes in with a 10.47. And Devontae Joseph comes in with a 10.98. Let's see if any of them can better that this time that they are coming in with today.
There they are. They're ready to go. 100 meters, 20 plus. Nice start here. Into the dry phase now. Who's looking good? It looks as though it's Kevin Martin from Velocity Track Club. Indeed, it's Kevin Martin out there in lane 6. An impressive time indeed. 10.75 on the flash time. And that will be adjusted to, let's see, but a 10.78. So it's adjusted upwards to 10.78. Kevin Martin with a negative wind speed here. That's a good run by Kevin Martin from Velocity Track Club. Aviel Junior Williams, 11.15, and Shem Julian, 11.27.
All right, so we're getting ready to witness heat number 2 of this prelims. Of course, there are only 2 heats. And here you would see Kay Lewis of Track Blazers, Samuel Green of Fusion Athletics, Dillion Richardson, he's running unattached, DeAndre Andel of Ace Track Club, Sheldon Francois of Classic Lightning, and Garvin Griffith of South City Rising Stars. But of course, there are only 2, and that's you're going to see DeAndre Andel in lane 4 while they're warming up.
Well, I can tell you, Kay Lewis, who is scheduled to run here in lane 1, he had a DQ earlier on today in the hurdles, the 110 hurdles. And it's an opportunity here now for him to redeem himself in the 100 meters, but he's not on the track. In lane 2, we see Samuel Green, one of the favorites for this one. Dillion Richardson, DeAndre Andel, Sheldon Francois. So only 4 competitors we see here. 10.75 was the time for the winner of the previous heat. So Samuel Green of Fusion would fancy his chances in this heat.
Four competitors are waiting starters orders.
There they go, they're up and running. Green has a fine start indeed, but Ace is also there in DeAndre Andel, but Samuel Green pulling away from them and shutting down as well with about 7 meters to go. A very impressive run. I can tell you it's Looks as 11 flat on the flash time. Let's see what the time would be. 11.09, the official time. The Andre Handel, 11.79. So not as fast as we expected.
No, not as fast at all. In fact, the time to beat was 10.75, and they came in at 11.09. So they are a bit slower than the first heat in this event.
And these are the 20-plus athletes. Even the under-20s was significantly faster than them. But Samuel Green at 11.0 his way to the finals.
Indeed, he is.
That's going to conclude our 100-meter series here on the 2026 edition, the Ariza National Championships.
So we're just letting you know that it's the Ariza National Championships 2026. It's one of the premier events for national selections. The Carifta team will be selected from here, and some of the other meets that are coming up. So the athletes are not just running for a gold medal today, but looking to qualify. Already we see a number of athletes qualifying in the javelin for the under-17, the shot put girls under-17, Haley Tyrrell in the 100 meters for the under-17. So too, I think was there was a second athlete that also qualified. And so a number of athletes have qualified for the Carifta standards. And just to let you know, Carifta this year will be held right here at Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium over the Easter weekend.
So the stage is already set, and the athletes I know who have qualified are very excited to perform on their home stage in front of the home audience. So that's good for us. The clouds seem to have burst again a bit.
Seems as though we are going to have another shower, some blessings, some more blessings, as the heavens have opened up again, and the officials have already taken cover. There are no athletes on the track at the moment. And so what we can do maybe is to just a brief recap on what we've seen so far. As soon as we get the finalist list, we will share with you as well. But we saw some impressive performances from a number of the athletes. 27 clubs competing today, record 27 clubs in this the 2026 version of the Ariza National Champs. 2 new clubs, one out of St. David, that's the Timing Track Club, and Benjamin, the coach there. And Lottie Cato, as we know her, she is the coach of a new club out of St. Andrews called Girls Inc.
I think the standard performance today for me, Smith would have been the javelin thrower. I am really, really impressed with him. You know, I said this before, he is so young and he's already throwing at such a high standard. I can see him in the future sitting on an Olympic, standing on an Olympic podium. And I know the athletes have put in a lot of work and they continue to put in a lot of work. And I know that they're going to be working towards really making their country proud come this Caribbean game. Haley Terrell looks very, very, I don't know if I can add another very to this, but that young lady is gunning. She is running with a purpose. She is powerful. She knows what she's about, and she is leaving no stones unturned as she moves through. And today, looking at her just in the preliminaries was enough to say, this is somebody to watch. So I don't know about you, but I'm looking at her. I'm looking forward to seeing what she will do this evening. She's looking really, really, really good.
Well, I agree with you, Dishon Smart in the javelin, that's 65 meters there. He has a position on the podium at Carifta with that. And so much I can say about Haley Tyrrell. Haley Tyrrell missed out at Intercol last year. She started in the 100 meters. At Saspos this year, she had an opportunity to break the record which was at 12:06, but she started celebrating very early. She came back and she broke the record in the 200 meters. And she had a season best of 12.4. Today she came back and she did 12.17. That's a personal best for her. And again, it's not yet the finals. It's not yet the peak of the season. So she's indeed one of the bright prospects we have going into Intercall, going into Carifta. And we hope that she can deliver on the promise that we see from her today and over the season. She's very passionate. She has a very strong support base. Her mom was an athlete, her aunts, and they're very much into what she does. She has a twin as well who runs the longer distances. She has a sister who plays cricket for Grenada. So she comes from a rich sporting family, and that has been nurtured at SAS as well. So both Dishon Smart and Haley Tyrrell are athletes from SAS. We must make mention of that. And they are two of the most standard athletes we've seen for the day so far.
Yeah, they are the ones that are standing out on me, and it's impressive. You know what? It's nice to watch them perform, and that is good. That is really really good. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the clouds have burst. It's cooling us down a bit, but it's not stopping the action at all.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and we're going to resume with the live track and field action when it returns. And so we're just letting you know. Stay tuned with us for the Ariza National Championships 2026. We'll be right back.
Ariza National Athletics Championships. We say a special good afternoon to the Ariza Board of Directors members here present, management and staff of the Ariza Credit Union, permanent secretaries, executive of the Olympic Committee, also the executive of the Grenada Athletic Association, athletes, officials, sponsors, well-wishers. Once again, welcome to the official opening ceremony of the 2026 Ariza National Athletics Championship. And to begin, we'd like to invite to the microphone Mr. Dennis Williams to lead us in an opening prayer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just invite you to bow your heads wherever you are and let's be silent as we raise our voices in praise and thanksgiving unto God. So I read from Psalm 107, chapter 1. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. And in Psalm 7, verses 17, I will give to the Lord the thanks due to his righteousness, and I will sing praise to the name of the Lord, the Most High. Today we give you thanks and we sing praise unto you, God, for you are mighty and our powerful God. We celebrate your love, your goodness, and your kindness to us. We thank you for the Ariza National Championship that is now in progress. We pray that you'll watch over the officials, the athletes, O Lord, all those who organize it, the sponsors and everyone, that it will be a fruitful meet. Bless the work of your hands, O Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I now invite us all to stand as we pay homage to our beautiful country. May we all stand for the national anthem. Thank you very much. You may have your seats as I invite to the microphone the Public Relations Officer of the Grenada Athletic Association, Mr. Kwame Hippolyte, to bring us brief remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Grenada Athletic Association and the organizing committee, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 2026 Ariza National Championship. We are truly grateful to Ariza for the generous sponsorship of this meet. Your support has made this event possible, but also it continues to assist us to uplift and inspire our sporting community. To our athletes, you have trained hard, sacrificed much, and earned your place here today. I encourage you to compete with pride, determination, and respect. We wish you personal best performances, unforgettable memories over the next 2 days. To our patrons and supporters and parents, we thank you for being here. We encourage you to cheer our athletes with enthusiasm, but in doing so, please do it with respect. And let us have 2 fantastic days of competition. I wish you all the best and welcome to the Ariza Championship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hippolyte, for your words. I now invite from our title sponsor, Ms. Raylene Lazarus, the Marketing and Communications Manager, to bring remarks.
Good evening to permanent secretaries, board of directors, management and staff of Ariza Credit Union, the execs of the Olympic Committee, the execs of the Grenada Athletic Association, sponsors, supporters, athletes, parents, and well-wishers. On behalf of our board of directors, executive team, management, and staff at Ariza Credit Union, it is truly an honor to stand here at the 2026 National Athletics Championships for yet another year as title sponsor. This partnership with the Grenada Athletic Association is more than a sponsorship for us. It reflects our belief in youth development, sportsmanship, and community, and also our commitment to investing in initiatives that create lasting impact. Meaningful connections happen when communities come together with shared energy, shared purpose, and shared excitement. And that is exactly what this event represents. Our deepest appreciation to the organizers, volunteers, partners, and every participant who has worked tirelessly to bring this vision to life. Events of this scale demand extraordinary dedication, and today we will all get to enjoy the hard work and the results of the same. To the participants, we are excited to celebrate your talent, your drive, and your passion. To the audience, thank you for being here to support and share the experience. At Ariza Credit Union, we believe in doing more than placing our logo on a banner. We believe in supporting moments that matter. So on behalf of your Ariza family, we wish everyone an unforgettable experience full of growth, inspiration, and excitement. Enjoy the event.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lazarus, and thank you to the board and management of Ariza for seeing the need to invest in sports development right here in Grenada. At this time, I want to invite Keilana Modeste, an athlete from the from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, to deliver the athlete's oath.
In the name of competitors, I promise that we shall take part in this 2026 Ariza National Championship, respecting and abiding by the rules that govern them, committing ourselves to a sport without doping and without drugs, in the true spirit of sportsmanship and the glory of the sport and the honor of our teams.
Thank you so much. That was Keilana Modeste doing the oath on behalf of all the athletes participating here today and also tomorrow. I now invite for the official oath, Anna Marie Walker.
In the name of all judges and officials officiating at the 2026 Ariza National Championships, I promise that we will officiate these championships with complete impartiality, abiding by and enforcing the rules which govern them in the spirit of true sport. I pledge our commitment to true sporting principles. We will strive to uphold a level playing field and a respectful and positive sporting experience for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. And with this, we come to the end of our brief opening ceremony. Once again, we thank all of you who have come to day one of the sports, and we do hope that you come back tomorrow. And again, to our official sponsor, the Ariza Credit Union, we say thank you, thank you, thank you. Now it's back to the action on the field and on the track as soon as the rain subsides.
Ready for session 2 on D1. Some exciting events for you on the track. We still have some exciting events for you on the track. We're going to give you an update on the field. The athletes will get himself ready. All right, it's a national championship right here at the CUNY James Athletic Stadium. It is the Ariza Credit Union National Championships. Day one. We're going to set back on the track in moments time. We're going to do the 1500 meter run on the 17 girls. So on the track, we're going to get ready for the 1500 meter event. It's on the 17 girls, 1500 meter run.
Good afternoon one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to resume with the live track and field action here at the Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the Ariza National Championships 2026, premier event for selection of athletes for Carifta Games and other national events. We're going to resume with the girls' 1500 meter run in the under 17 category. The athletes are already on the starters orders, and any moment now we will see the start of the 1500 meters run on the 17. We were expecting to have the preliminaries for the relay events, not to show what the adjustment in the schedule would look like, but as soon as we have information on that, we will be more than willing to share that with you. So we welcome you back, those of you who are viewing online and who have had the patience to bear with us during the rain. We also had the official opening ceremony taking place during that period as well. But we're back with live track action at the National Stadium. So a very long list, Bernard, as we resume in the 1500 meters.
Yes, it's some 20, 28 or so. But that has been reduced. There are a few non-starters in this. The girls, 1500 meters on the 17. They're up next.
Zaylee Houston, Angel Allard, Selena James, Raven Williams, Diamond Cadet, Azaria Simon, a young one from St. Andrew, only I think 11 years old now. Xenia Alexis, Michaela Abraham, Annalisa Brown, Gabriel Mark, Summer Remain, Kayla McEwen, Kazia Hilaire, Jamari Williams. So Jamari Williams is not there. Diamond Cadet, I mentioned Azaria Simon. Michaela Abraham.
Estimating this one, the odds-on favorite would be Annalisa Brown.
Annalisa Brown, character athlete, would be an obvious favorite here. I'm not seeing Annie Logie on the list.
Oh, Logie's not there.
Logie might just be in the next category now. But Annalisa Brown already up front. And she has some competition in the early runnings here. But Annalisa Brown is a favorite to win this one. It's a 1500 meter lap, so essentially is 3 3/4 laps around the track. And these two athletes already forming the lead pack with a 60-meter lead behind. They've just completed the first 300 meters. And these two have a nice steady pace, Bernard, in the lead so far.
And it's always good. It is said when you're doing longer distances to have some sort of a running companion. And this is exactly what's happening here. Brown with a bit of company. And they have a good 40 meters. They're chasing pack, or one person and then a pack. So pretty good lead. Good steady running.
Annalisa Brown just inches forward now. These two athletes would be contenders here for the gold and silver medals. So this is a straight final, this event. Annalisa Brown pulling away. We're trying to get A better look as the athlete who is there with her.
And remember, it's 1,500 meters, so 3 full laps and then 300 meters. It gives you 1,500. A gap is being opened up now by Brown of 25 meters.
This is an interesting one. The girls putting in the run, number 17. Out front.
So Annalisa Brown continues to lead. It's gonna take a real effort to beat somebody the likes of Annalisa Brown.
Oh, and she continued to lengthen the lead. She continued to lengthen the lead. It's almost 50 meters. Nice, steady pace, Brown.
So Annalisa Brown continues to lead this one. She has a commanding lead at the moment. We now have a change in the position for second. But Annalisa Brown with a very comfortable lead indeed. She still has 1 lap to go. Just over 1 lap to go. And with 1 lap to go, Annalisa Brown in the lead. With 1 lap to go, she crosses now at 3 minutes 42.6. So let's see what time she can return here on the final lap. As the athletes begin to quicken their pace now, that's Azaria Simon. She's still a primary school athlete, the daughter of Kendall Simon, and many of us would know Kendall Simon represented Grenada at Carifta, a bronze medalist as well.
And the race really seems to be for the minor medals. A second place looks to be secured, but certainly is a serious battle on for the 3rd place.
But Annalisa Brown continues to lead this one and looking good. Azaria Simon is in second. Azaria Simon could either be 10 or 11 years old, Bernard, and she's in second position.
She's proving her worth here. She's proving her worth here. Brown does have a commanding lead, and she's going to win this now as she comes home. And she's on the home stretch, and she's accelerating rather nicely too. Good form. This is Brown taking it to the finish line. And she continues to accelerate that right to the finish line, and here she is winning now with good, comfortable run by Brown there. And the young chasing athlete there is some 120 meters behind.
So 4 minutes 57.3 seconds for Annalisa Brown. Young Simon is now in 3rd position. And Azaria Simon picking up the bronze medal. In second was Shania Nelson of Peak Performance with 5 minutes 23.51, and Azaria Simon in 3rd with 5 minutes 25.72 seconds. But I want to make the point, it was an impressive run by Annalisa Brown, but young Azaria Simon, 11 years old, picking up the bronze medal here amongst some more seasoned competitors, if you want to call it that.
Well, 25.72 at 11 years old. This is one for the future, and she keep at it. We certainly going to be hearing a lot of news, good news, with this young lady Simon, Azaria Simon. 25.72 is a winning time.
Well, what I love in this race, Bernard, is the fight and the sprint from Annalisa Brown. With about 200 meters to go,
with nobody in sight.
She really turned on the afterburners and sprinted towards the finish line. And it's good top-end speed she had bringing it home. So that's a good sight indeed from Annalisa Brown.
She has distinguished herself as the premier middle distance age group runner here. And so she continues to really continues to dominate this age group in these middle longer distances. So the first three places is Brown, Nelson, and Simon.
Tishanti Gibbs was also there in fourth position. We saw her sprinting earlier on today, and she's back in the 1500 meters. So a very versatile athlete is Tishanti Gibbs.
So that was the conclusion there of the 1500 meters run for girls under 17. Up next on the track, 1500 meters for boys under 17.
Well, we have a large list of athletes registered for this event. 24 athletes registered. Not too sure if we'll have all of them. We see them making their way to the start. They're already at the starting point, actually. It's right behind the discus cage that you see there. The athletes for this event already on the track. And there are some familiar names here. GBSS would be one of the favorites here. They have in the likes of Noah Coutain and Griffith Hazard and Grenada Christian Academy, Jaime Edwards, Jacob Phillip, Darren Forsyth, Jamel Mark, Israel Stevens, Zion Blackett, Renard Williams, Jensen Mitchell, Vashon Phillip. These are some of the competitors listed here. Enoch Harford, Rogel Cummins, Isaiah McLeod, Nicholas Perryman, Peter Thomas, Michael Moses, Kaib Simon, Olafemi Gill, Delron Dumont.
Keep your eyes at the time. The qualifying time is 4 minutes and 16 seconds, and they're off.
So they're up and running already. We see South City Rising Stars, GBSS, South City Rising Stars again. Christian Academy, SAS with 3 competitors. GBSS, as I mentioned, is one of the favorites for this event. Grenada Christian Academy has an athlete there that we can look out for as well. I'm going to give you the name.
Well, I tell you something with the long distances in Grenada Christian Academy. They have always distinguished themselves in these longer distances. And so today let's see what the young man brings to the table here.
So up front is GBSS in Griffith Hazard. Jordan Griffith Hazard of GBSS, the athlete in the lead at the moment. And then we have 2 athletes from South City Rising Stars. That's the classic lighting, South City Rising Stars. South City Rising Stars now moves into the lead and maybe in 1 and 2 positions as well. Grenada Christian Academy staying within contention here. Griffith Hazard moves back into 4th position. St. David's Track Blazers making a move as well. It's still early to call this one, but up front now is the athlete from South City Rising Stars.
And that's Michael Moses. So it's Moses up front. And they all bunched together, really, for the leading pack, all bunched together.
Very competitive so far. That's Zion Blackett there for St. David's Track Blazers.
Seems to be the making of a sprint to the finish.
Well, they still have 2 more laps to go. South City Rising Stars, Michael Moses continues to lead.
He came in here with a seated time of 4 minutes 36.98 seconds.
Zion Blackett is right there as well. So too is the other competitor from South City Rising Stars. GBSS falling a little way back now. Not to show which school Zion Blackett goes to, but today he's running for Sorry, not Zion Blackett, but Michael Moses. Today he's running for South City Rising Stars. Blackett is in second position from Track Blazers. But young Mikel is looking good, looking really relaxed at the top. We can hear the sound of the bell in the distance. Just over 400 meters to go. And let's see if he's on point for a character qualification. He's going to cross the finish line just about 3 minutes 17 seconds.
His target is 4 minutes 16 seconds flat. Let's see if he can bring this one home and get an automatic qualification to the character games.
Mikel Moses moving away. GBSS making a move now in second position, but it's still South City Rising Stars. Mikel Moses is looking very comfortable indeed, going down the back straight for the last time in this event. GBSS picking up the pace, so too is South City Rising Stars. St. David's Track Blazers in Zion falling back now, but that's your leader there for you, Michael Moses of South City Rising Stars. The rest of the field trying to catch him. It's going to be a huge effort here, but he's turning up the speed here now. Michael Moses looking very relaxed here. GBSS looking to make a run back here. Is he going to catch him? He enters into the home straight. The arms go up a little higher now. He's putting a lot more effort. GBSS looking around, but here comes Zion from St. David's Catholic, but Michael Moses going to win it. He does so now. 4 minutes 20 seconds on the flash time. Maybe just outside of the character standard, but a very good run indeed by Michael Moses, and Zion Blackett picking up the silver medal.
This young man has paced himself quite well. Obviously, he came in here knowing what his talent were, and finished quite clear of the second and third positions. He did.
So Michael Moses running 44 minutes 28.4 seconds. Zion Blackett in second, 4 minutes 31.52 seconds, and Noah Kutain of GBSS 4 minutes 31.68 seconds. The top three finishers in the boys 1500 meter run on the 17.
And this is a final event. So the boys 1500 meters. You have three medalists. It's Moses in position number 1, and Blackett in position number 2.
So this 1500 meters, 4 minutes 16 seconds, the character standard, and none of the athletes were really within the character standard here for an automatic selection, I would want to call it. 4 minutes 28.4, the winning time. Character standard again, 4 minutes 16 seconds.
And Kutain was in the third position. That's Noah Kutain from the GBSS. It's with 4 minutes 31.52 seconds.
So Michael Moses sending a clear message here to all and sundry. 15 meters on the 17. The next event on the track would be the 1500 meters for boys in the under 20 and 20 plus category. And we see a large field of them. So the under 20 and the 20 plus boys will be running together. We should see Tristan Viveg of PBC, Michael Thomas, McDonald College, Antoine Blackett, one to look out for, Codell Sandy, Gonzalez Lyndon, Dylan Thomas, J. Phillip, Josiah Simon, Caden Alexander, Kyle Alexis, Marlon Lindsay, Tyrone Jacob, the veteran, he's listed here as well, Nathan McIntosh, Shondell Finley, Keith Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy, one to look out for, Carlos Whiteman, and Shaquem Williams, another veteran. I see Tyrone Jacob there for sure for South City Rising Stars. Himself and Shaquem Williams are always here competing in these distance events.
Very much so.
But I've not seen an Adriel Mitchell on the list here. I'm not too sure why he has not been registered for this, but Adriel Mitchell would have been a favorite for this event as well. But as it stands here, We have some very good athletes. Antoine Blackett is there running for Fusion Athletics. And Antoine Blackett with the trademark headband.
Yes, it's a mix of boys who are over 20, that's 20 plus, and under 20. So the under 20 boys, they will be eyeing the character standard. Character standard is for the under 20 boys. 4 minutes 05 seconds. So it's pretty much of an ask compared to the first event with the boys under 17, 4 minutes 16. Qualifying time here is 4 minutes 05 seconds. Now let's see who comes close to this in the age group under 20. So your under 20 boys on the starting line should be off shortly. Under 20 and 20 plus boys, 1,500 meters. It is a final event.
So some tense moments on the starting line. Not very often we see 2 callbacks in a 1,500 meter event. Well, that's the atmosphere down there at the starting point. This time they seem to have gotten it correctly, and they're off and running the 1,500 meters on the 20 and 20 plus. Antoine Blackett already moving into the lead here for Fusion. Keith Charles is there with him as well from the Grenada Christian Academy. 2 athletes that will want to challenge themselves in this event. We see 2 athletes from SAS in the mix there as well. South City Rising Stars, McDonald College is also there. 3 3/4 laps around the track. And this the 1,500 meters on the 20 and 20 plus.
Blackett is a noted front runner, and he has done just that. Done that here, and to open up a small gap of 15 meters, 15, 20 meters with a chasing pack. But yes, good company with a just about 200 meters.
So it's Blackett and Charles. Blackett, Antoine Blackett, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. These are the 2 athletes up front. They still have quite a lot to go. They would want to stretch the rest of the field and see how best they can take care of the advantage. The defending champion is Antoine Blackett from Fusion. He ran 4 minutes 8.79 seconds last year. Tyrone Jacob is also in this race in 3rd position now, was 2nd last year. And let's see how they will fare in 2026. Antoine Blackett, Keith Charles, Tyrone Jacob, the top 3 here. Blackett, the defending champion. Blackett setting himself from Keith Charles now, maybe 10 meters or so. Tyrone Jacob is not known as a sprinter towards the finish, so he likes to run from the lead as well, but particularly so in the 3,000 and 5,000. But that's Antoine Blackett here, your leader, looking so composed, going down the back straight here.
Yes, he took the lead very early and he has maintained it.
Blackett needing some company. He's all by himself. Takes a quick glance over his left shoulder. Keith Charles, Tyrone Jacob closing the gap here on Keith Charles. Blackett coming up for the bell. So he has just over 400 meters remaining. Tyrone Jacob moves now into the 2nd position. Charles relegated to the 3rd. Blackett, Jacob, Charles. The top 3 here. And I can tell you, Bernard, Blackett has a kick. So look out for the kick around the 200 meter mark.
Yes, and Charles seems to be fading now. Jacob is still holding his own.
Seems as though we're going to have the same two top finishers from last year. Let's see how the time goes. Blackett begins to accelerate, going down the back straight for the last time. Antoine Blackett it is.
Looks composed, it looks comfortable.
It's just about now when we see him going into another gear and accelerate further. He's looking for some competition. None is coming at all. Antoine Blackett with 200 meters to go, or less than that. He looks towards the finish line already. He comes around the turn here and enters into the home straight with about 60 meters ahead of Tyrone Jacob. Antoine Blackett with 70 meters to go. The time on the clock is 4 minutes 5 seconds. 4 minutes 6 seconds now. Antoine Blackett looking for a good time. He's going to run a little slower than last year, but nonetheless he wins now comfortably. 4 minutes 14 seconds on the flash time. Tyrone Jacob would again return for a second position, and Keith Charles would pick up the third and bronze medal. So Blackett leading from start to finish.
From start to finish. He is a front runner. And he did just that right from the start.
So the time has been adjusted to 4 minutes 15.05 seconds. Tyrone Jacob in second at 4 minutes 23.06. And Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy, 4 minutes 24.95 seconds. The top three finishers.
Yeah, those are your medalists. Blackett, Jacob, and Charles. Gold, silver, and bronze.
So Malton Lindsay was fourth.
And whilst there's action on the track, readying or doing some preparation for the boys high jump under 17. That should be getting underway shortly. Up next on the track will be the 1500 meters under 20 and 20 plus for girls. We had some showers earlier, and there are some real efforts underway now to get the run-up for the high jump as dry as is possible.
Well, the lineup for the girls' 1500 meter run, we will see Kayla Olive, Kayla McEwen, Kiana Alexander, Katie Simon, Sana Said, Annie Logie, a favorite here, so we were looking for her in the other category, but she's here in the under 20. Alian Gidhari from Track Blazers is also there. Elisha McDonald, St. Joseph's Convent, and Kashona Williams of Bishop's College.
So we do have some known names here in Logie and Gidhari.
It's only going to be three of them: Kelena Alexander, Alian Gidhari. Logie is also there. And the Bishop's College is also in this one, in Kashana Williams. But St. David's Track Blazers, that looks like Alian Gidhari and Annie Logie. It's Gidhari for sure, that's up front. And it's Kelena Alexander of Classic Lighting Finish Line. So there's no Annie Logie. It's actually Kelena Alexander from Classic Lighting Finish Line. So it's Alexander and Gidhari. Gidhari for St. David's Track Blazers. Of Bishop's College, some distance behind them.
So Bishop's College is showing up. So we have had a few athletes from Sister Isle Carriacou putting her hands up here in the girls' 1500 meters under 20 and 20 plus. Three athletes. Gidhari continues to lead.
Well, Gidhari is expected to win this from the field that I see here, but she's getting some very good competition from Kiana Alexander from Finish Line. Alexander actually in the lead now. And These athletes in the under 20 girls category, they will be looking to go after 4 minutes 50 seconds. And that's going to be some asking for the under 20 girls.
The pace that they're running at now doesn't suggest that they will challenge this qualifying Carifta standard time. But we still have some time to go. There could be a marked improvement before the end.
So from I don't think we have really seen an athlete of that caliber in these long and middle distance races. Kenisha Pascal will be etched in our memory for a long time.
But it should be told, Pascal was a special athlete. You're not going to find another Pascal anytime soon.
So these two athletes are just measuring themselves for the moment. And that's our athlete there from Carriacou, that's Kashona Williams, Bishop's College. Has a bronze medal in her sight, I would think, Bernard.
Easily. Easily. All she has to do is to get to the end. And so Alexander continues to lead only by a slight margin over Gidhari, with Williams some distance back. They run at a nice, easy control pace. Good running. It's very cool outside. We have had a visitation of 3 occasions with the rains, and it has done very well for some, certainly for the long distance runners.
Well, they're coming up to the bell lap now, and they're on course here at 3 minutes 47 seconds.
One expects to see a kick here from Gidhari.
Just under 400 meters remaining. Kayana Alexander is in the lead over Alian Gidhari. They're going down the back straight for the last time now. Let's see who's going to make the first move. Alexander looks very, very relaxed, very consistent in her strides and approach. But Alian Gidhari is making the first move. And the response comes from Alexander. And she picks up the pace nicely to move away from Alian Gidhari. Kayana Alexander is pulling away. Gidhari does not have the answer for her. And Kayana Gidhari wrong with the eyes on the finish line. Kayana Alexander, she's going to win this one for finish line. She's actually accelerating still. She was really, really agitated by that move that was made by Alian Gidhari. And she said, you're not going to have your day today with me. And really turned it on, changed her gear, and powered to the finish line in just over 5 minutes, at 5 minutes, 5.7 seconds on the flash time.
She finished strong. She really did. Kayana Alexander finished quite strong.
Gidhari crosses the line now for the silver medal. And then we're going to have young Williams from Bishop's College to come up to pick up the bronze. But 5 minutes, 5.83 seconds for Kayana Alexander. Alian Gidhari, 5 minutes, 19.44 seconds. As we see here now, Kashona Williams of Bishop's College putting some energy and some effort into it as she's sprinting now towards the finish line. And the crowd is showing a lot of appreciation for young Kashona Williams of Bishop's College.
There's Williams there, just crossing the finish line. Looks spent, but all in a good day's work. With 5 minutes 05 seconds, nobody has really challenged the Carifta standard in this one here. Up next on the track would be the 400 meters, the suite of 400 meters, and they're all finals. We're getting ready for the under 17 boys high jump.
And we will see in the under 17 boys high jump, Aidan Kado of Fusion, Akel Langain of Altitude Track Club, Xavier Roberts, GBSS, Anthony Phillip, Fusion, Javon Etienne, McDonald College, Jedida Roberts, PBC, Dante Oliver, SAS, Ramon Stewart, PBC, Levi Rocher, GBSS, Emron Anthony, GBSS, Tevon Hall, SAS, and J. Joseph McDonald College. Every time we hear the name Tevon Hall, we all remember that 4x4 in the under 17 category in the relay meet last weekend on the third leg.
Some practice jump. You were witnessing the athletes going through their paces, getting themselves ready for real competition. But we have on the track the 400 meters for girls under 15. And in lane number 5, it's Emma Frederick, the best time coming into these finals. So in lane number 1, Sophia Collins, peak performance 1 minute 06.14 in the preliminaries. To Shanti Gibbs, sprinters 1 minute 05.50 seconds. It's Jelena Panchu from Classic Lightning 1 minute 09.09 seconds. Gavaya Frederick, she's in lane 5 from McDonald College, one minute flat, 1 minute 0.35 seconds. In lane number 6, Shaquanda Paul from Trailblazers, 1 minute 01.68 seconds. In lane number 7, Kayana Modest from SAS, 1 minute 02.79 seconds. And in lane number 8 is Kenisha Kalist from Sprinters, 1 minute 03.77 seconds. So the form athlete here with the best times in the preliminaries is Emma Frederick from McDonald College. She's in lane 5.
Well, I can tell you last year, Gavia Walker, who came in here now with the second fastest time of 1 minute 1.17 seconds. She was second last year, and she was second with 1 minute 2.70 seconds. So she would have her eyes on Emma Frederick from McDonald College, who had a slightly faster time than her coming into this finals. So Gavia Walker, who is in lane 4, and Emma Frederick in lane 5, two athletes to definitely look out for. If you recall, Emma Frederick had a very good run in the preliminaries this morning.
Yes.
She was in the second heat. Gavia Walker was in the first heat. Gavia Walker won by some distance as well. And now the two of them are going side by side in lane 4 and 5.
Very much so. And based on the preliminaries this morning, the running really should come from lane 4, 5, and 6. That's Shaquanda Paul from St. David's Trailblazers. She should not be discounted at all. So these three ladies here, lanes 4, 5, and 6. We expect most of the running to come from here. So girls, 400 meters under 15.
So again, we have Collins, Gibbs, Panchu, Walker, Frederick, Paul, Modest, and Caliste. They're up and running. It's a nice, clean start. 400 meters under 15 girls, the finals. And already we see the stagger been made up there on the athlete in lane 8. Kelena Modest of SAS making up the stagger. But here comes Trailblazers in Shaquanda Paul. McDonald College, Emma Frederick is also there. Gavia Walker just moving into the frame, but it's Emma Frederick of McDonald College who has a slight lead. But Gavia Walker is in close contention there. So too is Shaquanda Paul of Trailblazers. Walker moves into second position now, but it's Emma Frederick. Emma Frederick of McDonald College in the lead, entering into the home straight towards the finish line. Gavia Walker glances over to her right here. Emma Frederick it is. Emma Frederick with a lead over Gavia Walker. Walker may have to settle for another silver medal as Emma Frederick wins this one now. Walker in second. And we see 59.38 on the flash time, much faster than the run in the preliminaries. What a good run indeed. 59.43 rounded up. And Agavia Walker from SAS, 1 minute 0.43 seconds, much faster than she did in the preliminaries as well. And Shaquanda Paul of Track Blazers picking up the bronze medal.
I tell you something, Smithy. This is true to form. They came into these finals 1, 2, and 3, and they finished. Here is Frederick here. Nice control. You can see the strain on her face, but she knew she had it in the bag. And try as she might, that's Kavaya Walker. She had to settle for second position 2 years in a row, and Paul distinguished herself in third position, 1 minute 01.57.
Well, Kelina Modest of SAS picked up the fourth position as the boys get ready now for the 400 meters under 15 category.
And this one here in lane number 1, it's Aiden Klein from Sprinters, 1 minute 0.4 seconds, 41 seconds. In lane number 2, Ethan Gunport from Fusion, 59.61 seconds. Deshaun Oliver, who seems to be a class above the rest. He's in lane number 3, 53.98 seconds. He was not a top finisher in the preliminaries. That honor goes to Sean Lambert from SAS, 53.33 seconds. Keishon Ganis, McDonald College, in 55.58. Ganis is in lane number 5. In lane number 6, Akel Briggs from South City Rising Stars, 56.89. In lane number 7, 56.28 seconds. In lane number 7, that's Audrey Coutin and Tyrese Braveboy. In lane number 8, no longer have the stigma of a bad lane. Lane number 8 is Tyrese Braveboy from Fusion, 57.23 seconds.
Well, I can tell you the two SAS athletes came in with the fastest times. That's Tishon Lambert and Dishon Oliver. And then we had from McDonald College, Kashim Ganis. So look out in lanes 3 and 4 for the two athletes from SAS. And they would obviously get some challenge from McDonald College. But Dishon Oliver is a class above himself, as you mentioned. At SAS Sports, he won everything that he competed in, both in the track and on the field. And Tishon Lambert is going to give him a run for his money here today. But that's Dishon Oliver we saw moments ago. And that's Tishon here, Tishon Lambert, also of SAS. Ready for this finals in the 400 meters in the under 15 category.
Seems to have a no-show in lane number 5 in Ganis, McDonald College.
What a pity here, because he would have been in line for maybe a bronze medal, coming in with 55.85. And the next best time after that would be 56.28 by Andre Coutin of GBSS.
By the two athletes from SAS, this should be pretty good competition here. Bragging rights, you might add.
So Akel Briggs of South City Rising Stars, 56.89. He's out there in lane 6. He may have some ideas as well to get onto the podium. But the two SAS athletes, the obvious favorites in this event.
In the preliminaries, they actually looked a class above the rest. The two athletes from SAS, that's Oliver and Lambert, and one expects 1 and 2 in these finals. Good learning experience for a young brave boy in lane number 8.
They're on the starters orders now. Tyrese there in lane 8. They're up and running. The 400 meters under 15 boys finals. And already we see here Tishon making up the stagger nicely on Dishon Oliver. GBSS also looking good. Fusion out there in lane 7 in Tyrese Brave Boy, Tyrese Brave Boy. But on the inside, it's Tishon Lambert of SAS. In the lead now is Tishon Lambert of SAS with about 200 meters to go, just under 200. Deshaun Oliver is going to make his move anytime now. It's actually Deshaun Oliver that's in the lead, not Tishon Lambert. Deshaun Oliver. And Deshaun Oliver is looking good. He begins to pick up the momentum. And he's powering his way. The arms go up nicely. The legs are pumping as well. Tishon will settle for second, but Deshaun Oliver looking good and just about doing a 51 or a 52.64 on the flash time. And we're going to see what adjustment is made to that time. But a good run here by Deshaun Oliver, 52.67 seconds.
There are really no surprises here. One expected this. The young man just looked a class above the rest. And good control running. At 200 meters, he was already in the lead. He had made up his tag on everybody and taking it home with about 85 meters. Quite easy. In fact, you would even describe this as coasting home. And this is what he did. Good time too.
Well, I can tell you, this is a what we call a sub-junior at Intercall. And for 52.67 at Intercall, that's a gold medal already.
That is, well, we don't want to predict anything, but it would take some beating to get under 52.67 this sub-junior category, the under 15 category. That's a good time. Even the second place time of 54 seconds is that's nothing to screech about. It's a pretty good time also.
I can tell you last year, Kashi Stephen won this event in 53.81 seconds. And we've seen a better time than that. So we thought Kashi was phenomenal last year. Dishon Smart, just showing. Dishon Oliver, I beg your pardon, just showing that he's class as well.
Yes, and the young man has lived up to all the high billings that he came into these meet with. And then some. Up next on the track would be, we continue the 400 suite. It will be the 400 meters for girls under 17. Let's give you a quick peek in what the athletes look like on paper from the preliminaries this morning. It's Jada Sandiford. She would be in lane number 1. Peak performance 1 minute 07.91 seconds. Stanislaus, that's Maya Stanislaus, is from St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, 1 minute 07.47. She's in lane number 2. Lane 3, Ariana James from Fusion Athletics, 1 minute 01.71. Lane number 4, Annalisa Brown from Classic Lightning, finish line 57.87 seconds. She was a distinguished class among the field in this morning's preliminaries. Micaiah Frederick from Momentum, 58.20 seconds. She's in lane 5. In lane 6, we have Dwaynia Alexander from the Grenada Christian Academy, 1 minute 03.64 seconds. From St. Joseph Convent in Grenville. And another athlete from St. Joseph Convent in Grenville making a statement here. Karina Lashington, 1 minute 03.59 seconds. And from South City Rising Stars, in 1 minute 06.65 seconds in lane 8 is Oliver Latouche.
Well, Bernard, not too long ago, we saw Annalisa Brown running the 1500 meters. And she's scheduled to run here again in the 400 meters. We see her on the track as well in lane 4. And let's hope that she had enough time for rest and recovery and to be able to run a 400 meters in such quick time.
That is asking a lot. But let's see what the young lady brings to these finals here.
The Carifta standard, 56.5 seconds. That's the time that they will have on the horizon. But what we're going to do now, we're going to go to the house microphone for the first medal presentation today. And as soon as the action resumes on the track, we'll be back to bring you live action.
That's Jamal Nichols, Classic Lighting, finish line. Joshua Telesford, Fusion Athletics. And Timothy Greenidge of Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars. And the ultimate winner for the boys high jump on the 20 and 20 plus, Shama Fleming, Classic Lighting, Finish Line Sports Club. He won that event in a height of 2 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 4, boys high jump on the 20 and 20 plus. Medal presentation for event 5. Event 16, sorry. The girls shot under 17. Third position. Third position. Jason Joseph, Classic Lighting, Finish Line. 11.01 meters. Second position, Theona Jackson, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. 11.23 meters. And your winner from the St. David's Track Blazers with a distance of 12.01 meters, Tabitha Francis. It's instructive to note with a distance of 12.01 meters is above the character standard. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 16, girls shot put under 17. Medal presentation for event 24, the girls 100 meters hurdles under 17. Third position, Brianna Oliver, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, a time of 17.82 seconds. Second position, Janelle Smith, Classic Lighting, Finish Line, Sports Club, 17.20 seconds. And your winner in a time of 16.97 seconds, Janelle Hazard, St. David's Track Blazers. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 24, the girls 100-meter hurdles under 17.
Event number 72, girls 1500 meters under 17. In third position, Azaria Simon, Grenada Christian Academy, with a time of 5 minutes, 25.72 seconds. In second position, Shania Nelson, Peak Performance Track Club, with a time of 5 minutes, 23.51 seconds. And winning this event, Annalisa Brown, with a time of 4 minutes, 57.30 seconds, out of Classic Lighting, Finish Line. These are your winners for event number 72, girls 1500 meters under 17. Event number 73, boys 1500 meter under 17. In third position, Noah Kutain, the Grenada Boys Secondary, with a time of 4 minutes, 31.68 seconds. In second position, Zion Blackett, Track Blazers, with a time of 4 minutes, 31.252 seconds. And winning this event, Michael Moses, South City Rising Stars, with a time of 4 minutes, 28.40 seconds. These are your winners for event number 73, boys 1500 meter run under 17.
This brings us to the end of the first medal presentation for this year Ariza National Champs 2026. We want to thank Director Nerissa Andrew for assisting with this medal presentation.
We say congratulations to all of our medalists as we get set for the under 17 girls 400-meter final.
St. Joseph's Convent, Red Bull Girls in lane number 2. She was the finalist last year. It's here again. The defending champion, Ariana James, Fusion Athletics, goes in lane number 3. Lane number 4, Classic Light and Finish Line Sports Club.
Well, we're back here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and it's finals afternoon. We're gonna see the finals, the first finals coming to you, the 400-meter under 17. And here we go, clean start. Let's see who makes the early running. Seems to be McDonald College out at the front. So let's look at her. It's Frederick at the front. That's St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. Kaya Frederick. And here comes, in the middle of your field, lane 4, Annalisa Brown. She carries the number 87 on her chest. It's Brown. Ariana James is also there as they head for the straightaway. It's Brown, but James is right there on her heels. She's pushing, but Brown showing her quality, showing the pedigree that she's made of. She's going to pull away from James, and she takes this one. So again, Annalisa Brown repeating as under 17 400-meter champion.
I must indeed say she is a very, very, very strong athlete. Not too long ago, she just competed in the 1500 meter, I believe. And here she is again making another lap around the track and stamping her dominance on the event. What a strong young lady she is, and she continues to do well. Let's not forget the young lady coming second, that's Ariana James, running in a time of 58.67. She too is holding her own, but this, I must indeed say, was a quality final, and kudos to Miss Brown for continuing to show up.
Yeah, certainly she has shown up, and she continues to be one of the more outstanding young female athletes that we have. She's not just a distance athlete, but or middle distance, but she can also do the sprints, and so it says that she has good quality. As we continue getting into the finals, we're going straight to the boys under 17 finals. We have a really good field of athletes here. So it's event 63, the boys 400-meter dash under 17. You can look at your starting lineup. Allion James, Salt City Rising Stars. Zuriel Fleming, McDonald College. Melanie Bascom, Velocity Track Club. Cache Stephen, Salt City Rising Stars. Giovanni Green, Classic Lighting Finish Line. Janique Felix, Michael Aberdeen, and Ethan Edwards.
And of course, coming into this event, Cache Stephen is coming in with a time of 50.98. So he's coming in with the fastest time from preliminaries. He sits, of course, in lane number 4.
So it's James Fleming, Bascom, Stephen, Green, Aberdeen, and Edwards. Lane 6, Felix will not start. So we look forward to this final. So let's see how they go. Will Stephen run away with this one? Here they go, clean break. Let's see, Stephen, let's see how they break. It seems to be Edwards of Trailblazers. He's setting himself. Here comes Green. Green is there, but look at Ethan Edwards. St. David Trailblazers, he's out at the front. Here comes Cache Stephen. The middle of the track, lane 4. Comes around. Getting into the home straight here now. Green is on his shoulder. Here comes Cache Stephen. Keep your eyes on the athlete on the inside, but Stephen pulling away. He's showing the determination that makes him a champion at this event. Here goes Cache Stephen to the line. Giovanni Green coming in second position. That's...
I know this young man is very proud of himself. You know, he's looking up at the clock. He wants to see what time he's brought in. He ran a very spirited race. He had to work really hard for it. And I'm happy that he's able to hold it to the end. This was a race to work for. And I believe he worked hard for it. And in the end, taking the goal, Cache Stevens.
Certainly has taken the goal here. Cache Stephen, 50.23. A really good, strong run from him.
And that lowers the time that he came into preliminaries with. He came into preliminaries with 50.98. And then he's now running 50.23. Giovanni Green, of course, taking the second position with 51 flat. Ray Lani Bascom would have taken the third position with 51.49. This was a very lovely race to watch. It was entertaining. It was fun-filled. And you didn't know who had it to me up until the very, very end.
Yeah, certainly it was. And again, the top 3 living up. They've improved on the preliminary mark. And that says that the finals did bring out the best of them.
It most definitely did. That is what we would hope for, that they would give their best in preliminaries, but when it comes to the finals, that they would really dig deep and give you what they call the creme de la creme, the best of the best. And I think we're seeing that this afternoon.
Well, they're certainly looking at the best of the best as we get into the 400 under 20 and 20 plus. Annie Logie will be there. Anisha Hosford, Kayla Olive, Peaches Panchu, Brianna James, and Soraya Phillip as they go. Clean break. Let's see, it seems to be Soraya. Soraya Phillip. She's representing Classic Lighting Finish Line. She has a good start. Keep your eyes on Brianna James. Brendiana James, sorry. She's right next to her. She's looking good. It's Soraya Phillip, lane 8. Here comes lane number 3 in Annie Logie. as she rounds the bend and heading for home. She's all by herself. Annie Logie, she's separated herself very early, heading into the straightaway now is Logie. Arms pumping, concentration. She's focused, she's determined, and there she goes. Looking for that line. No competition there. Annie Logie taking this one quite easily.
And what I like about Annie's race, it was a calculated race. She started the race and she just, every stride she took, she knew exactly what she was going for. At one time, she was not even in the frame, but she calculated this race well. She ran her own race. And of course, it paid off in the end. So Annie Logie taking the top position with a time of 58.81. Her second, the person placing second, a good distance behind, 1 minute. And that is Peaches Pancho, and Kayla Olive would have taken the third position. So there you have it, Annie Logie running her own race in the 400 meter dash 20 and 20 plus girls.
Yeah, wonderful run. Again, improving on her time that she came in with. And so I don't know if it is the condition that is cool that has these athletes, but they're certainly up for these finals.
It must be. I see the spectators are having quite a bit of a time in the stadium this afternoon. It's good to see some of them bracing the weather to come out.
So we're getting ready for, again, another anticipated final. Now, I don't know if persons at home understand that the 400, because of the name Kirani James, we can talk about Gamali Felix, we can talk about Aline Francique. You know, we have such a history of 400 running, and so I think everybody is anticipating an event like this, the 400 under 20.
I mean, even our Rondell Bartholomew, just the other day, I saw a video with Kirani and Rondell running on the stadium before this, and it brought back so much memories. We have etched our way into calling the 400 meter our race. This one is a big one.
Yes, certainly we can't leave out the likes of Braylon Taplin, you know, flying that flag for Grenada in the 400 meters. And so I think we've had a really good history of 400 meter running, and these boys have this to contend with the history that Grenada has in the 400. Who will be the next top athlete to run the 400 and represent Grenada, bring the flag as far around the world as possible? You're starting. Just about to start. And they go. Here we go. Clean break. Let's see how they go early in the running. It is Attitude Track Club. Darrell Daniel, he's moving out ahead. And here comes on the inside South City Rising Star. That seems to be Queen Alpe doing his bit there. Here they come, just around the 200 meter mark. Here we go. They're nicely bunched together as they come off the curve. It will take some running here. These boys are up for this challenge. Here they go. It's the strongest. It's the one with the will to survive that will take this one. Moses, he's pushing. Here comes Altitude. It is on the line. Wow, what a 400 meters.
We don't know who it is. Let's wait. All eyes are lifted, waiting to see.
Darrell Daniel, what a strong run. Keelan Moses, what a run. Keelan Moses, he wanted this. Moses, Daniel, look at them as they come up the straight. And Moses just slightly ahead, but here comes Daniel. He's not giving up. He's not letting up. And I certainly believe Darrell Daniel has gotten it. 47.74 over Keelan Moses, 47.77. Wow. 47.74, Carifta standard met. All right, so Darrell Daniel, Altitude Track Club, again St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School student. And SAS is looking good for this intercall games. So here you have it, your top three. Darrell Daniel winning this one. That's him on your picture right there. He's worked hard. You saw the determination that he came
most
with.
definitely. And it's important to show that both of these boys would have met character standards, because character standards is 47.80, and both of them have run before underneath that. That was indeed another race. Again, I say to you, if you are not here, you are missing. Every athlete in this race wanted it. You saw the determination on each and every one of their faces.
Certainly the determination was there. Look at the grimace. Look at the fact that, hey, I won this. I'm looking for it. And just at the line,
I'm even looking at the fourth place finisher. He's like, I need a little more to get there. Every athlete wanted it.
So again, congratulations to Darrell Daniel and Keelan Moses. They've qualified. They've met the qualifying standard for the Carifta Games. And you look at the prelims. One ran 49.17. That's Daniel, the winner. Moses 49.23. And I mean, you look, there's no much room. Anyone here letting up.
And they did it. What they did in prelims, they brought in the finals, knowing that, you know, they couldn't let up on anyone.
Yeah, you spare thought for Kamal Joseph, who was in the middle of them there.
Yeah. I mean, it was four of them, you know, and I guess it came down to who wanted it most.
Who wanted it most. So we're getting ready. 20 plus boys, 400 meters.
In this event, you'll see Kyle Victor, Gavin Griffith, Jelani Franklin.
So here they go. Ace, MVP, top flight. Let's see who makes the early running. Look out, lane number 8, classic lighting finish line. That's AVL Jr. But here comes, look at the inside. On the inside, Michael Francois carrying the number 5 on his chest. It's Francois. We saw him at the Ariza, at the IMA relays, looking really smooth. And look at him, he's just separated himself. He's running his own race here. Francois, he's pushing.
That's what you call running your own race. And we're seeing that being demonstrated a lot this afternoon, where athletes are just simply running their race. No one. Francois was in competition with no one except himself and maybe the clock.
Certainly running against the clock. You see there, even if he's way ahead, he's not letting up. He's determined to get to the finish line. 45.96. Romel Charles, Top Flight Academy, 48.85 in second. And Matthew Paul of Ace, 48.97, your top 3. 45.
It is.
Really a good run by Francois. He continues to show that he is right around that world-class running. And so hopefully we may just look to see him somewhere on the international stage representing our country.
Oh, that would be nice. But it is true he's running world-class time, and that's quite impressive.
Yeah, and I'm told he's a very good 800 runner. It's more of his pet event, but he does have the strength for the 400. And really, we're seeing the makings of a really good, outstanding athlete here in Michael Francois. So it's still cool conditions here. lights come on and the fans, they want something to keep them up. They don't want to sit. It's a bit cool on the outside, so they're going to be keeping themselves warm.
Oh, the horns are being pumped to make that noise. Drums are beating. People are dancing. So people are in good spirits, and that's good.
Well, that's the atmosphere of the national championship. As a matter of fact, that's the atmosphere of athletics on a whole here in Grenada. If we don't have the drums and if we don't have the horns, persons will not know that athletics is happening.
And it's in every sporting activity. You cannot miss it. And this is just day one. Imagine what day two will bring tomorrow, please the Lord.
Well, we certainly expecting to see more persons coming out. It's Sunday. You can always prepare the baskets and the boxes and carry the coolers. Have a picnic here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, I can't believe you're encouraging people to picnic at the stadium, but that's a good idea, though.
So we're getting ready for the next event on track, which will be the Octathlon Boys 400. This is their closing event for the day.
Of course, that event will see competitors taking part in 8 events over the 2-day span. Another discipline that Grenada is trying to really cement itself into. Of course, we know we have people like, and they're off.
So here they go. It's only 2 competitors here. It's MVP Javid Noel and SAS Kidon Hile. That's the 2 competitors in this one. Again, they're looking to get close to their personal best times. You get more points as long as you get close to your personal best or you beat your personal best. So this is the 400 meters. And right there, they're neck and neck. As Noel looking to get into the ascendancy now. Looking good, he's pumping. Just pushing himself forward from Hile. Decent gap here now. As he crosses the line. Certainly he's going to look to the clock to see what sort of time he has posted, because it will determine the amount of points that he gets.
And we just want to remind you that to qualify for character for this event, the athletes need to get 4,800 points. So they are working towards getting that amount of points. He ran straight to the end. He didn't give up. Because he knows that he's working for his points. He would have clocked 52.99 and Javid Noel would have taken that, and Kinon Hile of SAS 53.51.
So the boys are competing. They will come back tomorrow where they will have the final set of events. You go 4 today and 4 tomorrow to close off the Octathlon. We're getting ready for the next event, which is another 400. I would make it that will be the Decathlon Boys 400. Again, the Decathlon, 10 events set over 2 days. So it could be very grueling. You have to compete in run, jump, and throws event scattered over 2 days. It does take a lot from these athletes to complete 10 events. When you as a main athlete competing in the 400, you run just your prelims and then your finals and you're completed. These guys have to go through 10.
I always call these events the Ironman events because it takes a lot to do this. It's just while the others get away, like you said, but just running one, these athletes have to do 8 and 9 and 10. So this I call any athlete who can do this, I consider them to be extremely strong. I have a different level of respect for them.
Well, they have to be strong. They have to be able to really endure And it makes a really good look because it tells you that they are more or less able to complete more than one track discipline. And I mean, that takes a lot of work. Imagine you're training for the decathlon. You have to be able to long jump. You have to be able to high jump. You want to be able to throw the javelin, throw the discus, the shot put. I mean, it's really a lot of events. And how do you really prepare for it? Because what happens sometimes is that you have your event that you may love.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, you may have maybe the high jump which you excel at, but you still have to be able to give priority to the other events. And so it makes the discipline of training that much more than maybe a guy taking part in just the 400.
And what I like about this is that it's not something that we culturally know, but we've had success in it. We've had Lyndon, and of course we've had his brother Kurt, and they I think have been inspiration to many of these athletes who are now taking up the mantle to take on these multiple discipline events. So it shows that there is room for growth in this event, in those events, the 8 events, and the 10 events, and I think it speaks well of our country tapping into these new grounds. They've been called back. There's a false start.
So they will certainly review. See if we can pick it up here. Yeah, certainly lane 6.
I believe that.
Lane 6. But we do want to remind our viewers that in just at about 6:20, Facebook viewers, right? Facebook viewers, we want to let you know that the limit has been reached, the 6-hour limit, and so the 8-hour limit, right? After this 8-hour limit, you can rejoin. A link has already been created. If you want to, the option is yours. You can also always go over to that link right now, and you don't have to wait on the time because we've already restarted that link so that you don't lose any events. So if you're on Facebook, we want to remind you, you can always go to the new link and you can continue your viewing. So we have a yellow and black card which says the field is charged. He's going all the way up to lane 6. So he's cautioned him. Everyone is on caution now.
Okay.
So you can look forward to lane 3. Kazim Lewis, Keishon Kalis, Sass in 4. Kirani Rollins in lane 5. And Tafari Williams, he's in lane 6. Clean break. And this time, and here they go. These boys, their legs will be tired. The body would have been taxed throughout the day so far. And so they're looking to complete the event, but they must complete it as close to their personal best as possible. Let's see as they head into the 200-meter mark. It's 200 meters. Lane 5, that's Kirani Rollins looking to take his lead here. And here he is. He's just looking around, trying to ensure that he's in a good position coming off the curve. And he's pushing. Kalist is giving him a bit of challenge. Rollins, Kalist. Rollins has the strength to hold on. Yes, he does. Kirani Rollins will complete this 400 in first position. And he takes the first place. Keishon Kalist of SAS on his inside. He's in second position. And so that will complete the first 5 events of the day, the 400 meters. And so they will have another 5 events to complete tomorrow to conclude the decathlon. It's about who will end as champion, as top in this multidiscipline event, the decathlon. 10 events over 2 days. So we should be getting over to the heptathlon girls 200 meter. That would be the closing event for these girls in the heptathlon.
We should see the likes of Sydney Douglas from Track Blazers, Denisha Scott also from Track Blazers, Dominic Joseph from Fusion Athletics, and Talia Desant from Track Blazers.
Yeah, certainly some names that are synonymous. As you look on your screen, you will see the results for the boys decathlon. Kirani Rollins, 53.20, taking the win there.
He's living up to his name.
So Rollins, he's from Hillsborough Secondary. And so we must big up all the carriacou fans who are locked in. And even those who may have made the trip. We must give carriacou the big up for being a part of the national championships.
Of course, they will be down, of course, for Intercall. And they will continue.
And so in everything we give thanks because it works.
Absolutely. You can say that again.
So the crowd just there waiting, looking for the next exciting event.
I think they have the events that they are waiting on. They're just waiting on I'm not going to say what they are. You are going to see it when those athletes step on. I call the tracks their stage. You're going to see people on their feet. They are waiting for some particular events.
Well, I can tell you, I am waiting for some particular events. If they are waiting, I am more eager to see some of the competition in these finals that will come your way shortly. There is that air of anticipation there. We've seen a number of athletes post some good times in their preliminaries, winning comfortably with, in some instances, very little competition.
Exactly.
But when you have the best of the best, the creme of the creme, as you say, then, I mean, it's going to be something to look forward to. It's a spectacle that we all will always want to see. So keep tuning wherever you are. If you need to go get your popcorn and your Coke, you better go get it now. Because when these 80 and 100 meter events come, if you blink, you're going to miss it. So whatever you need to do it now.
Want to miss it.
And do it now. If you're in the stadium and you need to get a drink, you better get it now. Because
it seems
I
as
know
though they are setting up for the 200 races.
Yeah, that would be the 200 heptathlon girls. That's the final event for the day. And they will go in and get some rest. See how they can rejuvenate themselves and come back tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second medal presentation for this Ariza National Champ 2026.
All right, so we're going to go down to this house announcer for a medal presentation. And as I said, I am going to get my break now and hope you do the same because we're getting there and it's going to be some action.
So this medal presentation will be completed
Following the 200 meters for HEP female. We send you back up to Russell commentary team for the 200 meter hep female.
And we have the event number 2, the 200 meters girls.
It's the 200 meter heptathlon girls, and two athletes here competing. It's Desant, and she's competing against her compatriot, that's Douglas. So it's Desant and Douglas completing this, the 200 meters, the final event for the day in the decathlon. Desant, you can see the grimace. She wants it, and it's really close.
Both ladies have had quite a long day, so this is their final event for the day, and they gave their best running their 200-meter dash.
And let's see, the results will come to you. And as we look at them working hard, pushing, wanting to get there, I can imagine they're saying, hey, I just want to get to that line. Where is the line? And so they've completed 28.86 and 28.86. So
both of them the same time.
So we're going to break and we're going to go to the medal presentation now. See you in a while.
Presentation will be completed by Ms. Alana Barima, President of Ariza Credit Union Board. We begin with event 74, the girls 1500 meter run under 20 and 20 plus. In third position, Kashona Williams, Bishop's College. 5 minutes, 51.21 seconds. Second position, Alian Gidhari, Track Blazers. 5 minutes, 19.44 seconds. And your winner, tick lighting, finish line, Kiana Alexander, 5 minutes, 5.83 seconds. Your winners of event 74. Medal presentation for event 75. The boys 1500 meter run under 20 and 20 plus. Your third position, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy, 4 minutes, 24.95 seconds. Second position, Tyrone Jacob, Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars, 4 minutes, 23.6 seconds. And your winner, Antoine Blackett, Fusion Athletics, 4 minutes, 15.05 seconds. Your winners of event 75, boys 1500 meter run, under 20 and 20 plus. Event 60, girls 400 meter dash under 15. Third position, Shekwanda Paul, Track Blazers, 1 minute, 1.68 seconds. Second position, Gavia Walker, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 1 minute and 43 seconds. And your winner, Emma Frederick, McDonald College, 59 0.43 seconds. The winners of event 60, the girls 400-meter dash under 15. Medal presentation for event 61, boys 400-meter dash under 15. Third position, Akel Briggs, Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars. 56.10 seconds. Second place finisher, Tishon Lambert, St. Andrews Anglican Secretary. 54.35 seconds. And your national champion, Deshaun Oliver, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 52.67 seconds. Your winners for event 61, the boys 400-meter dash under 15. Medal presentation for event 62, the girls 400-meter dash under 17. Third position, Micaiah Frederick, Momentum Track Club, 1 minute and 80 seconds. Second position, Ariana James, Fusion Athletics, 58.67 seconds. And your winner, your national champion, Annalisa Brown, Classic Lighting finish line, 57.46 seconds.
Event number 63, boys 400-meter dash under 17. In third position, out of Velocity Track Club, Raylene Bascom with a time of 51.49 seconds. In second position, Giovanni Green, Classic Lightning finish line with a time of 51 seconds. And winning this event, Cache Stevens, South City Rising Stars with a time of 50.23 seconds. These are your winners for event number 63, boys 400-meter dash under 17. Event number 64, girls 400-meter dash under 20 and 20 plus. In third position, Kelina Oliver, McDonald College, with a time of 1 minute, 1.04 seconds. In second position, Peaches Panchu, Altitude Track, 1 minute, 0.95 seconds. And winning this event, Annie Logie, Classic Lighting finish line, with a time of 58.81 seconds. These are for event number 64, 400-meter dash under 20, 20 plus. Event number 65, boys 400-meter dash under 20. In third position, Kamal Joseph, South City Rising Stars, with a time of 2 Paul, ace, 48.2 Paul, ace, 48.97 seconds. In second position, Romel Charles, Top Flight Academy, 48.85 seconds. And winning this event, Michael Francois, ace, 45.96 seconds. These are your winners for event. These are your winners for event number 66, boys 400-meter dash under 20. Medal presentation for event number 5, girls long jump under 17. In third position, with a distance of 5.313 meters, Treasure Edwards, St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. In second position, Dominic Joseph, Fusion Athletics, 5.16 meters. And winning this event, Kilana Modest, St. Andrews Anakin Secondary, 5.22 meters. Winners of event number 5, girls long jump under 17. Medal presentation for event number 25, girls 100-meter hurdles under 20. In third position, Nikia Roberts, Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, 18.15 seconds. In second position, Didasha Mark, St. Andrews Anakin Secondary, 17.91 seconds. And winning this event, Maya Alexander, Altitude Track, 17.87 seconds. These are your winners for event number 25, girls 100-meter hurdles under 20.
Medal presentation for event 14, boys javelin throw under 17. Third position, Darren Batiste, Timing Track Club, 48.53 meters. Second position, Cameron Lewis, Southern Pros, 53.25 meters. First position, Dishon Smart, Altitude Track Club, 65.07 meters. It's instructive to note that it's 65.07 meters is above the character standard. Your winners of event 14, the boys javelin throw under 17. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the second medal presentation for this, the Ariza National Champs 2026. We want to thank the president of the Ariza Credit Union, Ms. Alana Barima, for doing this presentation.
Congratulations to all of our medalists as they make their way off the field. We get set for the under 9 girls 80-meter dash. Rising champs Kaylee Thomas goes in 1. Tiana Bain.
Nice. So we live back here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and we will be resuming with the girls 80-meter dash under 9. And we have Katie Thomas in 1, Tiana Bain in 2, Renaya Lord in 3, Soraya DeLeon in 4, Nyla Roberts in 5, Mia Joseph in 6, Aria Edwards in 7, and Tavia Latouche Matthew in 8.
Full field, and they're off.
In the middle of the track, it looks like South City Rising Stars Nyla Roberts, but MVP 473 making a good run on the inside as well. They go into the finish line. It looks as though it's lane 4. That's Soraya DeLeon. Soraya DeLeon in lane 4 from 473 MVP.
She got left on it. She got left on the starting block, and good run back. Here's this young lady here, absolutely well trained. You could see the intent in her face and her eyes, and right at the finish line and dipping at the finish line. She's on the 9, but she's well trained. 13.09 seconds is the winner. That's Soraya DeLeon from MVP 473. In second position, Mia Joseph, 13.13, and Nyla Roberts getting the bronze medal there.
But what I noticed about this race, she was nowhere in the picture very early on. She had a very terrible start.
Terrible start.
We were not even calling her name, and just towards the finish line, she emerged from the pack. And a good run indeed by
left on the blocks.
Soraya DeLeon. This is going to be an interesting one. I saw the Mary Paul. He's here. He's one of the favorites. He comes in with the fastest time in the finals, 11.54. His mom and dad are downstairs cheering him on. Say good evening to Mark Paul. And they're getting ready for this one. So it's going to be Wilson Louison, Bartholomew, Sayers, Bain, Paul, Charles, Alexander, and Caliste. And it's a recall start here. So the Mary Paul, one to look out for. He was very dominating at the primary school sports, parish primary school sports.
So they're going to try again. And this is the 80 meters dash for boys under 9.
There they go. Nice start this time. We're looking for Paul out of lane 5. The Mary Paul. That's the Mary Paul there for you, running towards the finish line and winning comfortably indeed is the Mary Paul of Sprinters Athletics Club. 11.72. It's a little bit slower than the preliminaries, but nonetheless a good victory for the Mary Paul.
Very well done. So winning is a habit. So you get used to doing it at this age. You carry that right through his career if you stick with track and field. It's a good showing there from young Paul in lane 5. That's the Mary Paul from Sprinters. 11.72. Tyler Bain, he was second. 11.98. And in third position, Noah Charles from MVP 273, 12.36 seconds. Louison, a name that we have become accustomed with, and at this age group is 12.41. He was in fourth position. Next up on the track is the 100 meters for girls under 11. Under 11 girls coming into this event here, into these finals, the preliminary Southern Pro, Tia Livingston, 15.11 seconds. Zara Matthews, she's in lane 2 from Southern Pro, also 15.32 seconds. 14.97 seconds is Chelsea Thomas from St. David's Track Blazers. Sprinters have an athlete in 14.72. 14.72 seconds, and Sydney Joseph, she's in lane 5, velocity 15.06 and 14.76 seconds. Coming into these finals is Amaya McIntyre for South City Rising Stars, and then in 7 and 8, Faye Augustine and Kamaya Thomas. They're off.
They're off and running indeed, and the Sprinters looking good here. Sprinters Athletics it is going to win this one. So the back-to-back winners in this event here, Tanaya Gibbs Latouche winning comfortably indeed, and Coach Shortpree must be very delighted with the performance from the athletes from Sprinters in the under 11 category, under 9 and under 11 categories.
Well, she came in with a time in these finals of 14.72 seconds. 14.14, so much faster time in these finals.
As the boys get themselves ready for the 100 meters in the under 11 category. They're on the track already and getting themselves ready.
Right in the middle of the track in lane 5. In lane 6, sorry, the athlete with the best time coming into these preliminaries, from the preliminaries, Avery Marriott, 13.78 seconds. It's Marriott.
Well, Avery Marriott was third in this event last year in 14.03. Let's see what he can do this year. It's the second time he's competing in this event. And he's running out of lane 6. They're up and running. Marriott with the long black tights has some competition on his inside from Kelly Howell. how well it is from Fusion Athletics. Howell wins it again over Marriott. And so Marriott would have to settle again for second position in 2026.
Good competition.
A good run by Kelly Howell of Fusion, 13.61 seconds. Avery Marriott of South City Rising Stars, 13.74. Close competition between these two. I'm sure Avery Marriott thought he had a good chance here, placing second, placing third last year and coming back this year to take the second position.
And in third position is Church. You can see the intent in the young man's face. Up next on the track, though, we are getting right along. It's the under 13 girls, 100-meter girls under 13. With a time in the preliminaries from peak performance, Queen Critchlow, 13.76 seconds. She's coming into these finals with the best time from the preliminary. She's in lane 3. So
well, they're on the mark. There is no Chiton. Chiton would have been a favorite in this category. She did not show up today. And she was actually the winner last year in the under 11 category. She has been doing great this season as well. It would have been good to see young Chiton here, but obviously she's not.
Well represented here. Athletes from 473 MVP. They have 3 athletes in these finals here.
So it's Modeste, Williams, Critchlow, St. Clair, Samuel, Barrett, Prophet, and P.S. Cyrus.
So lane number 3 and lane number 7. 3, 7, and in fact 4. They're off.
Well, they're up and running. A nice clean start here in the 100 meters for the under 13 category. It's too early to call. Lane 2 is looking good in Williams. But here comes lane 4 in the middle of the track, and she wins this one now. And that's Carissa St. Clair of Classic Lighting South City Rising Stars. That's your winner there for you, Carissa St. Clair.
She just looked at Pat. She looks powerful. Here she is there. You can see her gathering the momentum and running away with it in the end, even with a bit of slowing down and a smile. She's a big girl. Under 11, 13.72 seconds. She came in here with a time of 13.76.
Well, she came in with the third fastest time, but she delivered when it mattered most into the finals to win in 13.72. The gold medal goes to Carissa St. Clair of South City Rising Stars.
That's a nice difference in the final, 13.94 to 13.72. It means she really means business in these finals. She did, in fact, slow down quite a bit towards the end in the preliminaries. Here she is there. You can see the momentum being gained and actually put in some strength. And in the end, a rather comfortable win, one would describe it as.
Well, a very pleasant smile on the face to solidify the victory as the events are going fast and smooth now as we get ready for the boys 100-meter dash in the under 13 category.
It's Keyshawn Cobb from Southern Pro. He's in lane number 1, 13.36. 13.76 is Kimal Hall. He's in lane 2. He's from Sprinters, 13.11. Cadon McIntosh, she's from McDonald College. In 14.19 in lane number 5, Joshua Redhead, peak performance. Certainly the standout athlete in the preliminaries with a time of 12.81. JDL Andrew from Sprinters, he's in lane number 6. One to look towards, or to look for. In lane number 7, Karen Hostin from Classic Lightning. And in lane number 8, 13.27 seconds from St. David's Track Blazers is Ronan Lessie.
So there they are on the starters' orders. And they're up and running. We look to see what happens out of lane 6. It's early to call, but here comes the athlete from sprinters. That's Jadel Andrew. Jadel Andrew on the inside here, on the outside, wins this one comfortably indeed. Another victory for Sprinters Athletics Club. Make it 3 within the last 5 events.
Yes.
Sprinters, a similar thing to what happened last year in the age group categories, the under 11s, under 9s, etc. As Jadel Andrew poured himself to the victory line.
And then we see him here, as advertised, really the class in the field. Even had some time, sufficient time to slow down a bit with 10 minutes or so from the finish line. It's Jadel Andrew, 12.79, even lower his time from the preliminaries of 12.81. It's a testimony that he really is a distinctive class above the rest. Ekendon.
Must take a bow for preparing these youngsters to deliver on the big day at the National Stadium at the Ariza National Champs 2026.
And I think he has a good one there in JDL Andrew. This is a name that we can look forward to. This is under 13, so these kids, if they are not already in the secondary school, certainly will be.
Well, keep your eyes on the track. This one is going to be a scorcher. We saw a 12.17 in the preliminaries. There are some people who are predicting an 11.9 in the finals. She has already made the Carifta qualifying mark. She's still a sub-junior, by the way. And she has made the qualifying mark for Carifta Games 2026. She's running out of lane 5, none other than Haley Terrell from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School.
There's a lot of familiar names here, but it's class on paper here, certainly from the preliminaries, is Haley Terrell. She's in lane 5, but from lane 1, coming into these finals here with a time of 13.22 seconds, is Connie Mark Monroe.
Conor Marie Monroe.
Conor Marie Monroe. 13.22 seconds in lane number 2. Denise Mitchell, lane number 3. Tamara Newton in lane 4. Rena Horsford, she's from Sprinters. In lane 5, Haley Terrell, I've spoken about earlier. Amaya Cato, she's in lane 6. And Leah Rose Charles in lane 7. Asha Romaine from McDonald College in 8, as they get themselves ready on the starters orders.
Well, Haley Terrell is the defending champion in this event. Last year she ran 12.95. Already she did 12.17 in the preliminaries. And let's see if she can go lower than that. They're up and running. A nice clean start already. Haley Terrell is in the lead. And she's just leaving dust in her trail here. Is going to take a real effort to catch Haley Terrell. She runs through to the finish line here now. And we see 12.35 on the flash clock. Not as explosive as we saw her in the preliminaries, but nonetheless good enough to win. 12.38 the official time. Tamara Newton, the sister of Shadi John from St. David's Trailblazers, she's in second in 12.77, and Conor Marie Monroe of Fusion in third at 12.89.
Well, young Terrell came in here advertised as a big dog, and she certainly delivered. 12.38 seconds, 12.38 seconds, 12.77 seconds from St. David's Trailblazers in second position. That's Tamara Newton.
Well, Haley Terrell living up to expectations, maybe looking for a better time into the finals, but a lot cooler conditions here this afternoon. But I thought she was much more explosive in the middle third of the race in the preliminaries. We didn't see that so much here, but nonetheless a very, very good run. At under 13 and you're running at 12.38, that's phenomenal.
That's good running.
She's actually competing in the under 15 category, and a great race indeed by Haley Terrell of SAS.
It's also fair to say at about the 60-meter mark, she was running on her own. It was really her and the clock. Very little or no competition after the 60-meter mark. Up next is the boys 100 meters under 15. Under 15 boys, they're up next. Adrian Phillip, Tishon Lambert, That's lanes 1 and 2. Christian Collins, he's in lane 3. Aidan Klein in lane 4. Jonathan LeBarry, he's in 5. Deshaun Oliver, who have done so very well right throughout this meet with a time of 11.58 seconds in the preliminaries. He's in lane number 6. In lane 7, Aquil Cumberbatch and Akel Briggs in lane 8.
So what I can tell you, Bernard, from what we saw from Dishon Oliver in the preliminaries, really slowing down towards the finish line and doing 11:58. He is the obvious favorite in this one. We also have Aidan Klein from Sprinters who ran 11:86 and Christian Collins from Track Blazers who did 11:82 in the preliminaries. So these are some of the athletes that would be eyeing the top 3 positions in this race. But Dishon Oliver, the obvious favorite here. Let's see what happens in this event.
Of the 8 athletes on show today in this event, 6 are under 12 seconds. You take out Dishon Oliver, and this is a competitive race. So the serious racing for second and third position, one would think, with a clear favorite Oliver up front, and they're on their way.
So they're up and running. Let's see who comes out early here. Dishon Oliver looking to take the ascendancy and moves into the lead now. Dishon Oliver wins comfortably indeed. And I see maybe a 12.8 or so on the flash clock. We look for the official time. 11.53 it is for Dishon Oliver. Aquil Cumberbatch was second in 11:87. And Christian Collins 11:88.
As advertised, the rare races for the second and third position. Look at the times: 11:87, 11:88, 11:89. Second, third, and fourth, and 11:93 for even at Briggs, and 95 at 6. As advertised, they live up to his billing.
Well, last year this event was won by Cache Stephen in 11:32, so a little bit faster last year, but nonetheless a very good run by Dishon Oliver of SAS, 11:53, to win the 100 meters under 15 boys.
Well, these rivalries will play out themselves. These are under 15 young men, so these rivalries will play out themselves in many more years to come, and we anxiously await to see how this would all turn out to be.
Well,
up next,
he did a similar time to what Philip Mitchell would have done last year. Last year, Philip Mitchell did 11:56. And this year is already done at 10:09. So if we can get the same kind of progression and improvement, Dishon Oliver is out for greatness.
and
maybe
this,
in 2027.
And at this age, this is where the eating comes in. These young men, they eat and eat and eat. So you should really see the results on the track.
Well, this one is going to be a close one. It's the under 17 girls, 100 meters. Some big names here. We have Michaelia Patrick, Kevon Joseph, Kaya Swan. Want to look out for Rihanna Thomas, a favorite as well. We also have Rishana Charles, Tishana Bascom, who was very good. She had a strong win behind her back to run 12.18. Sophia Stephen is also there, and Brianna Oliver of SAS as well.
I think we will need the clock for the finish here.
So Tishana Bascom with the fastest time of 12.18. She had a 3+ meters per second wind. But this time I see a false start. Yeah, it could very well be lane 6, Tishana Bascom.
Yes.
I'm hoping that we don't have a disappointing sort of situation here, but she seemed to have been the one that was overbalanced.
Yes, it looks,
and came off the blocks first.
Looks very much like lanes 6 and 7.
There we see it again, Tishana Bascom. What a sad moment here for, I could just imagine what's happening to her dad, Jerry Bascom, who is looking on here. This is not looking good for Tishana Bascom.
6 and 7 seems to be the culprits. And it is Bascom.
And we really feel it for these youngsters who have trained so hard and prepared for this event. Slightly overbalanced there. and being credited to the false start and being disqualified.
She came in as a favorite, and she's going to leave without having to prove herself. That's certainly in some level, measure, degree of distress.
She came in with the fastest time and must have had her eyes on a gold medal. And what a moment for young Tishana Bascom from the St. David's Track Blazers. So it's going to be Patrick, Joseph, Swan, Thomas, Charles, Stephen, and Oliver. They're up and running. This seems to be a very good and even start. Let's see who emerges at the 40-meter mark. It looks as though the athlete in lane 4, who is Rihanna Thomas. Rihanna Thomas it is. She also runs for the Anglican High School and winning the gold medal in the 100 meters under 17 girls.
Young Thomas there. We can have a look here. Lane number 4, and a unique running style she has. Up to her chest, and there she is crossing the finish line with a time of 12.68 seconds. In second position is Kaya Swan, and 12.75, and very close 12.76 is Brianna Oliver.
So there we have it, the finishers for the 100 meters under 17 girls. 12.68 by Rihanna Thomas. There was no Tishana Bascom. And so, again, these athletes are measuring themselves for the big one coming up later on this month.
Some coach or some mentor need to get a hold of the young Bascom, and a bit of consoling. It's part of the act, but one can understand when you would have trained so hard, done so well in the preliminaries, that you didn't get a chance to showcase yourself.
Well, Rihanna Thomas defended her championship. She won that event last year in 12:41, much faster than she did this year. Bascom was actually third last year, and we saw what happened to her moments ago. What a moment.
So up next is the under 17 boys. 100 meters under 17 boys. They're up next in lane number 1. It's Michael Aberdeen. He's coming into these finals 11.43 seconds, the same time as Dante Oliver from SAS. Shavoni Green from Classic Lightning, 10.88 seconds. Nathaniel Alfred, he's in lane 4 from South City Rising Stars, 10.97. With a time of 11.20 seconds is Samson Phillip from St. David's Track Blazers. Philip Mitchell from SAS, 11.05. Marquise Castle rather, in velocity, 11.30. And in lane number 8, and the Marion Gabriel from MVP 473, 11.42 seconds. Look for the run in it. It's coming out of lane number 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So it's actually Marquise. Well, they're up and running here. Let's see who comes out first. We're looking for Philip Mitchell there. We're looking for Giovanni Green. Green over Mitchell. It seems, but here comes Mitchell to the line. It seems as though it's going to be Philip Mitchell of SAS. We look for the official results here, but a close one on the finish line. And let's see what the official results is going to be. Oh, it's going to be. And what kind of time are we looking for here between those athletes? Close one indeed as we look back here, Bernard.
Oh,
just seems to have been Philip Mitchell. 10.94. Philip Mitchell it is, not Marcel. Giovanni Green, 11.83. So that 10.88 we saw from Giovanni Green in the preliminaries, he was not able to return anything close to that. But personal best for Philip Mitchell, 10.94.
And legitimate times, legitimate wind also. But it's very interesting in that Mitchell top end speed was on show here. He actually caught Green and then passed him.
Nathaniel Alfred had the better of Philip Mitchell at the Charlie George Classics. And Philip Mitchell here coming back to avenge the situation. Nathaniel having to settle for third in 11.23. Giovanni Green, who ran 10.88 in the preliminaries, now doing 11.03. Bragging rights here for Philip Mitchell of SAS.
Yes, 10.94. Good top end speed. He actually caught Green, who had a really good start. And in the end, it's Mitchell, Green, and Alfred. 10.94, 11.03, and 11.23.
Well, a lot of questions are being answered today at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the Ariza National Championships 2026. The under 20 and 20 plus girls are making their way onto the track to run the event.
And there are some big names in this finals.
Indeed, there are some big names, the likes of Shade John, Cristana Charles, Summer Batiste, Caronia Gelino, another one to look out for. Amia Chandler is also there. So some big names indeed in this race.
And 6 of the 8 persons in show here in these finals run under 13 seconds in the preliminaries today. It should be close.
So it was Cristana Charles who came in with the fastest time, or was it Shade John? It was actually Shade John at 12.17, Cristana Charles at 12.35, and Summer Batiste at 12.57.
It's all in the making for a very close finish. Let's see how this plays out.
Well, they're up and running. Let's see who comes into the drive phase in the lead. But Cristana Charles is looking good. Shade John would have to catch up with her. Shade John begins to accelerate and pulls away now. Shade John would win this one. Cristana Charles would pick up the silver. And not a good start for Shade John, but she really ran back and ran back well to win in 12.25 seconds.
Well, in the end, it was not as close as the preliminary times seems to suggest. In fact, quite distinctively, about the 50-meter mark, Shade John bossed this race right into the end.
Well, Shade John living up to expectation. She defended her championship very well. She was the winner last year in this event. And she came back to win. Cristana Charles was actually the winner in the under 17 category last year. And so it's indeed a good performance in the under 20 category. But congratulations to Shade John of the St. David's Track Blazers. We will see her again for Intercol 2026.
Well, whilst we are waiting to start at the next event, we can give you a bit of an update. The under 17 boys long jump, Dante Oliver, he was a bronze medal winner in 5.97 meters. In second position, Xavier Thomas, 6.03 meters, and in the gold medal position as the under 17 boys long jump, Trevor Slater, 6.37 meters.
Well, we're getting ready for the big boys now. This is going to be a cracker. We saw a 10.4 in the preliminaries, easing up on the line. And now we have the big gunners here in the 100 meters for boys under 20. Randy Jones at Altitude Track Club. Kazim Dubiset, he did a 10.8, I think, 10.75. Ian George, 10.65, already ran 10.40 this year. Tariq McSween, 10.71. Neon Stanislaus, the fastest time with 10.45. Ethan Sam, Carifta medalist, 10.62. Johnson Louison, 10.72. And Kanik Nixon, 10.73.
Yes, it's very good timing here. The preliminaries would suggest that the runner would come from lane number 3, lane number 5, and lane number 6. 3, 5, and 6.
Well, Neon Stanislaus look really, really good in the preliminaries. There they go. He has a good start. He's already in the lead. They would have to catch up with him. It's going to be difficult. Ethan Sam is left in the dust. So too is Ian George. Neon Stanislaus wins this one comfortably indeed. What a great run by Neon Stanislaus. He came in with the fastest time, lived up to expectation, and delivered when it mattered most.
Oh, there was a statement to be made here. There we see Stanislaus here. Very early had a remarkable start, and nobody caught. Nobody was able to catch up with him. So much so that at the end he had a little bit of time to do a bit of celebration there. It's Ion Stanislaus of 10.58 seconds. Remarkable run. Georgia second in 10.69, and Sam didn't live up to his heavy billing at 10.76.
Well, I tell you, Ethan Sam won this event last year. Neon Stanislaus was second. Ian George was third. So Ian George has been elevated to second. Neon Stanislaus elevated to first. And Ethan Sam down to the third position. But that's your winner right there for you. Deservedly so. He was the fastest in the preliminaries and came back to run 10:58. So all of the athletes are a little bit slower in the finals. And maybe it's the atmospheric conditions. But a great run indeed from Neon Stanislaus.
Again, you witness a remarkable start. He had a really good start and maintained that start. Exploited the start.
A second-year student at TAMCC from the village of Paraclete in St. Andrew, and a great run indeed by Neon Stanislaus to win this event.
And there we have it officially on big screen. 10.58, your winner, Neon Stanislaus of Fusion Athletics.
Stanislaus used to compete for PBC, was virtually an unknown back then. He's one of those that developed after leaving secondary school. And what an athlete, what a performance from Neon Stanislaus.
And the big men, they're up next, 20 plus.
So we're getting ready for the 20 plus boys. We have Joshua Richard, Devontae Joseph of ACE 1136, DeAndre Andel of ACE 1179, Kevin Martin of Velocity 1078, Aviel Williams Jr. Classic Lighting 1115, Samuel Green, who had one of the fastest times in the area, did not do too good, 11.09. Dillion Richardson, 13.23. And Sean Julian, 11.27. There they go, up and running. Let's see who wants it more. Samuel Green is in the lead here now for Fusion. Samuel Green would win this one. Let's see what the time is here. But a comfortable win for Samuel Green. It didn't look as a very fast race for me. But nonetheless, Samuel Green of Fusion Athletics, the champion in the 100 meters 20 plus.
And there you see Green there. He picked it up about 50-meter mark and held on very comfortably in the end. And I agree with you there. There doesn't seem to be a lot of extra effort or energy in this one. 10.53, a pretty good time. It looks slower than that. It's a 10.53, and it's Green in first position. And second position is Martin in 10.66 and 10.95, Avriel Jr. Williams. 10.95 in a bronze medal position.
Well, there is Samuel Green, 10.53, and looked much slower than it actually was, but nonetheless a very good run by Samuel Green of Fusion Athletics, 10.53.
And in fact, running into a slight headwind of 0.3 meters per second. Stamp the legitimacy of the times.
So we've completed those sprint events on the track. We still have some exciting relays to come, and we're going to bring that to you momentarily. There were no preliminaries for the relay events, so we're going to go into straight finals for the relays. And we have a number of exciting relays. We have the boys 4x100 meters in the under 15 category, also in the under 17 category. And then we have the 4x1 in the under 20 and 20 plus category. So some relays to come. Not too sure if you're going to have a medal presentation now. We're going to keep you informed of that. But John has returned to the broadcast position. John, we've seen some very exciting 100-meter events. Neon Stanislaus, very impressive. So too was Samuel Green.
Yeah, certainly some good, strong run. One expects that, you know, these boys will live up to the name, to the reputation that they have built over the years. I mean, certainly they have. Stanislaus, we know him to be the defending champion, and he defended his championship really well.
So the guy you see there in the yellow jersey beating the drums as the dad of Tishona Bascom. So he's still in good spirits. Nonetheless, she had a disqualification in the 100 meters, coming in with the fastest time. That's her dad there. He's really, really noted for his drumming and his rhythm section. Still in good spirits.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. She seemed to have lost her balance there. But again, you have something to look forward to, the intercall games, where, you know, she will go back, re-strategize, get ready, and look to make her statement there. And let's hope that she can get that character standard.
Well, we saw some really exciting races. To me, one that stood out really was the 400 meters in the under 20 category, where we had 3 athletes going stride for stride. We saw a 47, some 47s been run in that as well. And that sets the stage up for maybe a very good 4x4 team at Carriacou under 20.
Yeah, it does. It tells you that these guys, once they continue working and continue training hard, come Carriacou, they can put in a really good performance.
So there are some other guys but that might be added to that team, like a Junior Alexander, a Deron Sincere. These are some other 400-meter athletes that we have not seen here. But I think, too, what we also need to recognize, the run by Michael Francois, 45.96, world-class performance. And he ran by himself virtually. So I guess with some additional effort, additional training maybe, I'm not taking away anything from Wayne McSween, who is his coach, but Michael Francois, he too was very impressive today.
Yeah, certainly this is a race that one would always remember. And imagine he's running by himself. He has that discipline to run for time and not necessarily compete against anyone else. He knows that he is a class above. And so you saw him there really pushing and trying to ensure that he lowers his time as much as possible. He has not passed his lifetime best, which is 45.4. But, I mean, he had 45.6. That wasn't too bad for his day's work.
Absolutely. So we're getting set for another medal presentation. And so, John, what we will do, maybe we'll take a short break and come back when the action resumes on the track with the exciting relays. So we're asking the viewers online to please stay with us, stay for the presentation ceremony, and rejoin us when the live action continues right here at the Kirani James Stadium.
The CEO of Ariza Credit Union. We begin with event 6, girls long jump under 20 and 20 plus. Event 6, the girls long jump under 20 and 20 plus. Second position, Samara Alexis, competing unattached, 4.31 meters. And your winner, the national champion, Christiana Charles, Altitude Track Club, 5.59 meters. Your winners of event 6, the girls long jump, under 20 and 20 plus. Event 34, girls 80-meter dash under 9. Third position, Nyla Roberts, South City Rising Stars, 13.33 seconds. Second position, Maya Joseph, Southern Pros, 13.13 seconds. And your winner, Samari Delion, 473 MVP, 13.09 seconds. Your winner, 34, girls 80 meter dash on the 9. The boys version, the boys 80 meter on the 9, event 35. Third position, Noah Charles, classic lighting, 473 MVP, 12.36 seconds. Second position, Tyler Bain, Sprinters Athletics Club, 11.98 seconds. And your national champion, Demary Paul, Sprinters Athletics, 11.72 seconds. Your winners of event 35, the boys 80 meter on the 9. Event 36, girls 100 meter dash on the 11. Third position, Chelsea Thomas, St. David's Track Blazers, 14.81 seconds. Second position, Faye Augustine, Altitude Track Club, 14.51 seconds. And your winner, Tanya Gibbs Latouche, Sprinters Athletics Club, 14.14 seconds. Your winners of event 36, the girls 100 meter dash on the 11.
Event number 37, boys 100 meter dash on the 11. In third position, Winston Church, Classic Lightning, South City Rising Stars with a time of 14.30 seconds. In second position, Avi Marriott, South City Rising Stars, 13.74 seconds. And winning this event, Khalil Howard, Fusion Athletics, 13.61 seconds. These are your winners for event number 37, boys 100 meter dash on the 11. Event number 38, girls 100 meter dash on the 13. In third position, Zion Williams, Classic Lighting, 473 MVP, 13.96 seconds. In second position, Aliyah Samuel, Big Performance Track Club, 13.990 seconds. And winning this event, Carissa Sinclair, South City Rising Stars, 13.72 seconds. These are your winners for event number 38, girls 100 meter dash under 13. Medal presentation for event number 39, boys 100 meter dash under 13. In third position, Keyshawn Cobbs, Southern Pros, 13.37 seconds. In second position, Akadon McIntosh, McDonald College, 13.36 seconds. And winning this event from Sprinters Athletics with a time of 12.79 seconds, Jadiel Andrews. These are your winners for event number 39, boys 100 meter dash under 13. Event number 40, girls 100 meter dash under 15. In third position, Kiana Marie Monroe, Fusion Athletics, 12.89 seconds. In second position, Timara Newton, Trackblazers, 12.77 seconds. And winning this event, Haley Tyrell, St. Andrews Anakin Secondary, 12.38 seconds. These are your winners for event number 40, girls 100 meter dash under 15. Event number 41, boys 100 meter dash under 15. In third position, Christian Collins, Trackblazers, with a time of 11.88 seconds. In second position, Aquil Cumberbatch, Top Flight Academy, 11.87 seconds. Winning this event, Deshaun Oliver, St. Andrews Anakin Secondary, 11.53 seconds. These are your winners for event number 41, boys 100 meter dash under 15. Medal presentation for event 42, girls 100 meter dash under 17. In third position, Brianna Oliver, St. Andrews Anakin Secondary, 12.76 seconds. In second position, Kia Swan, Classic Lighting, 12.75 seconds. And winning this event, Rihanna Thomas, Peak Performance, Track Club, 12.68 seconds. These are your winners for event 47. Girls 100 meter dash under 17. Medal presentation for event 44, girls 100 meter dash under 20 and 20 plus. In third position, Kiana Jelinor, Peak Performance Track Club, 12.74 seconds. In second position, Christiana Charles, Altitude Track Club, 12.39 seconds. And winning this event, Trackblazers, Shade John, 12.25 seconds. These are winners for event 44, girls 100 meter dash under 20 and 20 plus. Medal presentation for event 45, boys 100 meter dash under 20. In third position, Ethan Sam, Classic Lighting 473 MVP, 10.76 seconds. In second position, Ian George, Top Flight Academy, 10.69 seconds. And winning this event, Neon Staniscores, Fusion Athletics, 10.58 seconds. These are your winners for event 45, boys 100 meter dash under 20. Medal presentation for event 46, boys 100 meter dash 20 plus. In third position, Aviel Jr. Williams, Classic Lighting, finish line 10.95. In second position, Kevin Martin, Velocity Track Club, 10.66 seconds. And winning this event, Samuel Green, 10.53 seconds. These are your winners for event 46, boys 100 meter, 20 plus. This concludes the end of the medal presentation. Thank you to Moving Lord, Mr. Moving Lord, CEO of Ariza Credit Union.
So we're back with you here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And we're getting ready for the all-exciting relays. And this is the event that many patrons will look forward to. It's about passing that baton from athlete to athlete, getting it all the way around the track as efficiently as possible. Here you get mishaps that tend to really put your teammates out of commission. Your teammates are depending on you highly to bring the baton to them. And once you can't, it does make a big dent in terms of your team's efforts.
Well, in the under 15 category, girls, you will see St. David's Trailblazers in one.
Yeah, that seems to be Classic Light in Boca Secondary in 2.
Sprinters Athletics Club is in 3, SAS in 4, McDonald College in 5, Classic Light in Finish Line in 6, SJC Grenville in 7, and out there in lane 8, Classic Light in South City Rising Stars.
Lane 4, SAS.
With the relays, it's really a matter of chemistry. You want to make sure that everybody's in sync because, like you said earlier, one mishap causes the whole thing to turn upside down.
South City Rising Stars. Yo, 4 by 100 meters.
Yeah, so this should have been an event that has 2 flights, but I see that it seems to be merged.
It's actually a straight final, and so they'll be running for medals here. Trailblazers, Boca Secondary Sprinters, SAS, Finish Line, SJC, South City Rising Stars, and the McDonald College. Under 15 category, Haley Tyrrell, I'm sure, will be anchoring for SAS on this one.
Yeah, certainly expect her to anchor SAS. Tamara Newton should be the anchor for Trailblazers. Well, they have Shaquanda Paul as anchor.
4 by 100 meters. Relay under 15.
So Haley Tyrrell indeed would anchor SAS in the 4x1 under 15. She was the winner of the 100 meters under 15.
So they're just ensuring that all the legs are ready. So we're about to get the start. This the 4x1 on the 15 girl.
So lane 5 is scratched. And there they go. The start of the 4x100 meters under 15 girls. SAS already making up the stagger over finish line. As they go down the back straight here now. It's South City Rising Stars and SAS in contention here, but SAS is easing up and diminishing the lead. Gavia Walker has it now for SAS. She's out in a flash and takes over the lead here. Sprinters moves into second position on the inside, but it's Gavia Walker of SAS is going to bring to Haley Tyrrell now, and we can say it's curtain call. They fumble with the baton, but it's Haley Tyrrell. Haley Tyrrell, the winner of the 100 meters. And she's not going to have any of the competitors come close to her. She crosses the finish line now to win for Stars. Sprinters takes up the silver, and it looks as though it was South City Rising Stars on the inside to pick up the bronze medal.
Yeah, a good strong run there from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, anchored there by Haley Tyrrell. And once she has the baton in hand, one expects that the only place she will head is the finish line. As we look at it here, Walker bringing to Tyrrell. Just a slight fumble, but nothing to really hinder them. And here she goes. I make it 8-10 meters ahead, and will just pull away from everyone else. Head to the finish line. So Sass looking very clinical here in the under 15 girls.
Well, not very often you see such a commanding lead and a gap in a 4x100 meters. Sass in 50.76, sprinters in 53.08, and it was actually St. David's Track Blazers in third in 53.31. But Samantha, the distance that was established here between Haley Tyrrell and the quartet of Sass over sprinters, it's not very often you see that kind of thing.
No, it's not very often that you see that kind of distance. So it goes to show the quality of the SAS combination. And of course, we want to see what else they have in store. That was indeed a commanding run. They took charge of that race on their own. And of course, they knew they had Haley Tyrrell at the end, but the work wasn't just left for her alone to do. Each person in that race pulled their weight to the very, very end. And all she had to do was bring it home, and she brought it home convincingly.
Yeah, I thought Gavia Walker had a brilliant third leg. She really established a good position for Haley Tyrrell, and whereas it was close on that second leg going down the back straight, when Gavia Walker got it, she really ended the race right there. Yeah, that's right. So the boys are getting ready now for their 4x100 meter relay, and they're gonna come onto the track any moment now.
Yeah, well, we have a lineup here, some 7 clubs. On your screen, you will get a preview of the high jump. And that should be the under 17 boys high jump. One of the events that's still yet to be completed. Athletes are in the second round. They're looking at 1.83 meters clearance.
Well, a failed attempt here from the athlete from GBSS. In the high jump on the 17 boys, you will find Aiden Kado competing, Akel Langain, Xavier Roberts, Anthony Phillip, Javon Etienne, Jadida Roberts, Dante Oliver. He'll be back in the high jump. Ramon Stewart, Levi Rocher, Emon Anthony, Tevin Hall, and Jade Joseph. Another attempt from GBSS at 1.03, it looks like. That's Emron Anthony.
He seemed to be the final competitor in that event, so he's looking. Just had a field attempt. Shortly we will have the next event, the 4x1 under 15.
So Emron seems to be the last competitor in the high jump, and because of that he can have some additional time to take his jumps. Normally they have, I think, 90 seconds to complete the jump.
Yeah, so he's utilizing his time.
Marking every step, counting every step, making sure he takes accurate measurement as to, how he's going to execute this jump perfectly. His aim is to get over that bar. So he's doing what he must to do that.
So he's actually very knowledgeable of what he's doing. He's not just taking a run up. This is something he has been rehearsing and practicing. So he's going through those paces, retaking his markup and back on the same spot. So he seems to be very, very sure about what he's doing.
Yeah, visualizing all the way. You look at that eyes. Focus.
Oh, and he just tipped it.
Yeah, had some good distance there as he went up over the bar, but not able to clear the body past the bar. So you look at the height that he went in here. It's really good, the good arch, but unfortunately he couldn't get his back cleared far enough.
He had a word with the bar. Like, why did you do this to me?
Yeah, certainly a good attempt. It shows that he has a more. Maybe just needs to rehearse and find, that bit of the technique that would help him to really sail over that bar.
The athletes for the 4x100 meters on the 15 boys. Looks like the under 17 to me, but it's actually the under 15 boys that are on the track. We see South City Rising Stars in lane 1, SAS in lane 3, and out there in lane 8 or lane 7 looks like lane 8 looks like sprinters.
Here we go. All right, so here we go. 4x1 on the 15. Sprinters looking good out front. SAS is doing well. Handover made just about now. Sprinters, SAS. Classic lighting. South City Rising Stars making a run as they're about to make the handover. South City Rising Stars making the handover first, but SAS in the middle of your field. He's moving. He's really motoring there. He goes past Sprinters Athletics. They will make the final handover just about now. And it's a stroll in the park. Here they go. Look at how easy he's moving. It is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Just cruising there to victory. Shutting down pretty early. He knows he has the final. I guess he's leaving something for the intercall games. Come on the...
Well, John, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Somebody actually... looks like a jog, just jogging a leg in a 4x100 meter relay. I mean, this is just incredible, unbelievable if you ask me. And shutting down with about maybe 10 meters to go. You don't ever see that in a 4x100 meters.
Well, the competition was never there. And so the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School making that statement. Look at him. He's just jogging. He's not really pushing anything. A nice relaxed run. Saying to the others, hey, we've got this.
Unless that's his running style, that's just a cool, smooth kind of race. But 47.92 for SAS, South City Rising Stars 49.46, and Sprinters 49.49. What, Samantha, have you seen this before?
I haven't. And I'm sitting here in awe. Like, did he just jog the end of the race? This was interesting to watch. Like you, Lester, I have never seen it. I've never seen someone just literally walk the final leg in a relay. This was different. But I guess he knew what he knew what he was doing, and he knew the competition was not there, so he just took it home. There was nobody behind him. Theoretically,
when you look at it, it's a calculated move. He understood it. You could see him. He ensured that he glanced left and right, and he just decided he's going to jog.
So, Deshaun, we hope that that's just for the show here today, and come intercall or any other day when there is a lot more competition, we will see maybe the best of you on a final leg in a 4x100 meter relay?
I have no doubt that we would. You know, I think he would bring his A game. That on the intercall stage, you cannot take that kind of chance. So I have no doubt that he will bring his best. He will not jog the final leg.
The girls 4x100 meter relay under 17 is the next event on the track, and we see 4 clubs lined up here. We should see St. David's Track Blazers in 2. In 3, we have South City Rising Stars out there in lane 6. We were expecting SJC Grenville. We have not seen them on the track. Classic Lighting Finish Line is in 7, and out there in lane 8 is SAS. Well, under 17 girls are getting ready. This event was won by Finish Line last year. They're back here to defend. They'll be running out of lane 7. Track Blazers was 3rd last year. They'll be running out of lane 2.
So South City Rising Stars, they also in that event. So only 4 teams.
They're up and running. 4x100 meters under 17 girls. Finish Line making up the stagger on SAS out there in lane 7 and 8. And Finish Line in the lead. SAS now. Looks like Christina Charles here for SAS, gaining good ground on Finish Line. SAS in the lead at the moment. The second handover, SAS is in a good position, but Finish Line is giving good chase. Finish Line is closing the gap on SAS. It's going to be a close one on the final leg. Finish Line with a slender advantage here. And they're going to sprint to the finish line. Finish Line in the lead, followed by SAS. Finish Line and SAS. It looks like Logie here for Finish Line. She's running away from SAS. And the Finish Line wins it comfortably in the end. SAS will pick up the silver medal.
And that leg was anchored by Annalisa Brown, I believe, at the end for Finish Line.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
that is Annalisa Brown.
And she continues to show her versatility, both in the short sprints and the middle distances.
Yeah, certainly a good pressure being applied there by the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. But Annalisa Brown getting that button, and she just powered her way home, looking as smooth as ever. Annalisa Brown, Finish Line, taking victory and defending the under 17 title.
That's what I like about her. When she gets that baton, she does not play. She moves. You know, it's not the first time I'm seeing her anchoring the leg, the team home, and her game is the same. Give it to me, and I'm going. She gets it, and she goes with it.
50.41 seconds for Classic Lighting Finish Line. SAS in second in 52.16. And Track Blazers in third in 54.38. A smart finish indeed by Annalisa Brown.
Yeah, you look at her, you look at the distance between herself and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. There's no catching her. SAS also in a good position out there. Third is St. David Track Blazers, some distance behind the eventual winners and defending champions. So Annalisa Brown making that statement that says Finish Line has it and we are the defending champion. It will be interesting, Leslie, to see the quartet for the Boca Secondary School in that event come intercall games.
Absolutely, absolutely. We expect SJC to do well in the 4x4 when they are the defending champions. They really left the stadium in awe last year, if you recall. And they have the same quartet this year again. So the expectation is that they will be in contention for that gold medal.
Well, we wait to see. The anticipation is there.
I think they know that a lot is riding on them and they want to successfully defend that title. You know, if that's the only race they win, they want to make sure when they go in, that is the race that they're going to come home with. You know, when they won that race, it was like they won Intercall, you know.
Well, just to update you on the long jump that is going on for the under 20 boys, Christophe Callis on his first jump was at 6.98. The character standard has not yet been met by any of the guys in the long jump. The standard is actually at 7.30 meters, and none of the jumpers in the under 20 long jump has achieved the standard yet. We want to say a special good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are, to all those viewers online. I see we have people here from Montreal, from New York, from London, throughout the Caribbean, other parts of Grenada. We welcome all of you and we thank you for joining us. We ask you to be back with us tomorrow. We're going to begin at 10 a.m. hopefully. We're going to bring you the commentary whenever it starts. Alicia George, are they in New York? We know how much you love the blue. And you're just one of the passionate supporters of SAS, always logged in. We say good evening to you. And all of the others who are logged into the broadcast and all of the broadcasts of TNR Communications in the track and field season. I don't think there's any nation in the region, maybe except for Jamaica, that is that passionate about track and field and very territorial as well for their schools and alma mater. There's a lot of banter that goes on Facebook and all of the social media platforms. Say good evening to Vaughn Joseph. Good evening to Jamelia Lewis as well. These two always have it going nicely on the social media platform.
Yeah, it's SAS versus GBSS.
Now, what's a SAS?
Mr. Forsyth, good evening as well. Jay Alexander. Some of the Facebook strong supporters, the passionate supporters of the schools.
Yeah, we see Shantae Augustine there just saying that she's loving it.
But the action continues right here tomorrow with more exciting events. We're going to see a lot of the 200-meter events, the 800-meter events, some more relays as well as the 4x400 meters. And on the field, we're going to see a lot more long jump, high jump, javelin, discus, shot put, the decathlon, the octathlon, I beg your pardon. As we see a nice cross-section here of the spectators who have come on down here. So in addition to those of you on the live stream, we have a number of youngsters, adults, moms, dads, you know, just supporters of track and field here. Next door, we had cricket, which was rained out. And so while we did not welcome the rain here, I'm sure West Indies, Clyde John and others welcome the rain at the cricket stadium. West Indies not doing too well today, being bowled out for 42, John.
49.
49. And then John started to pray for the heavens to open up, and his prayers were answered.
Yeah, certainly prayers answered. I don't see how they would have defended that 49.
With prayers.
Well, with prayers, the rain came. And so they did not have to defend it. The Almighty defended it for them.
Well, we say amen for that.
So the boys are on the track for the 4x100 meter relay under 17. And 3 clubs here. So we have in lane 2, South City Rising Stars. Out there in 6 is SAS. And in lane 8, McDonald College.
So we're looking forward to SAS. Dante Oliver, Tagon Hall, Trayvon Hall, sorry, Philip Mitchell, and Michael Simon, sorry. Any relation to Kendall Simon here, Michael?
I'm not sure, but I know Trayvon Hall is a name that everybody in Grenada may know by now. On that third leg in the 4x400 meters at the relay meet. What I can tell you, the defending champion for this one is St. David's Track Blazers, so they're not here to defend. Finish line was second last year, and the Grenada Christian Academy, who's also not here, was third last year.
Well, the South City Rising Stars, they have Javille Briggs, Cache Stephen, Nathaniel Alfred, and Alion James. So that's a good quartet right there.
So they're up and running here now in the 4x100 meters on the 17 boys. And the SAS making up the stagger on McDonald College. South City Rising Stars is trailing behind. The first standover, SAS comes out nice with a smooth batter transfer. SAS in the lead over McDonald College. And pulling away from McDonald College to his SAS on the second hand over here. SAS having a nice, smooth, clean batter transfer. McDonald College is there. South City Rising Stars is coming back into the frame. But it's going to be SAS all the way. Philip Mitchell is going to take it home for SAS. Cache Stephen will have his work cut out for him. It's Philip Mitchell and Cache Stephen. But Philip Mitchell is in the lead here. Cache would not catch him. A similar thing to what we saw at Relay Meet. A victory for SAS over South City Rising Stars.
Yeah, the quartet of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary showing that they are more experienced. They have some of the closer timed athletes. And really, it was a good performance from them. Again, that Cache Stephen, Philip Mitchell anchoring their teams. And it does set the stage for what is to come.
Well, 43.45, much better than what St. David's Trailblazers did last year. 45.49, but Philip Mitchell really maintaining his composure and calm here and speed as well. So that Cache Stephen was never going to catch him.
What I like about him there is that he meant business. There was no letting up with Philip Mitchell. He came to do the business. He did the business. He got off the track. He's saying, hey, you got to catch me, man.
Listen, there was nobody sitting in the stands, you know. This race lifted everyone to their feet.
But South City Rising Stars had a very good third leg. Not sure who ran that third leg for them, but they really brought them back into the race after the first two legs. But then it was just too late. Philip Mitchell, with the speed that he has, he ran 10.9 today already. It was always going to be difficult for Cache.
No jogging to the end in this one.
So SAS continues to impress in what we've seen this year. I know a lot of people may not like to hear that, and they may be thinking that we're just saying it too much, but we can only report on what we see happening here. SAS has been a dominating force in both the relay meets and here today at the national champs. There's no two ways of saying that.
Well, I mean, you're right. We're seeing that they are dominating, but I'm not one to throw in yet. I'm not giving up yet. Let's see. I'm going to wait till the very end. We never know what's going to happen on those days, you know. I mean, yes, we are seeing the patterns. We're seeing the numbers, but I don't want to throw it in yet. John, I know you're going to agree with me that you don't want to throw it in yet.
Well, you sound like the mother of reason, and it's not over until the fat lady sings.
And
I agree with
that's
that. I agree with that, but I'm just saying from what we've seen here, SAS has been featured in a lot of the races, a lot of the podium positions as well.
And you are correct.
Yes, certainly the St. Andrews Anglican just showing that, you know, they are the powerhouse that they are 17, 18 times champions. And so it means that they have a statement to make. And they're making the statement as far as we're seeing. You cannot let up intercall games. I mean, I often say to guys, it's about execution. It's about going down to the wire. Whatever you do, once you execute, you will come out trumps. You saw Tishana Bascom with that. She's the favorite, but that 4-star just had her there. And so you have to make sure that you're clinical. And they're showing SAS how, you know, clinical they are.
I think what has been impressive also is the batter transition from most of the schools here. We've seen some fumbling happening, but I think the coaches have done a great job in preparing these athletes for the batter transition. And we know for a fact that a miss up on the batter transition or poor batter passing can cost you races many times.
It certainly can, and that's something that you have to practice. It doesn't just happen. You can have some very fast athletes, but if they don't have the coordination in terms of getting that baton and positioning themselves, I mean, it's things that you have to actually train for.
Track and field, always a major event here in Grenada. And kudos to Ariza for their continued sponsorship and support for Ariza National Champs 2026. I'm sure Sherry has some good news for us from the long jump for the senior boys. A while ago, we reported that nobody made the Carifta standard, but from all reports, Christophe Callis, former Carifta champion, is the overall winner in the long jump, and that is confirmed. We do have the results actually. So Christophe actually won on his very first jump at 6.98. Rick Cadet, also of SAS, was second in 6.58. And we're going to update you on who placed third in the long jump under 20. But Christophe Callis was first. Rick Cadet was second. Both athletes are from SAS. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take another short break as we see the athletes going out for another medal presentation. And right after the medal presentation, we'll be back with you with more live action right here for the final two relays of the day.
Medal presentation for event 84. Girls 1 by 400 meters. 4 by 100 meters. Really on the 12. In third position, track blazers 53.31 seconds. In second position, sprinters athletics 53.08 seconds. And winning this event, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary 50.76 seconds. These are your winners for event 84, girls 4 by 100 meters under 15. Medal presentation for event 84, boys 4 by 100 meters relay under 15. In third position, Sprinters Athletics Club 49.49 seconds. In second position, South City Rising Stars 49.46 seconds. And winning this event, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary 47.92 seconds. These are your winners for event number 84, boys 4 by 100 meters under 15. Medal presentation for event 86, girls 100, girls 400, 4 by 100 meters relay under 17. In third position, track blazers 54.38 seconds. In second position, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary 52.16 seconds. And winning this event, Classic Lighting Finish Line 50.41 seconds. These are your winners for event 84, girls 4 by 100 meter relay under 17. Medal presentation for event 87, boys 4 by 100 meter relay under 17. In third position, McDonald College 46.59 seconds. In second position, South City Rising Stars 44.23 seconds. And winning this event, the St. Andrews Anakin Secondary, 43.45 seconds. These are winners for event 87, boys, 4x100 meters, relay, under 17. This concludes the final medal presentation for the Ariza National Champs 2026. Thank you to Ms. Alana Barima, President of Ariza Credit Union.
So viewers, welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Before the break, we told you that there were going to be 2 more events. Well, those 2 events have been scratched. So what you saw already were the final events for day 1 of the Ariza National Champs 2026. What we're going to do, we're going to put a wrap on things. We're going to just summarize what we saw today. And to do that with me is Samantha Worm and Clyde John, just to look at some of the outstanding performances. And I'm going to first of all ask Samantha, you must have had a standout performance today. Which of these athletes, in your judgment, would have been most impressive?
So as I said it before, since we started today, the 2 that stood out for me was, of course, Deshaun Smart. I know he's to me, he's poised to do great things at Carifta. And of course, Haley Terrell looks magnificent on the track. She is impressive. And I'm these 2 athletes today really brought their A game to for me. They performed consistently and they performed well in the preliminaries all the way down to their finals. And I thought those 2 athletes are really ones to keep our eyes on.
Well, very well. Just to put things in perspective, Deshaun Smart actually threw the javelin 65.07 meters. And he's maybe our best prospect for Carifta. Just to let you know, the Carifta record is 68.84 by Malik Francis of Antigua and Barbuda. And that record was actually established right here in Grenada in 2024. Haley Terrell, she was indeed impressive. In the preliminary, she ran 12.17. And we expected her maybe to do a 12 flat or maybe even 11.9. It didn't happen. And she came back to do, I think it was 12.58 into the finals. But very impressive indeed, and as well anchoring SAS in the 4x100 meter finals in the under 15 category. So Clyde, I'll move to you now just to ask you for those standard performances for today.
Well, again, I don't think anyone could miss Deshaun Smart. The fact that he has improved from what we saw 63.56, I think he did that last weekend, and to come back today and give you 65.07, it says that he has something in him that could, bring him to that 68, maybe 70 meter mark. And so we will be looking forward to see what he can do come Carifta Games. Tabitha Francis, under 17, but throwing 12.01 meters. I mean, this is something really stand out. The under 20 girls, the furthest is 11.98 for this meet so far. And I mean, she's just under 17 and is able to throw 12. So, I mean, that's a really big plus. Then we had, I mean, what I would say the maker of them all, the 400 meters. The under 20 boys, 2 of them, Keelan Moses and Darren Daniel,
yeah.
2 of them get into the Carifta standard. They left it to the line. They had to decide who would have really got the first place at the line and making Carifta standard. So certainly the 400 lives up to the hype that it has here in Grenada.
Well, no doubt Deshaun Smart will join the illustrious set of athletes who have won gold medals for Grenada at the javelin. We can go way back. Kim Fullerton, Colin Peters, Selwyn Smith, of course, Anderson Peters, and he will join that illustrious group of athletes. I do agree with you, the 4x100, the 400 meters in the under 20 category, Daryl Daniel, a virtual unknown to many in track and field, 47.74. Keelan Moses from St. David's Trailblazers, and even we had Kamal from the GBSS doing a good run as well, but those 2 boys would qualify. Now, If you were to ask me my standout performances, I would agree with all that you've said here, but I think there are two others that we really need to take note of. The 400 meters in the 20 plus, we saw Stanislaus, Neon Stanislaus, doing we saw Michael Francois doing a 45.96, and I thought that was a world-class kind of a performance from Michael Francois. But I also want to look at the 100 meters in the 20 plus category, where Ethan Sam was beaten into third position by Neon Stanislaus. I think he ran 10:45. Ian George had to settle for second position, and I thought those were also very outstanding performances. But it was a day in which the athletes really brought their A game. They did well. We didn't see much injuries except maybe for one. I think Jenik Felix pulling up in one of the events. And all in all, I thought it was an excellent day. We welcome the viewers back tomorrow at 10 a.m. for more live track and field action in the Ariza National Championships 2026. On behalf of all of the broadcasters and the support crew, Sherian, Bernard Antoine, Samantha Worm, Clyde John, big up to the entire TNR crew, our executive producer, Richie Olivier, our producer, Blondell George, all of the cameramen, the replay analysts, and all those who made the broadcast the entertaining and exciting event it was. As we look back and close with the 400 meters in the under 20 category, again, Daryl Daniel in the black and blue here running for SAS emerged the winner in the end. Kamal Joseph's sandwich between himself and Killon Moses, and that to me was maybe one of the most exciting events today. And I've asked the producers to please, let's end with this event today. And there you have it, just for you to see Daryl Daniel clipping him just on the line, 47.74. So until tomorrow, when we rejoin and resume with more commentary, we wish you farewell. We ask you to get a rest early and join us again tomorrow for more live track and field action at Dr. Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Until then, see you.